If humans have been playing checkers, then OpenAI's O1 model just brought the chessboard. AI collaborating on complex problems, designing long-term strategies, and outperforming humans in critical industries. It's changing everything. Stick around because by the end, you'll know what's hype, what's revolutionary, and what's truly AI dope.
You know how we're always talking about AI making cat memes and writing those like kind of cheesy scripts? Well, ditch that idea, because we're diving into some seriously next-level AI.
Yeah, it's a whole different ballgame now.
This isn't just about AI generating stuff for us anymore. It's about AI that can solve crazy complex problems, almost like it's actually like thinking for itself.
It really is a pretty big deal what's happening right now with this OpenAI O1 model.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a fundamental shift from AI just mimicking stuff to AI that can actually, like I said, solve problems.
Okay, so give me an example. I got to wrap my head around this.
All right, so picture this. You got this supercomputer, right?
Okay.
And you give it this ridiculously hard math problem, like something that would make even Einstein scratch his head.
Oh.
The AI chews on it for a day or two, maybe.
Yeah.
And bam, spits out the solution just like that.
No way.
That's the kind of power we're talking about with O1.
So you're telling me this isn't just like making a cool beat or generating an album cover? We're talking about AI that could change everything, like medicine engineering, climate change, all that stuff.
Exactly. It's mind-blowing when you think about the potential here.
Give me an example.
Okay, so like imagine researchers using O1 to go through tons of medical data and finding patterns that lead to brand new treatments years ahead of schedule.
Oh.
Or think about city planners using O1 to simulate like traffic flow in a crazy busy city.
Yeah.
And coming up with ways to like totally fix traffic jams.
So it's like having a crystal ball, but for solving real-world problems.
It's not even sci-fi anymore. This is the potential of O1 we're talking about.
This is huge for creators. Like anyone using AI for content, this changes everything.
There's always a but, right?
But this power doesn't come cheap, does it?
Not a chance. Building and running these AI systems takes a crazy amount of power, computational power.
Okay.
The kind most of us can only dream of having on our laptops.
Yeah, I can barely run my editing software sometimes.
Exactly. It's like trying to power a rocket with a handful of AA batteries.
Right, it's not going to happen.
We're talking about massive server farms, specialized hardware, a whole new way of managing and distributing these resources.
So basically, this tech needs its own power grid.
Pretty much.
So while we're busy geeking out over the latest AI image generators, the big players are already making their moves to control this new AI frontier.
Oh yeah, they know whoever controls this technology,
Yeah.
they're going to have a massive advantage in the coming years.
For sure, it's like the new space race, but for AI.
Exactly, and it's not just about who has the fastest algorithms anymore, or the most data.
It's about who has the resources to even turn the darn thing on.
Exactly, who can build and sustain the infrastructure to power these AI behemoths.
It's like having a Ferrari,
Yeah.
but nowhere to drive it, you know?
Right, and imagine what O1 could do in the hands of like a huge company or a government with tons of resources.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works. Always growing. Live Google Sheet. Always free. AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
Okay, so we've established that O1 is a total game changer. But how did OpenAI even get here? What's under the hood of this AI beast?
Well, remember DeepMind's AlphaGo?
The AI that mastered Go, right?
Right, think of O1 as its way smarter, more versatile cousin.
Okay.
OpenAI basically took the genius behind AlphaGo and mixed it with their existing language models.
Oh, wow.
They created this hybrid that's both crazy, powerful analytically, and surprisingly good at communicating.
So they basically Frankenstein the best of both worlds.
In a way, yeah, it's like they took the strategic brilliance of a chess grandmaster, combined it with like the writing skills of a famous author, and then translated all of that into code.
That's wild.
It's a seriously impressive feat of engineering.
It's like building a race car,
Yeah,
right? But instead of a regular engine, you drop in a rocket engine.
exactly. You got so much power, but you got to figure out how to control it.
Right. It's not just about going fast. It's about going fast without flying off the track.
And that's where this idea of scaling laws comes in. It means the old rules of AI, they don't work anymore.
Okay, so what you're saying is,
We need a whole new playbook, new infrastructure, new hardware, new everything to unlock O1's true potential.
so for all those people out there who thought they could just download O1 and, start cranking out scientific breakthroughs on their laptop.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Not going to happen.
This is a whole different beast we're talking about.
So this isn't like your grandma's AI.
Not even close.
This is like something else entirely.
And it challenges this idea that to make AI better, you just got to make it bigger. More data, more processing power.
Right, just throw more computers at it.
Exactly. With O1, it's not about that. It's about changing the whole game the way we approach AI architecture, how we design it.
Yeah.
So it's like instead of making a skyscraper taller, you're actually figuring out a way to build it sideways.
That's a good analogy.
This is probably why OpenAI is being so secretive about O1.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just about, protecting their invention.
Right, it's bigger than that.
It's about controlling something so powerful that it could change entire industries, even societies.
Think about it. You find a gold mine, go around telling everyone you know.
Exactly. You keep it on the down low. This is way bigger than a gold mine. We're talking about a technology that can reshape the world.
And for all the creators out there listening, this changes the game completely.
Oh, yeah.
It's not enough to just know how to use the latest AI image generator or music software.
It's about understanding these reasoning AIs, how they work, how to talk to them, how to use their power to push your own creative limits.
It's like going from finger painting
to
having a robot that understands art history and can mix you any color you can imagine.
It's a whole new level of collaboration.
Okay, so we've talked about how powerful O1 is and the challenges of actually using it.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in.
But let's get real here. What does all of this actually mean for us, the everyday people using AI, the creators?
Well, it means we're entering uncharted territory,
Like we're sailing off the map.
The article we read said that humans might feel less and less equal to AI, and that's a big statement.
Yeah, that's a bit unsettling.
It's not about AI becoming our overlords or something like that.
No, Terminator scenario here.
But it's about realizing that AI is changing so fast
that we might not even recognize it soon.
We're used to being at the top, right? The problem solvers, the creators. But what happens when AI starts doing those things better than us?
That's a great question. It really makes you think.
It's like a wild thought, for sure.
Like we've been top dog for so long. What happens when we're not?
It is a little freaky, but also exciting.
I see that.
It's like we've been playing checkers this whole time, and suddenly AI walks up with the chessboard.
And we don't even know the rules.
Exactly. It's a whole new game, and we're still figuring out the moves.
But here's the thing. I don't think this is about AI taking over or replacing us.
No, I agree.
It's about AI working with us, helping us see things in new ways, solve problems we never could before.
Think about it like telescopes, right? For centuries, they've helped us see farther into space, understand the universe better.
And AI is like that for our brains.
Exactly. AI, like O1, it's like a telescope for our minds. It helps us explore new ideas, new possibilities, things we never even imagined.
It's like giving every scientist, every artist, every thinker a superpower.
And that's what's so exciting about it. It's about pushing the boundaries of what's possible creatively, intellectually, in every way.
And that's what AI DOPE is all about, right? Exploring these new frontiers using AI to amplify our own creativity.
Absolutely. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. The article even said that we haven't even begun to tap into O1's full potential.
Really? They're holding back.
It's like we've discovered this new element, but we're still figuring out what we can do with it.
The possibilities are endless.
Exactly.
So for everyone listening, what's the takeaway here? What should they do?
I'd say first, buckle up, because the world of AI is about to get even crazier.
Hold on tight.
And second, don't be afraid to experiment, to really push these new AI tools to their limits and see what you can create.
Get out there and break some rules.
Exactly. Embrace the unknown. Stay curious. And remember, the future of AI isn't something that's happening to us.
It's something we're building together.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And if you want another AI dope deep dive, check this next video and ask yourself, how lucky are we to live in these AI dope times?
Picture this. AI reshaping classrooms with virtual tutors, running boardrooms with unmatched precision, and crafting blockbuster hits for Hollywood. The future isn't coming. It's here. Stick around, because by the end, you'll know the difference between game-changing tech, what's hype, and how to spot the AI dope.
Imagine, picture this, right? A PhD student hunched over their computer, coding away for a year, pouring everything they have into this research project. Now picture an AI just replicates that, the whole year's work, in an hour, just like that.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, right? Like something straight out of a movie. But it's real. It's one of the many mind-blowing things in this 2024 State of AI report.
Seriously, and that's just the tip of the iceberg, believe me. We're talking AI designing life-saving proteins, creating movie-quality videos just from a sentence, even predicting its own impact. It's wild.
Wild's one word for it. And this report, it's like our guide, breaking down these breakthroughs, the research, the applications, even the risks that come with this level of AI.
Because this isn't just, about understanding some algorithm. This is about how this tech is going to reshape everything. Our world, and the choices we got to make now to shape the future with it.
And speaking of shaping the future, one thing's clear from this report. NVIDIA, they're still the kings of AI hardware. No doubt. Their dominance it's incredible. You compare their stock to investments in their AI chip rivals, it's astonishing. 15 times better. That tells you everything about their hold on the market.
15 times. Are you kidding me? That's insane. It's like they're playing a different game entirely. But the question is, for how long? Is this dominance? Is it unstoppable? What does AI DDoPE say? Now, that's something I'd love to explore further on my channel.
That's the billion-dollar question, right? But while NVIDIA is on top, the report, it does hint at some, maybe vulnerabilities. Like, think of it like a fortress. It's mighty, but are there cracks? Should we be paying attention to those?
Ooh, cracks in the fortress. I like that. Adds a bit of mystery to NVIDIA's story. But let's switch gears for a second. Another big thing popping up is open source AI models. Going head to head with the big dogs, really shaking things up.
That's an interesting shift, yeah. You got Meta's Llama 3, for example, going toe-to-toe with Google, OpenAI, showing how powerful these open models are getting.
That's like David stepping in the ring with Goliath. Is this llama about to score a knockout?
Potentially, yeah, it's got the potential. But there's a catch. The report stresses data quality, especially for these open models. If they don't keep that high, you risk model collapse.
Model collapse. Sounds intense. What is that? Like, how does that actually affect these models? That's something AI DOPE could really dig into, by the way.
Imagine building a house, right? But the foundation's shaky. Doesn't matter how great the house looks, foundation crumbles, it all goes down. Data, that's the foundation. Got to be solid for these models to work.
Makes you wonder, will this make AI accessible to everyone? Or is it opening a can of worms? Risks we haven't even thought of. What do you think?
Million-dollar question, and the report, it gets into it. Huge potential, real concerns, both. More access could mean incredible innovation, but also who's in control? Misuse, unintended consequences, it's all on the table.
Exciting and kind of scary at the same time. We're talking about changing industries, solving global problems, but also disrupting lives, changing systems. And it's not just digital anymore. AI's getting physical too.
Yeah. Exactly. Robots, healthcare, climate change solutions, you name it. It's stepping out of the computer and into our world, and that's huge.
Mind-blowing is more like it. But mixing the digital and physical like that, it brings up a whole new set of issues, right? Ethical stuff, regulations. Where do we even begin to untangle that?
It's a tightrope walk, for sure. And one of the biggest things the report highlights is the energy consumption of these AI models. We're talking potentially derailing big tech's climate promises. It's that big.
Wait, so AI could be the solution and the problem when it comes to climate change. What a twist. Definitely need to dive deeper into that on AI DPE. Can we have our AI cake and eat it too, or are those goals fundamentally opposed?
It's about balance, innovation, and taking responsibility. The report's clear. We can't ignore the environmental cost of this powerful AI.
Yeah, talk about a balancing act, right? Trying to harness this power, but not trip over ourselves with the downsides. But this report, it's not just about now, it's looking ahead too, making some bold predictions about where AI is going.
Oh, definitely. And one that caught my eye, it's talking about AI revolutionizing creative fields, art, music, even filmmaking.
Well, hold on. AI composing symphonies, painting masterpieces, directing the next blockbuster. Are we going to have an AI Spielberg soon?
Might sound crazy, but we're already seeing AI create realistic images, music in different styles, even short films. The report says this is just the beginning. It'll only get more advanced, more accessible in the next year.
That's both exciting and a little scary for artists, right? What's AI DOPE's take on this? Will AI be a tool or a replacement?
It's more likely to be a partnership, I think. AI gives artists new tools, techniques, even inspiration, pushing their creativity further. But the human element, that's still going to be key.
So AI as a partner, not a replacement. I can get behind that. Any other predictions stand out?
There's one about education. AI's role there is growing. The report predicts it'll be more integrated into classrooms, personalized learning, automating things like grading, even virtual tutors.
AI tutors. Now that's interesting.
Yeah.
So AI tailoring education to each student, their needs, how they learn best. That could be huge, especially for students who struggle in the usual way. Does AI DOPE see this as a good thing for education, or could it become, like, impersonal?
Like any tool, it depends how we use it, right? AI could make education more engaging, effective, more accessible too, but it's got to be a supplement, not a replacement for human connection, for guidance.
Finding that balance, always key. What other predictions should we be keeping in mind as we go further into this AI world?
The report says there's going to be a bigger focus on AI ethics and regulation. AI is getting more powerful, more common, so governments, organizations, everyone's trying to figure out how to use it responsibly, develop it ethically, and handle the risks.
It's like we're exploring a new continent, no map, making it up as we go. This report's been a wild ride, amazing breakthroughs, bold predictions, really makes you think.
It has. If there's one thing to take away, it's that AI isn't some far-off thing anymore. It's here. It's changing our world in big ways.
And this is just the start. What we decide now, how we develop AI, use it, regulate it, that's going to shape the future in ways we probably can't even imagine yet.
Absolutely. We need to approach this with responsibility, but also with a sense of possibility,
Well said. So that's our deep dive into the 2024 State of AI report. Quite a journey, and one thing's for sure, this AI revolution, it's here, it's happening. Keep learning, stay engaged, keep asking the tough questions, because the future of AI, it's being written right now. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's rewind a bit. The report delves into some impressive research breakthroughs. What were some of the highlights?
One key takeaway is that AI performance across different labs, it's starting to even out. But OpenAI, they seem to be staying a step ahead, especially with their new model, O1.
O1, is that like the next version after GPT-4? What's so special about it?
It's a game changer, I'll tell you that. It seems to have cracked one of the toughest nuts in AI planning and reasoning. See, previous models, they relied on predicting what comes next, like guessing the next word in a sentence. But O1, it uses something called chain of thought reasoning. It actually thinks through problems step by step, like we do.
Hold on, it's not just spitting out answers based on what it's seen before. It's actually figuring things out. That's a whole different ballgame.
It is. And the results are incredible. Huge improvements in benchmarks that need reasoning, especially in things like math and science, where AI has always struggled.
That's what makes that story about the PhD student so mind-blowing. It shows the power of this new AI. But let's be real, all this advanced AI power, it can't be cheap.
You hit the nail on the head. The report mentions O1's got a hefty price tag, 3 to 4 times pricier than GPT-4.
Ouch.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
So advanced reasoning comes at a price, huh? Does AI DDE have any insights on the cost factor? Will this kind of technology become available to everyone, or will it be something only the wealthy can afford?
It all comes down to scale, efficiency, and how the market plays out. As the technology improves and we figure out how to make these models more efficient, the cost should drop. But right now, access to this level of AI is a privilege, not a right.
Something to think about, for sure. But it's not just OpenAI making waves in the AI world.
Yeah.
You mentioned Meta's Llama model earlier. It sounds like the open source community is giving those big companies a run for their money.
Absolutely. The report highlights how Llama 3, especially the 405 billion parameter version, is going toe-to-toe with GPT-4 and Google's Claude in areas like reasoning, math, even multilingual tasks.
It's like David versus Goliath, but this time, David's got a slingshot that can actually compete. Does AI DOPE think open models have a real chance in this AI race?
It's bigger than just winning. It's about changing the game altogether.
Right.
Open models are shifting who has the power, making this technology available to more people. Researchers, developers, even everyday users.
Democratizing AI, I like the sound of that. But
Yeah.
like they say, with great power comes great responsibility.
Right. Exactly. And that's where all those concerns about safety and ethical implications come back into the picture.
So how do we make sure we use this power the right way? I mean, we're talking about chain of thought reasoning and AI agents like it's nothing. But how do we even know these things are working the way they should? How do we test them for safety and reliability?
That's where the report gets really interesting. It talks about the need for strong benchmarking and evaluation methods to make sure these AI models aren't just powerful, but also reliable, accurate, and free from dangerous biases.
So we need to really put these AI systems through the ringer, test their limits, make sure they don't go off the rails. What are some of the biggest challenges researchers face when trying to benchmark these advanced models?
They highlight a few key challenges. One is overfitting, where models become so good at solving the specific problems they were trained on that they struggle with new problems they haven't seen before. It's like studying only past exam papers and then failing the real test because the questions are different.
Oh. No, I've definitely been there. Not my proudest moments. But okay, so overfitting is like teaching to the test, which isn't what we want for AI. What other challenges are there?
Another big one is that even the most common AI benchmarks can have errors. These errors can really mess with the results, making us underestimate what some models can do, or even worse, making us think they're safer than they really are.
Wait, so the tests themselves could be flawed. That's a bit worrying. What does AI DOPE think? How do we build better, more reliable tests for AI, especially with the technology changing so fast?
It's a constant race, a game of cat and mouse.
Yeah.
As AI models get smarter, we need even smarter ways to evaluate them.
We've got to stay one step ahead. So it's not just about building powerful AI, it's about truly understanding that power and making sure it's used for good.
Exactly. And that brings us to another fascinating part of the report. The quest for smaller, more efficient AI models.
Smaller models. I thought bigger was always better in the AI world. More data, more power, right?
It's not always so straightforward. The report talks about model distillation becoming more popular. Researchers are taking these massive, powerful models and trying to condense their knowledge into smaller, more compact versions.
So it's like taking a huge encyclopedia and creating a pocket guide. Why the focus on smaller models?
A few reasons. Smaller models are more efficient, so they need less energy to run, which is better for the environment. They're also easier to use on devices like smartphones, making AI accessible to more people.
Okay, efficiency and accessibility. It's like AI going green. What's AI DOPE's take on this trend?
Yeah.
Will smaller, leaner models become the norm, or will those giant, energy-hungry models still dominate?
We'll probably see a mix of both. There will always be a need for those big, cutting-edge models that push the limits of what's possible. But as we become more aware of the energy costs and the need for sustainable AI, those smaller, more efficient models will become super important.
It's about finding that sweet spot between power and responsibility. But the report also mentions something called model collapse. That doesn't sound good. What is that all about?
Model collapse is a big worry, especially for open source models. It happens when these models are trained on data that was created by other AI models. Over time, the data quality gets worse and worse, which makes the model's performance decline. It's like making copies of copies. Eventually, the image gets blurry and distorted.
So AI can actually get dumber by feeding on its own output. That's a real head-scratcher.
Yeah.
Is there a way to prevent model collapse from happening?
The key, according to the report, is making sure we have access to a diverse range of high-quality data that was actually created by humans. This is especially important for open source models. They really need to be careful about where their data comes from and how it's curated to avoid this downward spiral.
It's like they say, you are what you eat, right? Garbage in, garbage out. But it's not all doom and gloom. The report also highlights how AI is being used to tackle some real-world problems, especially in healthcare and climate change.
Absolutely. It's really inspiring to see AI move from the research lab into the real world, offering solutions to some of the biggest challenges humanity is facing.
Give me some examples. I'm ready for some good news.
One of the most exciting areas is AI's role in discovering new drugs and making medicine more personalized. Take AlphaFold, for instance. It's an AI model that can predict the 3D structure of proteins with amazing accuracy.
Hold on. AI can help us understand those tiny building blocks of life. How does that actually help us?
Understanding protein structure is crucial for developing new medicines. AlphaFold and similar AI models are speeding up the drug discovery process, potentially leading to breakthroughs in treating diseases like cancer, Alzheimer's, and even infectious diseases.
That's amazing. AI could change everything about how we fight diseases. Does AI DOPE have any predictions for how AI will shape the future of medicine? Imagine the visuals, the storytelling potential.
The possibilities are endless. AI has the potential not only to accelerate drug discovery, but also to create treatments specifically designed for each patient based on their unique genes and lifestyle.
So medicine tailored to each patient, not just a one-size-fits-all approach. Now that's a future I can get behind. What about AI and climate change? How is AI being used to tackle that global crisis?
The report highlights several promising developments. AI is being used to make energy grids more efficient, improve weather forecasting, and even develop new materials that can capture carbon from the atmosphere.
So AI could help us use energy more wisely, predict and prepare for extreme weather, and even clean up the air. That's a game changer in the fight for a sustainable future. Does DOPE see AI as a key player in this fight?
AI definitely has the potential to be a powerful tool in combating climate change. It can analyze massive amounts of data, spot patterns and trends, and help us make smarter decisions about how to reduce our impact on the environment.
That's encouraging. But we also have to address the elephant in the room, or rather the energy-hungry AI in the room. All those powerful models require a ton of computing power, which means they use a lot of energy.
You're absolutely right. The report acknowledges the energy demands of these large AI models and emphasizes the need for more efficient AI hardware and software. It's ironic, isn't it? A technology that could help us solve climate change could also make the problem worse if we're not careful.
It just goes to show that even with the most promising technologies, there are always trade-offs and challenges to consider. It's a real balancing act, figuring out how to use AI's power without, shooting ourselves in the foot.
Right.
But this report, it's not just analyzing the present, it's also looking ahead, making some pretty bold predictions.
It is, and one that really stood out to me is how AI could completely change creative fields. Art, music, even filmmaking.
Wait, hold on. AI composing symphonies, painting masterpieces, directing the next summer blockbuster. Are we going to have an AI Spielberg anytime soon?
It might sound wild, but we're already seeing AI create incredibly realistic images, compose music in different styles, even put together short films, and the report suggests that this is only going to get more sophisticated, more accessible in the coming year.
That's exciting, but also a little, unnerving if you're working in those fields. What's AI DOPE's take on this? Is AI going to be a tool for artists, or is it going to replace them?
I think it's more likely to be a collaboration. AI can give artists these new tools, techniques, even inspiration, pushing their creativity in new directions. But that human element, that spark, that's still going to be essential.
So AI is a creative partner, not a replacement. I like that.
Yeah.
Any other interesting predictions from the report?
There's one about education. AI is going to play a much bigger role there. The report predicts it'll be more integrated into classrooms, personalizing the learning experience, automating tasks like grading, even acting as virtual tutors.
AI tutors, that's interesting. So AI could tailor education to each student, their needs, how they learn. Imagine the potential, especially for students who struggle in traditional classrooms. Does AI DOPE think this is a positive development for education, or could it lead to a less personal, less human touch?
Like with anything, it depends how we use it. AI could make education more engaging, more effective, and more accessible. But we have to make sure it's a supplement, not a replacement for actual human interaction and guidance.
Right. Finding that balance, it's always crucial. Anything else we should be keeping an eye on as we move further into this world of AI?
The report also predicts a greater emphasis on AI ethics and regulations. As AI becomes more powerful, more widespread, governments and organizations are going to be grappling with big questions about responsible use, ethical development, and managing the potential risks.
It's like we're in uncharted territory, and we're writing the map as we go, figuring it out along the way.
And if you want another AI dope deep dive, check this next video and ask yourself, how lucky are we to live in these AI dope times?
Imagine being the CEO of your own AI team. Agents that handle everything from brainstorming ideas to managing your daily grind. Sounds like the future? Well, it's already here. Stick around because by the end, you'll know why these AI agents could change everything and what makes them truly AI dope.
Ever wish you had a team of, digital assistants at your fingertips, ready to just tackle your to-do list?
Yeah, that's kind of the picture that Don Allen Stevenson III paints for us.
He's an AI expert and author of Make a Seat, on the subject of this deep dive.
Yeah, that vision's becoming reality pretty quickly, We're seeing these AI agents that can handle a whole bunch of tasks.
Even crazy stuff. We've got articles about AI controlling your web browser, writing YouTube titles.
Oh, yeah.
Even transcribing your entire day. Where do we even begin?
So one of the coolest things that's happening right now is this computer use feature from Anthropic for their AI Claude.
Okay.
It lets Claude actually control your browser.
Yeah.
Literally opening tabs, searching for stuff, even putting data together into spreadsheets.
Whoa.
It's like you gave a job to one of those like magic paintings in Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And it just like popped out and did it for you.
So like I can tell Claude, hey, go research the best noise-canceling headphones.
Yeah.
Compare prices. And give me like a summary of the top contenders.
Yep. And while that's happening, you're going and making a coffee.
Oh my God.
And that's really just the beginning. Don talks about becoming like the CEO of your own AI team with all these like specialized agents for all these different tasks. So like you could have one writing, amazing YouTube titles, generating those thumbnails.
Right.
While another one is like researching topics for your next video or
Oh, wow.
even summarizing all your meetings from the day.
Wait, hold on. Summarize my meetings. Like, tell me more about that.
Yeah, so Don actually uses a device called the Plot AI Note Pin. It's this like wearable AI assistant that listens in on your conversations.
With permission, hopefully.
Oh yeah, of course.
Right.
With consent. And then it transcribes and summarizes like the main points. It's super helpful for conferences or brainstorming sessions.
Or just like remembering what your boss even said 2 hours ago.
Exactly. You walk out of a meeting and you've got this like perfect, concise summary without having to go through pages of notes.
That changes everything. That's insane. But it also makes me think about like people who are maybe scared of being replaced by AI.
All right.
Especially like in those creative fields.
Yeah. Yeah. And Don definitely gets that fear, especially for like specialists. But he says that AI shouldn't be seen as a replacement, more like a tool to make things better. He uses the example of Runway's Take One feature.
Okay.
It lets anybody create animated videos with lip syncing and even emotional expression.
Wow.
Even if they've never done any animation before.
So like someone with a great story but zero animation skills could just like suddenly make their vision come to life.
Yeah, exactly. And Don, with his background at DreamWorks, he has a really unique take on this.
Right.
He points out that like keeping an audience engaged really comes down to how good the story is, even if the visuals are really simple. You know those like early animatic versions of films?
Animatic, sorry, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah, so an animatic is basically like a rough storyboard, but it's like brought to life with basic animation and sound.
Right.
And filmmakers use it to like test the pacing and the flow of the story before they actually commit to doing the whole like full animation.
That's interesting.
And what's really cool is that people were totally captivated by these animatics. It proved that a good story can really shine through even with like basic visuals.
So AI tools like Take One could actually be like leveling the playing field for people.
Yeah.
Giving more people the chance to tell their stories no matter like how much money they have or what their technical background is.
Exactly. It's all about making creativity more accessible. And that could lead to a much wider range of stories being told.
With more diverse voices and perspectives too.
Exactly.
That's really cool.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
If AI makes it so easy for anyone to make stuff, does that mean like the overall quality, everything's going to drop?
Well, Don says the whole idea of quality is subjective. Like, think about South Park. It's super popular, even though the animation is, like, deliberately simple.
Right.
AI could actually lead to more variety, catering to different tastes.
So it's less about replacing traditional media and more about, like, expanding what's possible.
Yeah,
Opening up those avenues for creative expression.
exactly. It's all about opening doors, not closing them. And Don, in his own way, is, like, swinging those doors wide open.
Yeah. He seems like a pretty interesting guy.
He is. He's a self-proclaimed gadget guru, always trying out new ways to bring AI into his creative process. He even hacked his Meta Ray-Ban glasses to run ChatGPT.
Wait. He did what? He got ChatGPT running on sunglasses.
He did. It just shows his whole maker mindset. He sees the potential of these tools, and he's not afraid to bend the rules a little bit. And get this, he even wore those glasses while he was proposing to his wife.
Oh, wow.
And captured her reaction from his point of view. He called it a clear mirror moment.
Okay. That's both incredibly romantic and a little creepy.
Yeah.
But it definitely shows how AI could really enhance personal experiences.
Right.
Though it does make you wonder about the ethical side of things.
Oh, absolutely. It's important to remember that any powerful technology comes with ethical stuff to think about.
It really seems like the big takeaway here is that AI isn't about replacing human creativity. It's about like adding to it.
Yeah.
Giving us new tools to tell stories in ways we couldn't before.
Exactly. It's like giving a paintbrush to somebody who's never painted before. It doesn't mean they're going to make a masterpiece, but it gives them the chance to try it out,
Right. And speaking of trying things out, you mentioned Don's a bit of a gadget guru.
He is.
What other AI tools is he using?
Well, besides his ChatGPT sunglasses,
Yeah.
he loves the Insta360 Flow Pro.
Okay.
It's basically like this robotic arm that's your own personal cameraman.
Whoa.
It follows you around and gets this really professional looking footage.
So no more shaky hands.
Nope.
Or like begging strangers to film you.
Exactly. It gives you so much freedom to like focus on what you're doing in your story without worrying about all the technical stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's perfect for vloggers or dancers, anyone who wants to make those really cool dynamic videos.
Sounds like something straight out of a movie. It's like you've got your AI assistant planning your day, your AI sunglasses whispering jokes in your ear, and a robot cameraman following you around. It's wild.
It is. It's like he's living in the future.
Yeah.
And that's what's so exciting about this whole AI thing. It's not just the tech itself.
Yeah.
It's about all these new ways of thinking and creating that it makes possible.
Right. It's about changing how we see things and what it even means to be a creator.
Exactly. And Don's a perfect example. He's not just talking about AI, he's like living and breathing it.
Yeah.
He's showing us that we can all be these modern storytellers,
Right.
empowered by AI.
It all circles back to stories, doesn't it? Like no matter what tools or technology we're using, it's that human connection that really matters.
Oh, for sure. AI can help us like polish our stories, make the visuals better, and even reach more people. But at the heart of it all,
Yeah.
it's the human part that gives a story its power.
It's like those campfire stories we used to tell as kids.
Right.
It wasn't about special effects or anything.
Right.
It was just about being together and connecting with each other.
And that's what we have to remember with all this AI stuff. It's not about losing that human touch.
Yeah.
It's about making it stronger, using these tools to tell stories that really move people and inspire them.
So how do we do that? How do we embrace this AI revolution without losing that human connection?
That's something Don thinks about a lot. He wants creators to see AI as a partner, a collaborator in the creative process. He believes that AI can help us do things we couldn't do before,
Right.
unlock these new possibilities, and help us tell stories that are more impactful and more real.
So it's about choosing the right tool for the job,
Yeah.
understanding what AI can and can't do, and using it strategically to really bring your vision to life.
Exactly. It's about being smart and ethical, making sure we're not letting the tech control the story.
Right. So it's about us being in control, not the other way around.
Yeah. Exactly. We're like the conductor of our own creative orchestra. AI is just one of the instruments, but it's our heart that makes the music.
I like that. This whole world of AI and creativity is so fascinating and complex. And it feels like we're just getting started.
Oh, yeah. There's so much more to explore.
And who better to lead the way than Don Allen Stevenson III?
Yeah, he's a real pioneer.
He's not just showing us what's possible, he's making us imagine what could be.
He is. He's inspiring us to really embrace the unknown and write the next chapter in the story of human creativity.
It's like a call to action for all of us to dive into this new world with curiosity
Yeah.
and a willingness to push those boundaries. Who knows what stories we'll tell, what worlds we'll create when we really unleash our imagination with AI.
That's the exciting part. The future's wide open, and we have the tools to shape it,
Yeah.
to tell stories that make a difference and connect with people. It's a really amazing time to be a storyteller.
Absolutely.
And with AI on our side, the possibilities are endless.
It's really cool to hear how Don's using AI to do all this stuff. But I gotta admit, I'm still a little bit hesitant about this whole AI agent thing.
Yeah.
Giving AI that much control, especially with my money.
Oh, yeah. I get it. It's a big step to trust AI with something that important.
Yeah.
But Don's whole thing is about taking it slow and setting those boundaries.
Okay.
He really stresses how important it is to be transparent and in control with AI agents.
So it's not about handing over everything.
Yeah.
It's more about setting those limits and permissions. Like we do with any other financial tool, right?
Exactly. Don actually sees a future where we can customize our AI agents to match our values and how much risk we're okay with.
Oh,
It's like training a personal assistant, teaching them your habits and how you want them to make decisions.
that makes me feel a little better about it. But there's always that little voice in the back of my head that's like, what if it goes rogue? Like that whole sci-fi thing where the AI takes over.
That's a totally fair concern. And Don actually talks about that a lot. He thinks it's super important to have open conversations about AI. you know, between the people making it, the people in charge of the rules, and like everyone else,
Yeah.
to make sure we're developing and using these AI agents responsibly.
So basically being proactive and thinking ahead about the risks.
Right. And putting safeguards in place to prevent them.
So it's like finding that balance between innovating and being responsible,
Yeah,
between pushing the limits but not crossing any lines.
exactly. It's about realizing that what we do has consequences, both for us as creators and for everyone who uses this tech.
Right. It's about asking those tough questions and having those discussions.
Yeah.
So we can create a future where AI is helping us, not the other way around.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It's a reminder that we're not just watching this AI thing happen. We
Yeah.
have a say in it. We have a responsibility to speak up and help shape the future we want.
That's a powerful message. And Don's work really shows that. He's not just building the tools.
Yeah.
He's out there talking about what it all means.
He is.
You know, the ethics, the risks, the big picture stuff. He's showing us that we can be innovative and responsible at the same time.
And that's a really important message. So where do we go from here? What's next?
That's a great question. Where do we go from here? What's the next chapter in this whole AI story?
Well, Don thinks the next big thing is making AI a seamless part of our lives, you know, in a way that feels natural and helpful. He sees a future where AI agents know what we need before we even ask.
Wow.
And they help us reach our goals, all while respecting our values and choices.
It sounds kind of like a utopia, but it also feels like it could actually happen.
It could. The technology is moving so fast. The key, like Don says, is to be both optimistic and cautious.
Right.
You know, excited about the possibilities, but also thinking critically about what could go wrong.
So embracing the future, but not being naive about it?
Exactly. And that's a great way to wrap up this whole deep dive. You know, it's about being open to the amazing things AI can do, but also being aware of the potential downsides. It's about pushing the limits of what's possible while still remembering what makes us human.
It's about shaping a future where AI and human creativity work together
Yeah.
to make the world a smarter, more creative, and ultimately more human place.
I think Don would agree with that.
Yeah.
And if his story is anything to go by, that future is closer than we think.
And if you want another AI dope deep dive, check this next video and ask yourself, how lucky are we to live in these AI dope times?
Imagine AI using your notes, your files, and the entire web to answer questions your way. That's Perplexity Spaces, taking personalized research to a new level. Stick around because by the end, you'll know how to supercharge your workflow and what makes it pure AI dope.
Ever wish you had a research assistant, but like one who could pull not just from the entire internet, but also from, you know, that one note you jotted down 3 months ago or that PDF buried in your downloads folder.
Yeah.
We're talking about AI that gets you specifically. And guess what? That future might be closer than you think.
It is an interesting shift. Most AI search tools, they thrive on public data, right? So they can tell you what's trending or what the majority thinks. But tapping into your unique context, that's been a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, it's like trying to bake a cake with online recipes, but you can't remember what's in your pantry.
Exactly.
Thankfully, Perplexity.ai is tackling this with their new feature, Spaces.
Perplexity has essentially, well, they've merged their already robust AI search engine with the ability to upload your own files, up to 50 in fact.
Wow.
Think of it as giving the AI access to your own personal knowledge vault, so documents, notes, anything relevant.
So let's say you're planning that dream trip to, I don't know, Japan and Australia. Quite the adventure. You want to pack right, not just for the weather, but for the culture and your itinerary. Usually you'd hit up packing list sites, check the forecast, maybe dig up old travel notes.
Exactly, yeah. With Perplexity Spaces, though, you can seamlessly weave in those old itineraries, past packing lists, even those travel journal entries about what worked or disastrously didn't on previous trips.
Oh, that's smart.
Right.
Hold on, it gets even better. Perplexity doesn't just vaguely consider your files. It lets you choose which AI model to use, like GPT-4 or Claude.
Okay.
Now, for those who aren't swimming in the AI pool every day, GPT-4 is known for its creative writing, while Claude shines in analysis. It's like picking the right spice for your dish.
And just like you wouldn't use a meat cleaver to dice an onion, you can tailor your AI tool to the task at hand. Let's say you're looking at contractor proposals for a home renovation. You wouldn't just want a summary. You'd want it to compare bids against your budget and flag any hidden fees.
So you're telling me I can tell Perplexity, hey, analyze this like a hawk eyeing its prey, focusing on cost breakdowns.
Precisely. Or, going back to that big trip, you could say, help me build a packing list that factors in local customs for my travel journal, but prioritizes lightweight gear because I'm on the move. You're essentially training the AI to think like you, prioritize like you. How cool is that?
That's incredibly cool. But it made me think, what are the real differences between these AI models? Why wouldn't I just always use the most powerful one?
Great question. While more advanced models like GPT-4 can handle a wider range of tasks, sometimes a more focused model like Claude, which excels at search and analysis, might be a better fit. It's all about picking the right tool for the job.
So it's about choosing the model based on its strengths, not just its overall power. That makes a lot of sense.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's bring it back to Perplexity Spaces and some of its other features. What else can this thing do?
Well, Perplexity Spaces isn't just about individual files, it's about how those files interact with the vast knowledge on the internet. You can tell it to search only your uploads, only the web, or, and this is where it gets really interesting, both.
Okay.
It's like your personal knowledge base just got a turbocharged internet connection.
Okay, so my files are talking to the entire internet now. That's kind of mind-blowing. But how does that actually help me, the user, in a tangible way?
Imagine you're researching the history of a particular neighborhood.
Okay.
So you could upload old maps, property records, maybe even handwritten letters from past residents. Now, instead of just summarizing those documents, Perplexity can actually identify key locations, names, and events, and then use that information to conduct this hyper-relevant web search, pulling in articles, images, and even oral histories that you'd never find with a generic search engine.
Whoa, so it's not just finding needles in a haystack. It's like the AI is creating a whole new hyper-focused haystack specifically for me.
Exactly. And, because knowledge is often a shared endeavor, Perplexity Spaces are also collaborative. You can invite up to 10 collaborators to a space, allowing you to share files, research findings, and even have this shared AI-powered research session.
Wow, that's amazing for teams working on a project or even just for families planning a trip. Everyone's on the same page, literally. But let's say I've done all this incredible research. Usually the next step is the dreaded copy and paste marathon into a presentation, an article, whatever I'm working on.
Well, get ready to retire that old copy-paste thumb because Perplexity has another trick up its sleeve. It's called Perplexity Pages, and it integrates seamlessly with Spaces. Essentially, you can take your research within a space and turn it directly into a polished blog post with, like, a few clicks.
Wait, so instead of me wrangling all that info into a document, Perplexity, formats it, structures it, even adds images.
Precisely. It streamlines that often cumbersome process of moving from information gathering to actually sharing your findings. Now, it's important to note that right now, Perplexity Pages is still finding its feet in terms of integrating with other websites. You can't directly publish a page to your WordPress site, for example.
Yeah, I did notice in the material that wider website integration isn't quite there yet, which makes sense. It's still a relatively new feature.
It is, but the fact that Perplexity Pages are already starting to pop up in Google search results independently suggests they're getting serious about expanding their reach.
That's a great sign. It sounds like they're really trying to make this a tool for sharing knowledge, not just gathering it.
Absolutely, and that's what makes this so exciting. We're moving beyond simple information retrieval towards something far more powerful, personalized knowledge creation and dissemination.
This has been incredibly eye-opening. But before we go fully down the AI rabbit hole, let's do a quick recap for our listeners. We started by imagining this AI research assistant that knows not just the internet, but also us, our files, our quirks, our past trips to Japan.
Right.
Perplexity.ar Spaces might just be that dream coming true.
It's true. We talked about how Spaces lets you upload personal files, choose the best AI model for the job.
Yeah.
Whether it's creative GPT-4 or analytical Claude, or even craft instructions so the AI kind of gets your style, you know what I mean?
Right, like tell it to analyze those contractor bids like a forensic accountant, not just a casual browser.
Exactly, yeah.
And then there's that mind-bending combined search, My Notes, and the entire web having a chat to answer my very specific questions.
It's pretty wild. And let's not forget Perplexity Pages. It's like having your research auto-magically transformed into a shareable blog post.
Boom.
Still some work to be done on wider integration, but hey, even Google's noticing them, so that's promising.
It really does feel like a huge leap from AI, just like finding information to it, helping us understand and use that info in a way that's tailored to us.
100%. It really begs the question, what could you achieve with this kind of personalized research? What problem have you been trying to solve where your own knowledge combined with AI could make a breakthrough?
Ooh, I like that.
Right.
I know I'm already plotting how to organize like years of writing notes with this. Imagine Perplexity suggesting plot twists based on both my half-baked ideas and its analysis of, I don't know, successful thrillers.
Now that's an exciting application. It speaks to the potential of Perplexity Spaces to not just, enhance research, but to actually fuel creativity in ways we're only beginning to explore.
It's true. And if you want another AI deep dive, check this next video and ask, am I really living in these AI dope times?
Over 2,500 AI experts revealed what just might be in our not-too-distant future. What's next? AI designing cities, creating music and movies, advancing science and medicine, and reshaping entire industries. Stick around because by the end, you'll know what's hype and what's truly AI dope.
All right, diving in. You sent over this beast of a research paper.
Thousands of AI authors on the future of AI.
That's the one. 2,778 AI researchers. They really spill their predictions in this thing.
It's really something.
You're talking like the entire robot think tank is weighing in on where AI is headed next. And you clearly want to know, are things moving faster than we think?
It's a goldmine, this paper. A real treasure trove of insights.
Okay.
And these aren't just any opinions. We're talking leading researchers from the top universities, the big labs, the folks who are really on the cutting edge.
So no need to worry about our toasters, like plotting world domination just yet.
Not quite.
Okay.
This is about the potential of AI to reach, even surpass, human capabilities. And the timeline on that potential, well, it might be a bit closer than a lot of people realize.
Okay, now you've got my attention.
Yeah.
The paper, it mentions some specific AI milestones.
It does.
Hit me with some of the highlights.
Well, buckle up.
Okay.
Because these researchers, they predict that within the next decade, AI could be writing chart-topping pop songs,
Wait.
building functional websites from scratch,
Wow.
even mastering video games like at superhuman level.
Hold on. AI composing a hit song. That's not just some algorithm spitting out like generic beats. That's challenging what we think of as like uniquely human creativity.
Exactly. And it makes you wonder, what happens when AI starts pushing those boundaries of art, music. It's not about replacing human artists. It's about exploring these uncharted creative territories, maybe even collaborating, to achieve something totally new.
Okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around AI songwriters.
Yeah.
But building a website, that's a whole other level of complexity.
Right. And we're not talking like basic web pages here.
Right.
The researchers, they believe AI could be building complete, like fully functional e-commerce sites within the decade.
Wow.
Handling everything, the design, functionality, secure payment processing, all of it.
Wow, that's a lot to unpack. And if that's even possible, then what about other fields? Could we see AI designing buildings, writing software, even like conducting scientific experiments?
You're thinking along the right lines. And that brings us to, I think, one of the paper's most compelling points, the sheer speed of AI learning. Okay. They use this example of AI mastering games.
Right. Yeah.
Things like Angry Birds.
Right.
Which, on the surface, it might sound kind of trivial.
Sure.
But it demonstrates this incredible ability to learn, to adapt, at a pace we've just never seen before.
Right.
So now imagine that kind of learning applied to complex fields, medicine, engineering, finance, you name it.
It's like suddenly hitting fast forward on like all of technological advancement.
Yeah.
So what are the implications of that kind of rapid progress?
That's precisely the question, isn't it? The question we need to be grappling with. Because as AI evolves at this pace, it's not just about what it can do, it's about the broader implications for everything, really.
And I'm guessing those implications come with, immense opportunity.
It's huge.
But also potential risks, right?
You're catching on quickly.
Okay.
And that's where things get really interesting, because this research paper, it doesn't shy away from exploring both the promising and the potentially, well, perilous.
All right, now I'm really on the edge of my seat. Let's dive into the deep end and explore the potential impact these researchers foresee, both the good and the potentially concerning. Okay, we've glimpsed the potential here.
Yeah.
AI composing symphonies, building these online empires,
Right.
all while mastering Angry Birds in its spare time.
Of course, gotta have hobbies.
Right. But let's get real. What do these experts say about the big picture? Is advanced AI going to be our new best friend or our worst nightmare?
Well, the good news is a majority of the researchers, we're talking around 68%, envision a future where advanced AI, it brings more benefits than drawbacks. They really see the potential, to solve these complex problems that we've been grappling with, to drive innovation, to improve lives on a global scale.
Oh, that's reassuring.
Yeah.
But I'm hearing a but coming.
Yeah, there is one.
Okay.
While they're generally optimistic, these experts, they aren't sugarcoating the potential downsides.
Okay.
Nearly 60% acknowledge a non-trivial chance, and those are their words, not mine, of some extremely negative outcomes,
Like what?
including something they explicitly call human extinction.
Okay. Wow, that took a dark turn. So even the optimists, they see a possibility of things going very wrong. What are they most concerned about?
Yeah, and it's more nuanced than like a simple robot uprising.
Okay.
One concern that emerges is the potential for AI to rapidly self-improve. So imagine you have this AI system, it reaches a certain level of intelligence, and then it can design and create even more advanced versions of itself,
Right.
quickly outpacing our ability to understand or even control what it's doing.
That's the intelligence explosion idea, right?
Yeah.
AI going from building websites to basically like an uncontrollable superintelligence.
Precisely. And while it sounds like something out of, science fiction, a significant portion of these researchers, about 40%, they believe there's at least a 10% chance of it happening.
10%, that's not insignificant.
No, not at all. To put that in perspective, imagine like a 1 in 10 chance of winning the lottery. But instead of a cash prize, we're talking about AI potentially surpassing human intelligence. And in the blink of an eye.
Okay, yeah, I see why that has them worried.
Yeah.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works. Always growing. Live Google Sheet. Always free. AI dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
So it's not just about AI like turning evil.
Right.
Right. It's about it becoming so intelligent so rapidly that we lose control.
It's the control problem, exactly.
Okay. What kind of consequences are they envisioning?
Well, one concern is unintended consequences.
Okay.
So imagine you have an AI system, it's tasked with, say, solving climate change.
Okay.
It might devise a solution that, to its super intelligent mind seems perfectly logical, even elegant,
Right.
but it has these unforeseen and potentially catastrophic consequences for humanity.
Like deciding that the best way to reduce carbon emissions is to, well, let's just say I'm glad we're not relying on AI for environmental policy just yet.
Yeah, I think it's a while off, and
Okay.
it's not just these existential risks that worry them. The survey, it highlights concerns about AI-driven misinformation, manipulation of public opinion, even the potential for, say, authoritarian regimes to exploit AI for their own purposes.
So a lot to be excited about, for sure.
Absolutely,
But also a lot to be cautious of.
without a doubt.
Where do we even begin to address these challenges?
Well, I think the first step is acknowledging them, which is, of course, what these researchers are doing.
Right.
Over 70% believe we need to significantly ramp up research into AI safety, essentially establishing safeguards to ensure that AI development, it benefits humanity,
Okay.
not harms it.
So it's like knowing a storm is brewing, we can either hope for the best or we can start, battening down the hatches.
Right.
But how do we prepare for something as unpredictable as the future of AI?
It's tricky, but I think it boils down to proactive and responsible development. We need to prioritize ethical considerations. We need to ensure transparency, accountability, and we need to foster this open dialogue, a really thoughtful dialogue about the potential impact of AI on society as a whole.
So it sounds like this isn't just a conversation for AI researchers, it's a conversation for everyone.
Absolutely. And that's a perfect segue to our final point.
Okay.
This research, it isn't about abstract concepts.
Right.
It's about the future we're all shaping together.
We've covered a lot of ground here. AI writing hit songs, the potential for this intelligence explosion, and we talked about the profound impact that this could have on all of our lives.
Yeah.
But as we kind of reach the end of our deep dive here, what are the key takeaways? What do we want our listener to walk away with?
I think the biggest takeaway, the most important message, is that the future of AI, it isn't predetermined. You know, it's not set in stone.
Right.
It's something that we're all creating right now through the choices we're making, the conversations we're having. And it's about asking not just, what can AI do, but what do we want AI to do?
So it's about shaping the trajectory to align with our values, our aspirations, all of that.
Yeah.
How do we even begin to do that?
It starts with awareness. Understanding, like really getting a grasp on the potential benefits, sure, but also the risks of AI. This research paper, it gives us this amazing glimpse into the minds of these leading experts.
It does.
You see their excitement, but you also see their concerns. It's about taking those insights and having these open, honest conversations about the kind of future that we're all walking towards.
We've talked about AI's potential, right, to revolutionize industries, enhance our creativity, maybe even solve some of our toughest problems. But we've also talked about the potential downsides, those unintended consequences, the importance of ethics, all of that. How do we balance these two things, the excitement of innovation with a need to be responsible to think these things through?
That's the million-dollar question, right? It's a balancing act. There's no doubt about that. It requires constant dialogue and collaboration between the people developing AI, policymakers, and most importantly, the public.
Right.
Because this impacts everyone. It's about ensuring transparency, right? That what we're doing is out in the open. It's about establishing these ethical guidelines, almost like, a code of conduct, so to speak. And it's about fostering this sense of shared responsibility for what we're creating.
So it's not just about building smarter machines, it's about building a smarter future.
Exactly.
One where AI empowers us, all of us, but it doesn't compromise our values or jeopardize the future.
Well said. It's about harnessing this incredible power to make a more equitable, a more sustainable, a better world, really, for everyone. And that takes work. It takes education, dialogue, and really thoughtful engagement from all of us.
This deep dive has been incredible. We've really gone deep. And we've explored, I think, the incredible potential of AI, but also, like we said, confronted some of the potential downsides, some unsettling possibilities. What's the one thing, if you could boil it down, that you hope our listener takes away from this conversation?
If there's just one thing, it's that the future of AI, it's not written in stone. It's a future we have the power to shape. And the more informed we are, the more engaged we are, the better our chances of getting it right.
And if you want another AI dope deep dive, check this next video and ask yourself, how lucky are we to live in these AI dope times?
AI writing legal briefs, solving grad-level science exams, and reasoning like a human. OpenAI's new O1 model is changing everything from how we work to how we think. Stick around because by the end, you'll see how this changes everything and what makes it AI dope.
Ready to have your mind blown?
Always.
Good, because today we're talking about AI, but not just any AI. We're talking about the kind of AI that feels like it's ripped straight out of a sci-fi movie. AI evolving so rapidly, it's almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it really does feel like that, doesn't it? This isn't just some futuristic fantasy anymore.
No, not at all. And to help us wrap our heads around it, we've got some incredible insights from OpenAI's very own CPO, Kevin Weil. He's on the front lines of this AI revolution, and let me tell you, what he's got to share is both exciting and a little bit, well, intimidating.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Lay it on me. What's got you so hyped up?
Well, imagine a world where AI isn't just answering your questions, it's learning how to reason, problem solve, even get creative, all on its own.
Hold on. Are we talking about truly independent thinking machines here? Because that's a whole other level.
That's exactly what we're talking about. And according to Weil, it's happening faster than any of us could have imagined.
Yeah.
He actually called it this constantly evolving technology floor, which I thought was such a fascinating way to put it.
Technology floor, huh? I like that. It really captures that sense of constant shifting, never quite knowing what to expect next.
Exactly. And the more we dig into it, the more you realize we're not just talking about incremental improvements here. We're talking about fundamental shifts in how AI works, how it's developed, and ultimately how it's going to impact every single aspect of our lives.
Okay, I'm hooked, but before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's break it down. What specifically has Kevin Weil so, well, mind blown about the current state of AI?
So one of the things that really struck me was when he talked about how even OpenAI is constantly being surprised by what their new models can do. It's like they're building these incredibly complex systems, and then even they're amazed by the results.
That's both exciting and a little unnerving, right? Like, if the creators are surprised, where does that leave the rest of us?
Right, but it also speaks to how quickly this field is advancing. Weil actually used this analogy of distilling large AI models into smaller, specialized ones, which I thought was super interesting.
Okay, so for those of us who aren't fluent in AI jargon, break that down for me. What does distilling AI models even mean?
So imagine you have this massive Swiss Army knife, right? With every tool you could possibly need, all packed into one.
Got it. The classic multi-tool.
Exactly. Now imagine taking that massive knife and creating smaller, more specialized tools from it. A scalpel for surgery, a saw for woodworking, you name it. That's essentially what OpenAI is doing, creating AI tools tailored for specific tasks.
Okay, that makes sense. So instead of one giant AI to rule them all, they're creating these smaller, more specialized AIs that can really excel in specific areas.
Precisely, and that's what's making them so incredibly powerful and efficient.
Okay, so we've got an AI that's constantly evolving and AI that's becoming more specialized. What else? What other surprises does Kevin Weil have up his sleeve?
Well, how about AI that can speak multiple languages fluently in real time?
Wait, are we talking universal translator levels of fluency here?
You better believe it. And it's not just some theoretical concept either. Weil shared this story about how he was actually in Seoul and Tokyo meeting with customers and hit a bit of a language barrier naturally.
Happens to the best of us, even in the age of AI.
Right. But instead of fumbling with a phrase book or relying on someone else to translate, he just whips out his phone, tells ChatGPT to be his translator, and bam, instant, seamless communication.
No way, it actually worked.
Worked like a charm. Switching between English, Korean, and Japanese, all in real time, like something out of Star Trek.
Okay, now that's what I'm talking about. That's not just some cool party trick. That's a glimpse into a future where communication barriers could actually become a thing of the past. It really is incredible. The potential here is huge. I mean, think about it. Travel, business, diplomacy, the possibilities are pretty much endless.
It's like we're on the verge of a whole new era of human connection. But hold on, because it gets even wilder. Remember we were talking about AI learning how to reason like a human?
Yeah, definitely not forgetting that anytime soon.
Well, get ready to have your mind blown again, because OpenAI's new model, O1, is taking that concept to a whole new level.
Zo1, okay, I've heard whispers about this one. Something about it being a total game changer, but I haven't quite wrapped my head around it yet. What makes it so different from, all the other AI models out there?
Well, imagine this. Instead of just recognizing patterns in massive data sets, which is how a lot of AI models work, O1 actually develops and tests hypotheses behind the scenes.
Hold on, are you saying it's actually thinking through problems like a human brain?
That's exactly what we're talking about. Picture O1 running thousands of simulations in the background, testing different approaches, learning from its mistakes, and ultimately arriving at a solution.
Okay, that's pretty amazing, but how powerful are we talking here? Can it really compete with, human intelligence?
Well, get this. According to Weil, when they tested O1 on graduate-level science exams, it consistently scored higher than 90% of actual grad students.
Whoa, hold on. It's outperforming humans in highly specialized fields. Now, that's impressive.
Right. And it's not just about acing exams either.
Yeah.
The Weil gave this crazy example of O1 writing complex legal briefs in minutes, tasks that would take even a seasoned lawyer hours to complete.
Okay, so now we're talking serious productivity boost. I can see why lawyers everywhere would be lining up for this, but I'm guessing the implications go way beyond just the legal field, right?
Oh, absolutely. We're talking potential scientific breakthroughs, revolutionary coding solutions, even creative writing that could redefine literature. It's kind of mind-boggling.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
So let me get this straight. We've gone from AI that can translate languages to AI that can write legal briefs and maybe even compose symphonies. Where does it end?
That's the exciting part we don't really know yet. But Weil, he seems to think this is just the tip of the iceberg.
So what's next then? What's his grand vision for the future of AI?
Well, he believes we're moving beyond these simple question and answer interactions with AI and into a world where AI is more like a highly skilled collaborator.
Okay, a collaborator. Now that's interesting. How so?
Imagine this. You brief your AI on a project, could be anything, a marketing campaign, a software design, whatever, and it just takes it from there. Figures out the steps, checks in periodically, and then ultimately delivers the final product.
So instead of just being a tool, AI becomes more like a teammate working alongside us.
Exactly. And that's a complete game changer, which is why Weil says this new era demands a fundamental shift in thinking, especially for developers.
Okay, I'm all ears. What kind of shift are we talking about here?
Well, his advice, which I thought was kind of counterintuitive at first, was to focus on the tasks AI can't quite do yet.
Really? So not on where it excels, but on where it falls short. That's an interesting approach.
Right. But his thinking is those are the areas ripe for disruption, the limitations that are just waiting to be shattered.
So it's about identifying those gaps and then pushing AI further to break through those barriers. That's exciting.
Absolutely. And Weil argues that the future belongs to those who are willing to embrace this constant evolution, to constantly be asking, what if? And using AI as a partner in exploration.
I like that. Embracing the unknown, pushing the boundaries. It's what makes this field so dynamic and, frankly, a little bit terrifying.
Speaking of terrifying, all this talk of AI becoming more powerful, more autonomous, it's got to raise some red flags, right?
Absolutely. I mean, what about the ethical implications of all this? We can't just ignore those.
Exactly. Are we creating a world where AI runs amok, makes its own decisions, good or bad? It's a valid concern.
It is, and it's something OpenAI is taking very seriously. They've actually published something called a model spec.
A model spec?
Yeah.
Sounds a little technical.
Yeah, it's basically a set of guidelines they're using to shape the behavior of their AI to try to ensure it's aligned with, human values.
Okay, so like a moral compass for AI, interesting. But how do you teach ethics to an algorithm? That seems like a tall order.
It's a huge challenge for sure, and it's an ongoing process. But what I found encouraging was that OpenAI seems committed to transparency and collaboration on this front.
So they're not just holding up in a lab building super intelligent AI in a vacuum. No, they've actually made the model spec open for public comment. So they're actively seeking feedback from all sorts of different voices on how to responsibly steer this technology.
Okay, so they're acknowledging that we're all in this together, that the best way to navigate this new frontier is through open dialogue and a shared commitment to ethical development.
Exactly. And that actually brings us back to something Weil said about treating AI almost like another human, with the same considerations for communication and collaboration.
So figuring out how to interact with AI in a way that feels natural and intuitive.
Precisely. Think voice commands, visual inputs, maybe even augmented reality interfaces. The goal is to make interacting with AI as seamless as possible, almost like having a conversation with a colleague.
Okay, I like where this is going. Making AI more approachable, more human-centric, that makes a lot of sense.
And it's not just about quick chats either. We're talking about AI potentially collaborating with us on projects that could last for days, weeks, even months.
So how do we design AI systems that can manage those long-term collaborations? It's one thing to have a quick chat. It's another to work side by side on a complex project.
Right. And it's a delicate balance between giving AI the autonomy to do its thing and providing the right level of oversight to make sure, we're all on the same page.
It's almost like we're talking about managing a team of super intelligent but still learning colleagues.
It's a great way to put it. And like any good manager, we need to provide clear instructions, set realistic expectations, and be prepared to course correct along the way.
And maybe slip in a digital donut every now and then for a job well done. Just kidding. Or maybe not. Who knows what the future holds? But seriously, all this talk about AI's potential is exciting, but I'm wondering, what about some concrete examples? What are some of the real-world applications we might see in the near future?
One thing that surprised Weil is how personalized AI tutors haven't really taken off yet.
Oh, yeah. Actually, now that you mention it, it seems like such a natural fit for AI.
I mean, everybody learns a little differently. So this idea of having an AI tutor that can adapt to your learning style and give you instant feedback and be available 24/7, it's kind of mind-blowing that it's not already like everywhere,
Yeah, it really speaks to the potential AI has, not just to disrupt industries, but to really transform lives.
Exactly.
And especially for people who maybe, don't have access to the best teachers or the best learning resources,
Right.
it could be huge for education.
Yeah, absolutely. It could really level the playing field.
Exactly. And even beyond education, think about AI-powered healthcare.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Providing personalized medical advice or treatment plans, or even AI-driven financial tools that could help people manage their money.
It's like having a team of experts, like, in your back pocket, available whenever you need them. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and it's understandable if it feels a little overwhelming to think about.
Oh, absolutely. It definitely does.
But Volley ended on a note of, I think, cautious optimism. He sees AI as a tool that, when used responsibly, really does have the potential to unlock some incredible human progress.
So he's saying, yeah, there are risks, but we can't let those overshadow the potential benefits.
Exactly. We have to dream big. Look at these advancements, not with fear, but with a sense of possibility.
Yeah, I like that.
He actually left us with this thought. He said, if you're not at least a little bit intimidated by what AI might be capable of in the near future, you're probably not thinking big enough.
Wow, that's a great line.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to steal that one.
Go for it.
And if you want another AI deep dive, check this next video and ask, am I really living in these AI dope times? Thinking about launching an AI business? It's easier than ever. We're talking rapid testing, instant feedback, and tools that practically build your software for you. Stick around to learn how to turn ideas into income, and one twist at the end you won't want to miss.
It's like we're living in a sci-fi flick these days, right?
Yeah.
AI is everywhere you look, and the film industry is definitely feeling the tremors.
It really is.
So buckle up for a deep dive into Octavia Sheepshank's article from Unheard, Why Shouldn't AI Write a Film?
Yeah, it's a great read.
We're talking about robots, creativity, and the future of movies. Let's go.
What grabs you right off the bat with Sheepshanks is she doesn't shy away from all the AI anxiety that's out there. She tackles it head on.
Yeah, seems like everyone's freaking out a little.
Exactly, but then she throws this curveball by bringing up Roald Dahl's The Great Automatic Grammatizator.
Oh, I remember that story.
Yeah.
A machine that just pumps out novels like nobody's business.
That's the one. It's like that age-old fear of robots taking over, but this time it's coming for our stories.
Makes you wonder if screenwriters should be updating their resumes.
Right. But here's the thing. Sheepshanks doesn't just stop at the fear-mongering. She takes us straight to the front lines with The Last Screenwriter.
Now, that title doesn't exactly scream optimism.
Not really. It's actually the first ever AI-written film, directed by Peter Louisi. And the plot, talk about meta.
Okay, let me guess. It's about a screenwriter who realizes AI is about to make him obsolete.
You got it. But here's the kicker. The film itself wasn't the bombshell. It was the utter chaos that erupted around it.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
People lost their minds over an AI-written movie.
Big time. Imagine this. The premiere, all set to go at the Prince Charles Cinema in London.
Fancy.
Total cancellation. The backlash was off the charts.
Oof, sounds messy.
It was. People were furious, accusing the cinema of, betraying human artistry and all that.
Wow, so did The Last Screenwriter ever actually, get screened?
Eventually, yeah, at a different venue. But that whole debacle just proves the point Sheepshanks is making.
Yeah.
Instead of actually talking about AI's potential in film, we jump to fear and knee-jerk reactions.
Yeah, I get that. It's easy to hit the panic button. But let's be real. People's careers are on the line here. If AI can write a screenplay, what's next? Directing. Editing.
It's a valid concern. And Sheepshanks dives into how AI is already infiltrating different parts of filmmaking, from writing to actually generating those crazy visuals we see on screen. And get this.
I'm intrigued. Hit me.
Remember that Ashley Madison documentary on Netflix?
The one about the dating site. Yeah, vaguely. Why?
Well, they used AI to create some of the visuals, and, well, let's just say the results were interesting. Sheepshanks talks about how some of the images were just laughably bad.
Like what? Give me the good stuff.
Think women sipping wine from these tiny, tiny glasses. Or limbs bending in ways that would make a contortionist blush.
Okay, that's both hilarious and a little disturbing. So we've got this AI-written film causing a massive uproar, and then AI is quietly sneaking into mainstream productions with, let's say, mixed results.
Yeah.
Feels like we're living in an episode of Black Mirror.
Right, so you've got the film industry wrestling with all these massive ethical questions about AI-generated stuff. Take the Writers Guild of America, for example. They're now saying studios have to pay writers who edit AI-generated scripts as if they were the sole authors.
So it's like acknowledging AI is in the writer's room, even if it's not getting a fancy credit at the end.
Exactly. But then you've got studios like Netflix just casually using AI for visuals without much fanfare, and often with some pretty questionable results. It's this bizarre disconnect.
Like we're afraid to admit how much AI is already involved.
Right, maybe, because then we actually have to deal with the complicated question.
And that's exactly the point, isn't it?
It is. Sheepshanks is pushing us to stop dancing around the issue and really engage with AI in a meaningful way.
Time to face the music. Or maybe the AI-generated soundtrack.
Exactly.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
So are we doomed to a future of controversial AI blockbusters and, well, weird-looking Netflix documentaries?
Not necessarily. Sheepshanks actually throws us a bit of an optimistic curveball here.
Okay, I like curveballs. Tell me more.
She talks about this short film, The Future Can Be Yours. They used AI in a really cool way, actually.
Yeah.
The filmmakers, they were working with a super tight budget. And they used AI to create these really stunning visuals, stuff they could have never done with traditional methods.
So instead of AI being the enemy, it's like this secret weapon for indie filmmakers.
Exactly. It totally flips the script on this whole AI as a threat narrative. Sheepshanks makes a great point. Creativity isn't this limited resource.
Right.
AI could actually democratize filmmaking, give more people the tools to tell their stories no matter how much money they have.
I'm into it. So it's not about AI versus humans. It's about AI helping humans tell better stories.
Exactly. It even goes deeper. Someone, Sheepshanks quotes, they called it a new wave of filmmaking, almost like this experimental playground.
Okay, now I'm getting excited. But we do have to address the elephant in the room. The ethical stuff. We talked about the Writers Guild and AI scripts, but what about the big picture?
Yeah, and Sheepshanks is a big advocate for transparency. If studios are using AI, viewers should know about it.
Makes sense.
And then we can actually start having those tough conversations about ethical AI in the creative process.
It does make you wonder, though, what counts as using AI. Like, if a screenwriter uses an AI tool, is that really that different from using a thesaurus or doing research online? It's all kind of blurry now, isn't it?
Totally. And that's what makes this whole discussion so interesting, I think. AI is forcing us to rethink these really fundamental ideas about creativity and authorship.
Like, where's the line between human and machine?
Exactly.
So, like, AI is holding up a mirror to our own creative processes. Makes you really think about what it means to be an artist in this day and age.
That's it. And that kind of introspection is really valuable, I think.
It's like AI is making us rethink the whole definition of creativity, you know?
Yeah, totally.
It's bigger than just who or what writes the script. It's about pushing the boundaries of how we tell stories.
That's a really good point. And Sheepshanks hits on something else that's really important. The whole idea of AI actually making storytelling more diverse.
Oh, absolutely. We've talked about the anxieties, but what about AI being a force for good? What about the opportunities?
Exactly. Think about it. AI could really break down barriers, give a platform to voices and stories that we never get to hear.
It's like, instead of just a few big shots in Hollywood deciding what stories get told, AI could level the playing field, right? Make it more inclusive.
Right. Imagine aspiring filmmakers all over the world with just a smartphone and some AI tools sharing their vision. It's kind of exciting.
I'm totally there.
Yeah.
So we're not talking about replacing human creativity. We're talking about making it bigger, giving more people a voice.
Exactly. And that's why this whole conversation is so important. It's not about AI being good or bad. It's about seeing both sides, the good and the bad, and figuring out a way forward.
So where does that leave us? What's the takeaway for everyone listening who's probably thinking, okay, this is cool, but is it the end of the world?
I think the biggest thing is to stay curious and stay critical. Don't be afraid to ask the hard questions. AI has the power to change everything.
For sure.
Embrace that potential, but don't forget about the ethical stuff either.
Find that balance. Human creativity meets AI. Who knows what we could achieve?
Exactly. And maybe this whole thing with AI and art will actually teach us more about ourselves, about what it means to be human.
Now that's a thought. If a machine can make art, what does that say about us? It's a good question to leave everyone with. And if you want another AI deep dive, check this next video and ask, am I really living in these AI dope times?
Robots building cars, AI creating movies, and questions no one's ready to answer. Today we dive into the power and the danger of AI. Stick around, and by the end, you'll know what's hype and what's pure AI dope.
Okay, picture this. You walk into a factory. But hold on, not just any factory.
Yeah, what's different about this one?
Instead of all those human workers, you see, like all of these humanoid robots just smoothly putting cars together, it's kind of freaky how human-like their movements are.
It does sound like a scene ripped right out of a sci-fi movie.
But it's not sci-fi, it's actually happening.
Oh, wow, really? Where?
Companies like Figure.ai are making this a reality right now.
Figure.ai, huh? I've heard the name.
What I find fascinating is their whole approach. They're basically taking OpenAI's GPT, you might know it as the brains behind ChatGPT, and like giving it a real body.
So hold on, it's not just lines of code anymore. They're actually making it, like, physical.
Exactly. It's like they're taking that intelligence from the digital world and bringing it into the real world. And get this, they haven't skimped on the details either.
What do you mean?
These robots, they have hands that could do all sorts of complicated stuff. They've got legs so they can move around all over the place. And they even have eyes that can, like, recognize different things.
What? Seriously?
Yeah. Think about it. These robots can tell the difference between an apple and a cup just like we can.
That's crazy. It's like science fiction is becoming reality right in front of us.
Right. And remember how I mentioned they're already working in car manufacturing?
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that.
Well, it makes total sense when you think about it. Car manufacturing is a lot of repetitive, really precise tasks, and that's where robots totally shine.
That's true. Humans can get tired or make mistakes, but robots, not so much.
But then it makes you think, what happens to all the human workers if robots become super common?
Right, like what about all the jobs?
It's a big question. Some people think this kind of automation is going to lead to a ton of job losses,
Makes sense, I can definitely see that.
while other people believe it will create like a whole bunch of new opportunities,
Oh, interesting. Like what?
They say this could free up humans to focus on things that require more creativity and strategy, stuff robots can't do.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It feels like we're at this crazy crossroads where it's getting harder and harder to tell what's sci-fi and what's real. And speaking of blurring lines, what about this whole idea of AI writing movies? That's got to be freaking out people in Hollywood.
You think? I'm not so sure.
I mean, think about it. OpenAI Sora, for example, is playing around with generating entire videos just from text prompts. Imagine typing in something like a crazy romantic drama set on a spaceship, and boom, Sora spits out an amazing trailer.
Wait, really? Is this for real?
It is. And it could totally change the entire entertainment industry. Think about independent filmmakers who don't have tons of money for a big crew. Sora could help them bring their ideas to life in ways they never could before.
So you're saying it's not just about those big budget Hollywood movies, it could actually give anyone the power to make a movie.
Exactly. It's like putting the power of filmmaking in the hands of anyone with a story to tell. And it goes way beyond just movies.
Oh yeah. Like what else?
Imagine scrolling through TikTok, and all of a sudden, you see AI-generated music videos, each one unique and made just for you. The way we watch and listen to entertainment is going to change completely.
Oh, that sounds kind of cool, I have to admit.
Right. It's exciting and a little scary all at the same time. It makes you wonder, though, what happens to the human element in all of this? Will we lose something important?
It's a valid concern, for sure.
But, like, maybe we shouldn't freak out just yet. It's important to remember, AI is a tool. It's up to us as humans to figure out how to use it.
Right, we get to decide.
It's all about finding the right balance, you
Yeah.
know, using the tech to our advantage, but also making sure we don't lose the things that make us human.
Yeah.
Creativity, empathy, all that good stuff.
Totally. It's about keeping the human touch.
And you know what? This whole conversation reminds me of something Al Annie said about this being an AI bubble.
An AI bubble, what's that?
It's like there's this crazy potential right now with AI, but also this feeling of uncertainty, like we're teetering on the edge of something we don't fully get.
Yeah, it's true. It does feel like we're on the verge of something huge, but no one knows for sure what's going to happen.
And he's not the only one who feels this way. A lot of people are comparing it to the dot-com bubble back in the late 90s. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. Everyone thought the internet was going to change everything. And, well, kind of did, but a lot of those companies crashed and burned.
Exactly. And now people are wondering, is the same thing going to happen with AI? Is all this hype just going to fizzle out?
So is that what Al Anani thinks?
Well, not exactly. He actually believes AI has way more potential than the internet ever did. But he also knows there are going to be some bumps along the way. Companies will make promises they can't keep, technologies will become outdated, and there will be consequences we didn't see coming.
Makes sense. It's like anything new, there are always growing pains.
Right. So it's not really a question of if the bubble will burst, but when.
That's a good point. And that's probably why it's so important to be careful. We need to be realistic about what AI can do and not get carried away with all the hype.
Absolutely. And we also can't forget about the ethical side of things. It's easy to get lost in all the cool stuff AI can do, but we can't ignore the risks. Like, what if it's used to do bad things?
That's a scary thought.
Or what if it makes existing inequalities even worse?
Or takes away our privacy.
Exactly. All of those are real possibilities.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works. Always growing. Live Google Sheet. Always free. AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
It feels like we're walking this crazy tightrope where on one side, we have this chance to use AI to make our lives better, to solve some of the world's biggest problems.
Right, but
then on the other side, there's this real danger that it could backfire on us. We might create something we can't control.
And that could be disastrous.
So what do we do? Where do we go from here? How can we, as everyday people, make sure AI is used for good and not for bad?
Well, that's where Alan Annie gets really interesting.
Oh, yeah. What does he say?
He talks about how important education and critical thinking are. We need to really understand how AI works, its limits, and where things could go wrong.
You mean we can't just blindly trust it?
Exactly. We need to ask tough questions, challenge what we hear, and make sure the people in charge are doing the right thing.
So it's not just about being good with technology, it's about being informed citizens.
Exactly. We need to be active participants in this AI revolution, not just passive bystanders. And there are lots of ways to get involved. There are organizations, initiatives, communities, all sorts of things dedicated to developing AI ethically. Find something that speaks to you, learn about it, join in, and make your voice heard.
That's a good point. It can feel overwhelming, but we don't have to just sit back and let it happen. We can actually do something about it.
Exactly. We all have a role to play in shaping the future of AI.
Okay, so we've got robots building cars, AI writing movies, but what about finding information in this crazy new world? How does that work?
Well, this is where things get really interesting. Alan Annie actually thinks that traditional search engines like Google are on their way out.
Seriously? Is he saying Google is going to disappear?
Well, he might have a point. Think about how we use search engines now. We type in a few words, and then what?
We get a million results,
Yeah.
and most of them aren't even what we're looking for.
Exactly, and half the time you can't even tell if the information is accurate or not.
It's true. You end up scrolling through pages and pages of links, just trying to find that one piece of information you actually need.
It's so frustrating and time-consuming. But you know what? That's where these new AI-powered search engines come in, like Perplexity AI.
Perplexity AI, what's that?
Well, instead of just matching keywords, Perplexity actually tries to understand what you're asking. It uses machine learning and reasoning to figure out what you really mean and then give you the most accurate and relevant information possible.
Oh, wow. So it's not about tricking the algorithm anymore. It's about actually getting a real answer to your question.
Exactly, and it doesn't matter how the information is presented or where it's hosted, Perplexity can find it. And that has huge implications for research, education, even how we form our opinions.
That's incredible. Imagine asking Perplexity a really complex question like, what are the ethical implications of AI in healthcare? And it could pull information from all over the place and give you a clear, unbiased overview.
Exactly. That's the kind of power we're talking about. It's like moving beyond the limitations of traditional search and entering a whole new world of information access.
That does sound amazing. But hold on a sec, doesn't this raise some red flags? Like, who controls this information? And how can we be sure that the AI algorithms aren't biased or giving us fake news?
Those are really important questions, and they're questions we need to be asking as we move forward with AI. We can't just assume that it's always going to be used for good. We need to be vigilant, critical, and make sure we're using it responsibly. But hey, before we get too deep into that, I'm curious, how does this even work? How can an AI actually sift through all that data and figure out the right answer? It sounds like magic.
Well, it's not magic, but it is pretty amazing. It all comes down to machine learning. Think of it like teaching a computer to read. but not just read, like understand information the way humans do.
So like we're teaching them to think.
Kinda. Perplexity is trained on these massive data sets of text and code.
Okay, so like all the information on the internet.
Basically, yeah. And that lets it start to see patterns, like relationships between words and concepts. It even picks up on like the little nuances in language.
So it's not just looking for keywords anymore. It's actually trying to understand the meaning behind the words.
Exactly. And get this, the more data you feed it, the smarter it gets.
It can even like start predicting what you're looking for before you even ask.
Okay, that is both seriously impressive and a little bit creepy, if I'm being honest. But let's get back to this whole AI bubble thing. What makes Alan Nannity think it's going to burst? I mean, is this like the dot-com bubble all over again?
Well, he does draw some parallels there.
Oh yeah, how so?
Remember back in the late 90s, everyone went crazy for internet companies. They thought the internet was gonna like revolutionize the world.
Yeah, and it did, to a certain extent. But a lot of those companies went belly up pretty quickly.
Exactly. And that's what he's worried about with AI. There's all this hype, all this investment, but what happens when the reality doesn't live up to the expectations?
So he's saying the same thing could happen with AI.
He's not ruling it out. I mean, he does think AI has even more potential than the internet. But he's also realistic. He knows there are going to be some bumps in the road.
Like what?
Oh, companies making promises they can't keep, technologies becoming obsolete, unintended consequences popping up left and right.
So it's not a matter of if the bubble will burst, it's more like when.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And that's why it's important to be cautious. We need to manage our expectations and focus on using AI to solve actual problems, not just chase the latest trends.
It's like, don't get lost in the hype. Focus on the substance.
Exactly. And we also need to remember the ethical implications. Like, just because we can do something with AI doesn't mean we should.
You're right. We were talking about that earlier, about the potential downsides of AI. It could be used for bad things. It could make inequality worse. It could even threaten our privacy.
It's a balancing act for sure. We want to use AI to make the world a better place, but we also need to be aware of the risks and make sure we're using it responsibly. It's like we're walking this tightrope. On one side, we have this incredible opportunity. AI could solve some of our biggest problems, improve our lives in countless ways. But then on the other side, there's this real danger that we could lose control, that we could create something that ends up hurting us.
It's a scary thought for sure.
But it's a necessary one. We can't just bury our heads in the sand and pretend the risks aren't real. We need to be having these conversations, thinking critically about the future we want to create with AI.
So where do we even start? What can we do as individuals to make sure AI is used for good?
Well, Alan Nannity talks a lot about education.
Education. Like going back to school.
Not necessarily. It's more about being informed, learning how AI works, understanding its limitations, and being able to spot potential problems.
So like being AI literate.
Exactly, and being critical thinkers. We can't just believe everything we hear about AI. We need to ask questions, challenge assumptions, and hold the people in power accountable.
You're saying we all need to become like AI watchdogs.
In a way, yeah. And we need to get involved. There are so many organizations, initiatives, and communities working on ethical AI development. Find something you care about, learn more about it, and get involved. Make your voice heard.
That's a great point. We don't have to be passive observers. We can actually help shape the future of AI. But speaking of shaping the future, you mentioned this new job, prompt engineering. You said it's going to be super important in the AI world. Can you tell us more about that? What exactly is a prompt engineer?
It's a pretty fascinating job, actually. You see all these AI tools like ChatGPT and Sora, they're incredibly powerful, but they need instructions, right?
Okay, so what does that have to do with prompt engineers?
Well, that's exactly what they do. They give the AI instructions, but not just any instructions. They craft these really specific prompts that get the AI to produce exactly what you want. It's like they're AI whisperers.
So it's like learning to speak AI's language, figuring out how to communicate with it effectively.
Exactly. It's like learning a new language with its own weird rules and quirks. And the role of prompt engineers is only going to become more important as AI gets more advanced.
Why is that?
Well, because we're going to need people who can bridge the gap between what we want the AI to do and how the AI actually does it.
So it's not just about being tech savvy, it's about understanding how to communicate with AI in a way that gets results.
Exactly. It's a mix of technical skills and creative skills. A good prompt engineer needs to think like a programmer, a writer, and a psychologist all at the same time.
Wow, that's a lot to juggle.
Yeah.
But it also sounds kind of exciting, like being on the cutting edge of something totally new.
It is exciting. And the coolest part is that it's a field that's constantly evolving. We're just starting to figure out what's possible with prompt engineering. It feels like the possibilities are endless.
That's true. But with all this change happening so fast, it's also a little overwhelming, you know? It's kind of scary to think about what the future holds.
Yeah, I get it. But we shouldn't let fear paralyze us. It's important to remember that we have a say in this. We have the power to shape the future.
Yeah, you're right. We can't just let fear take over. It's important to remember that we're not powerless in all of this. We can actually make choices that shape the future we want.
That's exactly what Al Anani is getting at, you know?
Now, what do you mean?
Well, he ends his whole piece with this really thought-provoking question.
I'm all ears. Lay it on me.
He asks, what if the real challenge of AI isn't the technology itself, but us?
Whoa. Okay, that's deep. What's he getting at with that?
He's saying that we need to take a good, hard look at ourselves. Like, what are our values? What are our biases? What are our motivations? All of that stuff matters when we're talking about building powerful AI systems.
So it's not just about making machines smarter. It's about making, like, humans better.
In a way, yeah. We have to remember that AI is a reflection of us. It's a mirror to our own humanity. It shows us who we are, both the good and the bad.
Okay, that makes sense. But it also kind of makes me wonder, what kind of legacy are we leaving behind? Like, what will people say about how we handle this whole AI thing?
That is the question, isn't it? And honestly, there's no easy answer.
Yeah, I guess not.
But I do think that if we approach AI with humility, you know, and with ambition too, but also with this sense of responsibility and a commitment to doing things the right way ethically,
Right.
then maybe, just maybe, we can create a future where AI actually helps humanity instead of hurting it.
Man, I hope so. That's definitely a future worth fighting for.
And if you want another AI deep dive, check this next video and ask, am I really living in these AI dope times? Building a business used to take months, even years. Now, with AI, you can validate and launch in weeks. Today, we'll show you how to go from zero to profitable with tools that are pure AI dope.
Ever feel like building a business?
It's a gamble, like you're going all in on an idea and hoping for the best.
Yeah, it used to be that way. You'd pour your heart into something, spend months, maybe even years developing it, and then cross your fingers and hope the market agreed.
And so many times it's like, crickets, you know?
Right, and that's the thing that's so exciting now. You can essentially de-risk the whole process. It's about flipping the script. Instead of building and then hoping, you're validating the demand up front.
Okay, so no more flying blind. I love it. We're diving into two incredible paths you can take with AI to go from zero to launched and profitable. The first path is all about rapidly testing software ideas.
Think of it like a digital litmus test for your business idea.
So let's say I have this amazing idea for a new app. Where do I even begin?
Tools like ChatGPT, especially with its advanced voice mode, can be game changers in those early stages.
Because it's like having a brainstorming partner.
Right.
Available 24/7.
Exactly. Imagine you're out on a run, and boom, that million-dollar idea hits you. Instead of waiting, you could literally have a conversation with ChatGPT, fleshing out the concept, exploring potential features.
And it remembers everything you've talked about, so you can pick up right where you left off.
Precisely. But it's more than just a notepad. ChatGPT can actually challenge you, poke holes in your logic, and help you refine your idea before you invest anything.
That's huge. It's like having an AI advisor who's seen it all. What's next? Let's say I've brainstormed a handful of promising software ideas using ChatGPT. How do I pick a winner?
This is where a tool like Mixo comes in. Remember that litmus test? Mixo lets you create landing pages for each of your ideas. We're talking compelling copy, visuals, even email opt-in forms, all in a matter of hours.
Wait, so I could have, say, 5 different landing pages, each tailored to a different app idea, up and running by the end of the day.
Absolutely. And here's where it gets really interesting. You then run targeted ads, driving traffic to these landing pages. The goal, see which idea attracts the most signups. Whichever landing page converts the best, that's your winner.
So it's like a popularity contest for your business ideas, but instead of relying on your gut, you're letting the market decide. What a smart way to validate demand. I know what some of our listeners might be thinking. What if all my ideas tank? We'll address that, but first, how do we actually build the winning idea?
Yeah, it's where AI-powered coding tools come in.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
Tools like Cursor are revolutionizing how we approach software development.
Because it's not your average code editor, right?
Not at all. Cursor is like having an AI pair programmer who can anticipate your needs and help you avoid errors.
Let's break that down for those who aren't coders. What makes Cursor so different?
Imagine you're building a house. A traditional code editor is like having blueprints for each room, but you're responsible for making sure everything fits together. Cursor is like having an architect who understands the entire structure, the plumbing, the electrical, the load-bearing walls, and can flag potential conflicts before you even start building.
So it's not just about speed, it's about writing better code.
Exactly. And what's really exciting is the recent integration between Cursor and platforms like Replit and Firebase.
Yeah.
It's like having an entire development team at your fingertips.
That's incredible. So we've gone from brainstorming ideas with AI to validating those ideas with real-world data, and now we're talking about building the actual software, all with the help of AI. It's mind-blowing how accessible this technology is becoming. It's like, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, just make it roll better.
Exactly. But what happens if you go through this validation phase and you realize, wait a minute,
Somebody beat me to it.
Yeah.
That's the fear.
it's not about crushing dreams. It's just about refining those dreams. So instead of seeing a competitor as like this big threat, you should think of them as a source of market research.
So how do we turn a competitor into an advantage?
Let's say you're looking at Reddit and you find a similar product, right? Instead of just browsing comments, use AI tools to analyze the sentiment. Like, what are people saying? What features do they love? What are they complaining about? What's missing?
You're basically mining for insights to build a better product.
Exactly. By understanding what users love and hate, you can tailor your product to address those pain points right out of the gate. You're essentially leapfrogging the competition. You're learning from their mistakes.
Okay, so we've validated our idea, maybe even refined it based on competitor analysis. We're building our software, hopefully, with the help of AI. What's next?
This is where we go from building a product to building an audience.
Because you could have the best software in the world, but if nobody knows about it.
Right. It's all for nothing. This is where the second path we want to talk about comes in. Leveraging AI for content creation.
Because content is king.
Content is king.
Okay.
That's how you build an audience, attract attention, build trust, drive sales. And thankfully, AI can help a ton with content creation.
All right, so let's dive in. Let's say I'm passionate about, I don't know, vintage video games, like really passionate.
Love it. You've already got the foundation, a niche you're excited about. Now, instead of just talking to your buddies about Atari cartridges, use AI to turn that passion into a business.
Okay, you got my attention. How do we do that?
Start by understanding your audience. Tools like Perplexity are incredible for this. You could literally type in, what are vintage video game enthusiasts searching for online? And it'll give you a breakdown. Most popular questions, forum discussions, everything.
So it's like a direct line to what your customers are already talking about.
Precisely. And once you have that, you can start creating content that speaks to those needs, those pain points.
Right. But what if you're not like a natural writer? There are people out there with amazing ideas who they struggle to, get those ideas out.
That's where AI tools like Claude come in. You can give it a simple prompt like, write a blog post about the history of joystick design. It will generate a detailed outline, hit all the key points.
That's amazing. It's like having an AI assistant editor. But let's be real, some people just don't enjoy writing. Are they just out of luck?
Not at all. While I'm a big believer in injecting your own voice and personality into things, AI can help flesh out your ideas. You could give ChatGPT an outline about, say, rare Atari cartridges, and it could generate a script for a YouTube video.
Wait, seriously? Like ready to film, complete with transitions and everything?
It's certainly possible. And then with platforms like Hagen, which lets you create a digital avatar of yourself, you can even have that content delivered by a virtual version of you.
Okay, now that's both cool and a little creepy at the same time. But I see what you mean. It's about working smarter. And AI can really be a game changer. But creating the content, that's just the first step, right? how do we actually get eyes on it?
That's where a strong email list comes in.
Because you own your email list.
You own it. It's not subject to the whims of algorithms, you
Yeah.
know. Building a newsletter has never been easier. You can use AI for everything. Researching topics, writing subject lines that get people to actually open your emails. And here's a pro tip. Put calls to action at the end of your short-form videos. Subscribe to my newsletter for more. You'd be amazed how quickly it grows.
So you're building a bridge between these different platforms.
Yeah.
YouTube Shorts lead to a newsletter. The newsletter promotes longer form videos.
Exactly. Diversifying your content, reaching a wider audience, and creating multiple entry points for people to engage.
Like building an ecosystem for your content. And as your audience grows, so too do your monetization opportunities. Speaking of which, you mentioned something about the power of bundling.
Yes. This is where things get really interesting.
So instead of putting all your eggs in one basket, like relying solely on YouTube ad revenue, you're creating these attractive packages for sponsors.
Exactly. Let's say you're that vintage video game enthusiast we talked about earlier. Instead of just selling a single ad slot on your YouTube channel, you could bundle.
You could say, hey, I'll give you a sponsored newsletter feature.
Right.
A dedicated YouTube short showcasing your product, maybe even a shout out on Instagram where I'm unboxing this retro console.
There you go. You're giving sponsors more bang for their buck, which means you can charge more. Plus, you're diversifying your income streams so you're not reliant on just one platform.
It's a win-win.
Absolutely. And here's the best part. AI can even help you identify those potential sponsors. You can train AI on your content, your audience, even your competitors' sponsors, and create this hyper-targeted list.
Whoa, that's amazing. We've talked about using AI to validate ideas, build software, create compelling content, and even monetize that content. It really feels like AI is changing everything when it comes to being an entrepreneur.
It is, and at an incredible pace. But here's the thing to keep in mind. All these tools, all these strategies, they're most effective when you combine them with human ingenuity, that personal touch.
It's easy to get so caught up in AI and forget that you're building a business for real people.
At the end of the day, it's about connection. As AI gets more sophisticated in generating content, the things that are going to set you apart are your unique voice, your stories, your ability to connect on a human level.
So it's not about replacing yourself with AI. It's about using AI to amplify your strengths and build something that really reflects you.
Think about it. Anyone can set up an AI chatbot to answer questions, but only you can offer that genuine human connection that turns casual visitors into like raving fans. Don't be afraid to let your personality shine through. And if you want another AI deep dive, check this next video and ask, am I really living in these AI dope times?
Imagine starting with a free app and turning it into a $1.5 million business in just a year. That's what this 19-year-old did with AI audio tech. Stick around, because by the end, you'll know what made it possible and what makes it truly AI dope.
All right, so you guys know I am all about a good deep dive, and let me tell you, this one is a roller coaster.
Buckle up.
Yeah, seriously. We are going to unpack this whole story. This 19-year-old built $1 million software company. Less than a year. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it really is wild. I mean, it just, it shows you the power of like spotting these trends early, really understanding the market, and then just, I don't know, just having the guts to just go for it.
Totally.
Yeah.
It's like he's what, the Mark Zuckerberg of AI audio or something?
Right.
It's crazy. Okay, so this kid, he starts messing around, right? He's building this AI software and lets you make those AI voice covers. You know, the ones like all over TikTok?
Oh, yeah.
Like Drake singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Vocal style transfer, that's what it's called. And it's been around for a little while, but this is what's so interesting about this case is that, like, he saw beyond the novelty. He's like, there is something here. This is more than just Drake singing nursery rhymes.
Totally. And he was right. Okay, so get this. He puts this software online. It's free, okay? Within a week, he's got 100,000 users.
Wow.
Okay, but here's the thing. Servers aren't free.
No.
And he is paying, are you ready for this, about $3,000 a day just to keep this thing running.
Yeah, and that's the gamble you take when you launch something digital, right? I mean, the overhead can be intense, especially early on.
For sure.
But if you can, like, tap into that need, that audience, and then figure out a way to, like, monetize, the potential it's huge.
Okay, and that is exactly what this kid did. He's like, all right, let's just throw $1 paywall up. Just to see what's up, just to see what happens. This 19-year-old pulls in $2,000. in one day.
Wow.
One day.
That proves it, right? That just shows you there was a need.
Absolutely.
And even a small amount, $1.
Yep.
When you've got that many users, it's incredible.
It's wild.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. It's a testament to how quickly things can change online. And this is where things get, not just impressive, but really, really smart. He's like paying attention to what's happening on TikTok, right?
What?
He sees all these creators using AI generated music already.
Right.
And he has, I don't even know if it was like a light bulb moment or just kind of like, duh, this makes sense. But he sets up an affiliate program. So now creators are actually making money for every new user.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's amazing.
So smart.
He was like, ride my wave, I'll give you a surfboard.
Exactly. It's that classic thing of like, leverage an existing community, turn your users into like brand advocates, basically.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet. Always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
Again, like this is a 19-year-old kid who just like gets it,
Yeah.
Just understands like the fundamentals of digital marketing in a way that it's really impressive.
Absolutely.
And it works. Like one of his top affiliates ends up making over $50,000 just from referrals.
Get out of here. $50,000.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's wild.
Okay, so everything's going great.
Right.
Everything's perfect. He's making money. He's got users. It's amazing.
Yeah. You know what they say? It's all
It's too good to be true.
yeah, basically. It's smooth sailing until it isn't.
Oh, no. Wow.
Happened.
So, you know how he's got, like, Drake singing lullabies?
Yeah.
Turns out Universal Music, Sony Music, Warner Music, not so into that.
Oh no.
Cease and desist letters.
Oh my God.
All those AI covers. Yeah, it's a bit of a gray area legally.
So, I mean, this is it, right? Like game over.
You would think, right? I mean, here's this kid. He's built this empire, and these giants are coming after him.
So what happens? Does he lawyer up? File for bankruptcy? Like, what do you do when those guys come knocking?
He did something even better, honestly. He innovated. He realized, okay, those celebrity voice models, they're a liability now.
Okay.
So, gone. Out.
Wow.
Every last one. So no more Drake lullabies.
Oh,
What's the play then?
Good
Wait,
for you.
what?
The user. He completely revamped the platform, so now you train the AI on your own voice.
Oh my gosh. That's brilliant.
Right.
He turned a legal nightmare into this amazing feature.
It's like, talk about lemonade. Turning those lemons into lemonade.
Okay, so I'm sure you've got like the big takeaways here. What did we learn from this?
Oh, we learned a lot. Okay, so first of all, distribution is king, queen, everything. It doesn't matter how cool your product is if nobody knows about it.
So true.
He was so smart to leverage like TikTok and those affiliate programs to just get it in front of everybody.
As your people, right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Find those people. Okay, takeaway number 2. This is his motto. I love this. GTFO off local host.
Wait, what?
GTFO off local host.
Okay, I'm going to write that down.
Right. Don't get stuck like perfecting something in your little bubble. Just put it out there.
Yeah.
Even if it's not perfect, get feedback, make it better as you go.
I love that so much better than just do it.
Right.
GTFO off local host.
It's on the wall.
Amazing. Okay, last one. What do we got?
Okay, and this is a big one. Consistency. This wasn't like an overnight success story, right? He had been working on things, learning.
Yeah.
Every win, every failure, it all adds up, and you gotta just keep showing up even when it's hard. That's the key.
It's so true. I love this story. It's so inspiring. This kid proves you don't have to be, a certain age, a certain whatever, to shake things up. If you've got an idea and you're willing to hustle, go for it.
Absolutely, yeah. And the most exciting part,
What's that?
this isn't even the end of his story. He's already looking at AI audio for gaming, animation. The possibilities are massive.
And if you want another AI dope deep dive, check this next video and ask yourself, how lucky are we to live in these AI dope times?
From a dyslexic kid to a tech titan, Alex Karp built Palantir into a global AI powerhouse. Utilizing proprietary AI mapping known as ontology, they predict battlefield moves in Ukraine, expose financial fraud, and are transforming industries from healthcare to defense. Stick around and see why Karp and Palantir are straight up AI dope.
Without Palantir, Europe would be completely different politically. I mean, that's quite a statement, isn't it?
Wow.
And it comes from Alex Karp,
Wow.
the CEO of Palantir. And honestly, this guy, he is not your average tech CEO.
Yeah.
He's a philosopher, like at his core.
Yeah.
And that really comes through in everything he does, and especially in this conversation we're going to dive into today.
He's a unique figure, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And in this interview with investor Joe Lonsdale, Karp really opens up about his journey, Palantir's impact, and his vision for the future of the West.
Okay.
It's not just about tech. It's about like the philosophical underpinnings of global power, like dynamics.
All right, so let's unpack this. You mentioned his unusual path to becoming, this tech titan.
Right.
Where does that story even begin?
Okay, so imagine this. A kid with dyslexia,
Okay.
growing up in a family he describes as super erudite and deeply Jewish.
Wow.
He talks about always feeling like an outsider, always kind of on the verge of being like the first or second person on the wall if things went south,
Yeah, intense.
That experience, it really shaped him, made him acutely aware of the fragility of freedom, the need to protect it.
It sounds like a Cold War thriller or something.
It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That feeling of being an outsider,
Yeah.
of constantly having to prove himself.
Yeah.
It fueled this drive to build something that would make a real difference in the world. That's where Palantir comes in.
So from this childhood, marked by this sense of urgency, he goes on to study law at Stanford. Meets Peter Thiel,
Right.
then heads to Germany for PhD.
Yeah.
But he ultimately decides academia isn't for him. Why?
He felt this pull towards action, towards building, create. He wanted to have a tangible impact, not just theorize about things.
Right.
He even talks about a falling out with Jürgen Habermas,
Okay.
a legendary figure in philosophy, right?
Yeah.
Karp felt that many top academics, while brilliant, lacked a builder personality.
So he walks away from this potentially prestigious career in academia
right.
to become a tech entrepreneur. That's a pretty bold move.
Yeah.
What were those early days of Palantir like?
I mean, think scrappy startup
Right.
meets national security. They were trying to secure funding for this radical idea
Yeah.
of using data analysis to help governments and large institutions make better decisions.
Right.
But they were met with so much skepticism,
Yeah.
even ridicule, to be honest.
Really?
Karp tells this story about pitching to a top VC who spent the entire meeting doodling.
Oh my gosh.
They were told their ideas were crazy, that no one would trust them with sensitive data.
Oh man. Can you imagine being in that room?
I know.
Talk about a test of faith in your vision.
Talk about believing in what you're doing.
Yeah.
But they persevered, driven by this unwavering belief that they were onto something huge. They saw the potential of data to solve some of the world's most complex problems, right? From counterterrorism to financial fraud to eventually even pandemic response.
And this is where it gets really interesting. They start working with the US government.
Right.
And get this, they actually sue the government early on.
I know.
What was that all about?
They were demanding better software for the military.
Okay.
They saw firsthand how outdated and inefficient the government systems were.
Right.
And they knew they could build something better. It was audacious.
Yeah.
Some might even say reckless, but it speaks to Karp's commitment to pushing boundaries
Yeah.
and challenging the status quo.
He wasn't afraid to ruffle some feathers, that's for sure.
Not at all. He was and still is driven by this deep conviction that the West needs to leverage its technological advantages to protect its values and interests in an increasingly complex and dangerous world.
Yeah.
And that belief has shaped Palantir's trajectory from the very beginning.
So they're building this cutting-edge software, working with governments, shaking things up in the defense industry. But then the world kind of throws this curveball. The war in Ukraine. How does Palantir factor into that?
Yeah, this is where things get really real.
Okay.
Karp actually traveled to Ukraine, becoming the first Western CEO to meet with Zelensky after the invasion. He saw firsthand the devastation, the human cost of the conflict. But he also saw how Palantir's software was being used to make a difference.
That's incredible. Give me some specifics.
Okay.
How is their software actually being utilized in a war zone?
Okay, so imagine this. You're trying to track enemy movements.
Yeah.
understand their tactics, predict their next move. Palantir's software allows you to do that by analyzing vast amounts of data from various sources. Satellite imagery, intercepted communications, open source intelligence. They're even using AI to identify adversary positions on the battlefield.
So it's like having a real-time strategic map, but powered by AI and data analysis.
Exactly.
Wow, that's some next-level stuff.
It is. And it's not just about battlefield tactics, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're also using the software to document war crimes, gather evidence, and help build cases for international prosecution.
That's wild.
It's a powerful tool for accountability and justice.
That's truly remarkable. It's like a digital detective, but, on this global scale.
Right.
And this all ties into the bigger picture of AI, which, everyone's talking about these days.
Right.
What's Karp's take on the current AI landscape?
He's got a very strong opinion, as you might expect.
Okay.
He's actually quite critical of those calling for a pause on AI development. He sees it as a fear-based reaction, a way for those who are falling behind to try to slow down progress.
So he's saying, full steam ahead on AI, no reservations.
He believes that AI has the potential to solve some of humanity's greatest challenges.
Okay.
But it needs to be developed responsibly, ethically, and with a focus on human values. That's where he sees Palantir playing a crucial role.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
Okay, let's dive into that a bit. What makes Palantir's approach to AI different? What are they doing that others aren't?
They're focusing on what they call safe algorithms, designed specifically for enterprise use. Think of it this way.
Yeah.
Imagine an AI system that can analyze medical records to predict patient outcomes without ever needing to send that sensitive data to a third-party server.
Okay.
That's the kind of security and control Palantir is aiming for.
So they're not just building general-purpose AI, they're tailoring it for specific applications with a strong emphasis on data security and privacy.
And they're also focusing on processing and rebuilding large language model outputs, right? This means they're taking the raw power of AI and refining it, making it more precise and reliable for real-world applications.
This sounds incredibly promising, especially in areas like healthcare, where data privacy is so important.
Absolutely. And Karp sees AI's potential extending far beyond healthcare, right?
Okay.
He believes it can revolutionize industries like manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, even government operations. In fact, did you know that Palantir's software is now powering bed allocation in over 13% of U.S. hospitals?
Wow, that's pretty significant impact.
Yeah.
What about his vision for AI's role in bringing manufacturing back to the U.S.?
He believes that AI can level the playing field, enabling American workers to achieve production levels comparable to those in countries like Japan or Taiwan.
Right.
This could be a game changer for American manufacturing, making it more competitive globally.
It sounds like he sees AI as this key to unlocking American productivity and innovation.
He does.
Across a wide range of sectors. But he also issued a warning, about the West's biggest challenge.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, it wasn't about technology.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He believes our biggest hurdle isn't technological, but organizational. We excel at innovation, right?
Yeah.
But we struggle to implement those innovations effectively within our existing institutions. It's like we're stuck in this bureaucratic rut while our adversaries are racing ahead.
So we have the tools, but we're not using them effectively. That's a sobering thought.
It is. And he connects this to a dangerous naivete he sees in the West.
Okay.
We cling to this idea of disarmament while our adversaries are actively seeking to undermine and exploit our systems.
It sounds like he's urging us to wake up and face reality, to recognize the threats we face and the need to adapt our institutions to this new era of technological warfare.
Exactly. And he doesn't sugarcoat the stakes either. He argues that the future of the West and the values we hold dear hinge on our ability to bridge this organizational gap and leverage our technological advantages effectively.
So if the West wants to, maintain its kind of leadership position,
right,
how do we overcome this organizational inertia? How do we adapt, our institutions to this world that's changing so rapidly?
Karp believes it requires like a fundamental shift in mindset.
Yeah.
We need to embrace this culture of agility, experimentation, data-driven decision-making.
So it's not just about like throwing money at the problem or developing new technologies. It's about changing the way we think.
Yeah. It's about changing the way we operate.
Yeah.
Precisely. And it's not just the government that needs to adapt. The private sector, especially companies like Palantir,
Yeah.
they have a crucial role to play here. They need to work closely with government agencies, share their expertise, and develop solutions that are tailored to the unique challenges we face.
So it sounds like he's calling for this new era of collaboration.
Yes.
Where the lines between the public and private sectors become kind of more fluid.
Right.
It's a vision of a more interconnected, agile, and data-driven approach to national security.
And he's not just talking about national security either.
Okay.
He sees this as a broader societal challenge.
Sure.
We need to find ways to harness the power of AI and other emerging technologies
Right.
to solve problems in healthcare,
Yeah.
education, climate change,
Right.
across all sectors of society, really.
So it's about using technology to create like a better future, not just to win wars or to secure our borders.
And that brings us back to Karp's opening statement.
Okay.
Without Palantir, Europe would be completely different politically. He didn't elaborate on it,
Right.
but it's a tantalizing glimpse into the behind-the-scenes impact of Palantir's work.
It makes you wonder what other stories are hidden,
I know.
beneath the surface. Like what victories have been won?
Right.
What disasters averted, thanks to the power of data and AI.
It's a reminder that we're living in this age where software is not just code. It's a strategic asset. It's a weapon, a shield, a tool for understanding and shaping the world around us.
And the choices we make about how we develop and deploy these technologies will have profound consequences for the future of our societies,
Right.
our economy,
Exactly.
and our planet.
So as you go about your day, as you engage with the world, remember that you're not just a passive observer, you're a participant in this unfolding story.
Right.
And your choices matter.
It really does make you think about, the unseen forces that are at play shaping the world we live in.
Yeah.
It's like we're catching these glimpses of this vast, intricate game
It is.
being played on a global chessboard.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah.
And a Karp is clearly one of the key players in that game, someone who understands the rules and the stakes at a level most of us can only imagine.
And he's urging the West to step up its game, to recognize the threats and opportunities of this new technological landscape.
Absolutely. He believes that the West has the potential to lead in this new era.
Okay.
But we need to shed our complacency,
Right.
embrace innovation,
Yeah.
and adapt our institutions to the realities of the 21st century.
So what does this mean for the average person?
Yeah.
What can we do to contribute to this shift?
It starts with awareness, right?
Okay.
We need to educate ourselves about these issues.
Yeah.
Engage in informed discussions.
Okay.
And hold our leaders accountable.
Yeah.
Support companies and organizations that are pushing the boundaries of innovation and working to make the world a safer, more prosperous place.
It sounds like he's calling for like a more engaged
He is.
and informed citizenry.
Yeah.
One that understands the complexities of this new world.
Yeah.
And is willing to play an active role in shaping it.
Exactly. And that's where this deep dive comes in. By exploring these ideas, by unpacking Karp's vision.
Right.
We're hoping to spark those conversations, to empower you with the knowledge and insights you need to navigate this complex landscape.
It's about empowering ourselves to be informed citizens, to make conscious choices about the future we want to create.
Precisely. And it's about recognizing that even small actions can have a ripple effect by supporting ethical companies, by advocating for policies that promote innovation and responsibility, by simply engaging in thoughtful discussions with friends and family.
Okay.
We can all contribute to building a better future.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's like the one key takeaway you want our listeners to walk away with?
The future is not predetermined. It's being shaped right now by the choices we make, the actions we take, the conversations we have.
Yeah.
And we all have a role to play in shaping that future.
That's a powerful message. And it's a reminder that we're not just like passive consumers of technology.
Right.
We're active participants in its development and its impact on the world.
We are.
So as we go forward, let's do so with awareness, with intention,
Yeah.
and with this commitment to shaping a future that reflects our values
Right.
and aspirations.
Well said. And remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, right?
Yeah.
Start by asking questions, seeking out information, engaging in meaningful conversations.
Yeah.
Every little bit counts.
And if you want another AI deep dive, check this next video and ask, am I really living in these AI dope times?
Imagine giving AI a command and waking up to an entire app, designed, coded, and ready to go. This isn't the future, it's happening now. Stick around because by the end, you'll see how this shift is revolutionizing tech and why it's truly AI dope.
Okay, so get this. You give your computer a task, something like design a user interface for a mobile app that tracks sleep cycles.
Okay.
You go to bed, and when you wake up, bam! The AI has not only designed the UI,
Wow.
but also generated the code for it.
That's exactly the kind of future this expert is painting.
That's like magic.
And it really boils down to what they call maximizing AI compute.
Compute.
Yeah, it's not just about faster processors.
Okay.
It's about harnessing AI's power to fundamentally change how we build software.
So it's kind of like rethinking the whole process.
Yeah, exactly.
From the ground up.
And get this.
Okay.
They've actually walked the walk
Oh, really?
by building their own AI assistant
Oh, wow.
named Ada.
Ada.
I mean, we're talking about Ada creating SQL queries,
Wow.
whipping up Python code for charts,
Really?
even deleting files all just from a simple command.
So they're not just talking the talk.
No, they're actually using this stuff.
That's impressive.
And they claim that 4 major AI advancements this year are making this kind of tech a reality.
Okay. All ears laid on me.
Okay, so we've got Sonic 3.5,
Uh-huh.
structured outputs,
Okay.
something called O1 reasoning models,
Interesting.
and the real-time API.
Okay, break those down for me. What do those even mean?
So each one is like a piece of the puzzle.
Okay.
Let's start with Sonic 3.5.
All right.
This is likely a new breed of AI from Google that's all about understanding and responding to natural language.
So like talking to your computer.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's a person.
Imagine talking to your computer like you would to a colleague, giving it instructions in plain English.
So no more wrestling with complex syntax or command lines.
Exactly.
I like where this is going.
Then we have structured outputs.
Okay.
Instead of AI just spitting out messy text,
Right.
it can actually deliver results in formats like JSON or XML,
Which
which are easily understood by other systems. So think about it, AI generating code that's ready to integrate into your project, no manual cleanup needed.
automation gold.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. What about those O1 reasoning models?
O1 reasoning models seem to be all about logic and deduction.
Okay.
So imagine AI that can sift through complex information, understand relationships, and make decisions based on pure logic, like a turbocharged version of those old expert systems.
Gotcha.
This could be a game changer for things like automated testing or debugging, where, finding those needle in a haystack bugs relies on meticulous logical analysis,
So AI Sherlock Holmes,
if
basically.
you like it. And tying it all together is the real-time API.
Okay.
This allows developers to tap into these powerful AI capabilities, instantly integrating them into any application they build.
So it's like having a direct line to an AI brain
Exactly.
ready to process information and execute tasks on demand.
Precisely.
That sounds insanely powerful, but hold on. How does Ada, this super assistant, actually use all of this?
Yeah. Remember those demos with Ada working on that mock database?
Yeah.
It's using these very technologies. Ada understands the database structure, writes SQL queries to pull the specific data you need, then generates the code to visualize it all, because this expert has skillfully leveraged those 4 advancements.
So to recap, Ada is a powerful example of what AI can do, and these 4 advancements are the building blocks.
Exactly. It's a glimpse into how software engineers might work in the near future.
Interesting.
Delegating complex tasks to AI.
Yeah.
Freeing up time to focus on big picture thinking and problem solving.
So it really does paint a picture of engineers becoming more like conductors, orchestrating a symphony of AI capabilities.
That's the idea this expert keeps coming back to, orchestrating compute. They see software development evolving from writing line-by-line code to composing prompts that instruct AI agents to carry out tasks.
So instead of writing every detail, we're giving AI the high-level instructions and letting it figure out the nitty-gritty.
Precisely, think of it like this: prompts are the foundation, AI agents are the skilled workers, and an AI assistant like Ada is the project manager coordinating everything.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works. Always growing. Live Google Sheet. Always free. AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
Okay, I'm starting to see how this could lead to those insane productivity gains you mentioned earlier.
Right.
But let's shift gears for a second.
Sure.
What about this concept of agentic software? What does that even mean?
Now we're getting to the really mind-bending stuff.
Okay.
Agentic software is what this expert calls living software.
Living software.
Software that acts on your behalf, understands your needs,
Okay.
and even adapts on its own.
Wow.
It's like having a digital partner that's constantly learning and evolving alongside you.
Hold on. So it's not just about me giving the AI instructions.
Right.
The AI might actually start giving me suggestions.
Exactly.
Like, hey, to improve this feature, I need access to this data. Am I getting that right?
The AI becomes proactive, constantly learning and evolving, anticipating what you need even before you ask.
That's wild.
This expert admits it's still a ways off, maybe 3, 5, even 10 years down the line.
Okay, so living software is the long-term vision.
Right.
But what about practical steps we can take now
Yeah.
to leverage AI and boost productivity?
That's where this expert gets really tactical.
Okay.
Their plan for 2025 is simple. Identify your most time-consuming tasks and ask yourself,
Yeah.
how can I use AI to do this faster, better, or cheaper?
So it's not about AI replacing engineers,
No.
but about making them more efficient.
Exactly, and the level of AI sophistication you need depends on the task.
Okay.
For a one-off task, a simple prompt in ChatGPT might be enough,
Right.
but for recurring tasks, especially ones critical to your workflow,
Yeah.
building dedicated AI agents, or even a custom AI assistant like Ada might be the answer.
Okay, that makes sense. I remember this expert saying that all the hype around code generation is a bit overblown. Weren't they the ones who built Ada, a code-generating AI assistant?
Yes, and they still see it as a powerful tool.
Right.
But they argue it's just one piece of the puzzle.
Okay.
Building valuable software requires a lot more than just writing code.
Right.
It's about understanding user needs,
Sure.
designing robust systems, testing thoroughly,
Yep.
and iterating based on feedback, all skills that go beyond just churning out lines of code.
So the idea that anyone can be a developer now, just because AI can generate code, is a bit misleading.
Exactly. The real power of AI comes from looking at the entire software engineering process, not just the coding part.
This expert also mentioned the growing importance of filtering out all the noise and misinformation in the age of AI. It's like we need AI to help us make sense of all the AI content out there.
It's a bit ironic, right?
Yeah.
But it highlights how critical it is to develop strong critical thinking skills and find reliable sources of information,
Right.
even when using AI tools.
Speaking of finding the right tool, this expert had a really clear framework for that.
Yeah,
It basically boiled down to how often you do a task and how critical it is.
right. The more frequent and critical the task, the more sophisticated the AI solution you might need.
Okay.
Think of it as a ladder. Simple prompts at the bottom,
Uh-huh.
then specialized AI agents,
Okay.
and finally at the top, full-blown AI assistants like Ada.
So start by making a list of your most common engineering tasks, and then see where they fall on that ladder.
Yeah,
I like it. It's a really practical approach.
it is, and it's a great way to start maximizing your own compute and preparing for the future of software engineering.
Right.
This expert believes that to win in 2025 and beyond, we need to become masters of leveraging AI.
And to help us do just, they've got 3 big things planned before the year is out.
Really?
First up, they're going deep on meta prompting concepts.
Which is basically prompting the prompts, right?
Yeah.
Training AI to generate even better prompts for specific tasks,
Okay.
leading to even more accurate and efficient results.
Interesting.
It's like teaching AI to be a better communicator, both with us and with itself.
Next, they're releasing their AI coding course, which is all about helping engineers master those cutting-edge AI coding tools.
It's not just about learning the tools we have today, but also about building a foundation for the future of AI power development.
And finally, they're continuing to push the boundaries of next-generation AI tooling.
Always experimenting, always innovating, always striving to bring that vision of living software closer to reality.
So if you're as intrigued by this vision of the future as I am, you definitely won't want to miss the rest of this deep dive. We'll be back in just a moment with part 2.
Welcome back. It's fascinating how this expert boils down software engineering to its essence. They describe it as just two core actions: ingesting data and synthesizing outputs.
And they even give real-world examples to illustrate what they mean, right?
Exactly. For ingesting data, they talk about databases, code bases, documentation blogs, industry trends. It's all the information we as engineers consume on a daily basis.
And when they talk about synthesizing outputs, they're referring to the things we create: code reports, research findings, media, even entire products.
It's a simple framework,
Yeah.
but it's powerful because it highlights where AI can really revolutionize things.
If we can automate or at least streamline those core actions of ingesting and synthesizing, we can fundamentally change how we approach software development.
Absolutely. And that's where maximizing our compute becomes critical. Remember, it's not just about raw processing power,
Right.
but about how effectively we leverage AI to amplify our capabilities.
So it's not about having the fastest computer. It's about using AI to make us smarter and more efficient. Which brings us back to this expert's 2025 plan. They're systematically evaluating all their tasks, looking for places where AI can step in.
And they have that clear hierarchy for choosing the right tool for the job. Simple prompts in ChatGPT for one-off tasks.
Right.
Specialized AI agents for recurring tasks.
Yeah.
And powerful AI assistants like Ada for complex multi-step processes.
It's a really practical, almost methodical approach that anyone can use. Just be mindful of how you're spending your time and always ask, can AI help me do this better or faster?
Precisely. And keep in mind that even though code generation is generating a lot of buzz right now, this expert sees it as just one small piece of the puzzle.
No.
They believe AI will transform every aspect of software engineering, from data analysis and documentation to testing and even product design.
Which leads to a really interesting question. If AI takes over more and more of the heavy lifting, what happens to the role of the software engineer?
That's the million-dollar question.
Right.
Will we all become AI prompt engineers managing teams of digital workers, or will our roles evolve into something entirely new?
Maybe a bit of both. It's likely our jobs will shift toward more strategic, creative work. We'll spend less time in the weeds and more time focusing on the big picture, understanding user needs, designing elegant solutions, and solving complex problems.
Exactly. AI could become our partner in innovation, freeing us from the mundane so we can explore the truly transformative. Imagine what we could accomplish if we weren't bogged down by repetitive tasks.
This expert seems convinced that we're on the brink of a massive shift in software engineering, all driven by this expanded idea of AI compute.
And they are definitely enthusiastic about it. They truly believe we're entering a golden age of innovation, a time when AI will empower us to build things we never thought possible.
That's exciting.
But that brings us back to those 3 initiatives they have planned to prepare us for this future.
Right, they're going to be diving into meta-prompting concepts, essentially teaching AI to write even better prompts so we can get even better results.
It's like teaching AI to communicate more effectively both with humans and with other AI systems. The more refined the prompts, the more powerful and precise the outputs.
Then there's the AI coding course they're releasing.
Yeah.
It promises to equip engineers with the skills to not only use today's AI coding tools, but also adapt to the rapidly changing landscape of AI-powered development.
The goal is to stay ahead of the curve, ensuring we have the knowledge and skills to fully leverage the potential of AI in software engineering.
And of course, they're continuing to push the boundaries of what's possible with next-generation AI tooling. Always experimenting, always innovating, always pushing us closer to that vision of living software.
This expert clearly sees AI as more than just a tool. It's a force that's reshaping the landscape of software engineering, and their vision is contagious.
They truly believe that we're on the cusp of something incredible, a future where AI will amplify our abilities and unlock unprecedented levels of innovation. And on that note, we'll have to pause here for today.
But don't worry, be sure to join us for the final part of this deep dive, where we'll delve deeper into the challenges and opportunities of this AI-driven future and what it means for all of us.
Welcome back to the final part of our deep dive. It's been really fascinating exploring this expert's vision of the future of engineering. One of the keeps coming up is how they redefine the very concept of compute.
Yeah, it's not just about processing speed anymore, right?
Exactly. It's way more than just the hardware now. This expert seems to see compute as encompassing algorithms, data, and human intelligence.
Like it's the whole package.
Yeah, the human element is key.
It's not just about raw power, it's about how we use it.
And that makes me think about those AI agents and assistants like Ada.
Oh yeah, Ada's a perfect example.
It's almost like having a colleague who can analyze information, make decisions, and even anticipate your needs.
It's pretty mind-blowing.
And this expert thinks that mastering these AI capabilities is going to be crucial for engineers.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's not enough to just be a coder anymore.
Right. You need to be able to think strategically about AI.
Exactly. You got to understand its strengths and limitations so you can design systems that really leverage its power.
It's like we're moving from a world of programming to a world of prompting.
That's a good way to put it.
But does that mean coding is dead?
I wouldn't say dead, but it's definitely changing big time.
Okay, so more like evolving.
Yeah, it's about augmenting our skills with AI code will still be there, but the way we work with it is going to be totally different.
And that's where this expert's work with Ada is so interesting.
Right on. They literally built an AI assistant that writes code.
But then they also say all the hype around code generation is kind of overblown.
I think what they're getting at is that code generation is just one tool in the toolbox.
Okay.
Building great software takes a lot more than just code.
Right, like design,
Yeah.
user experience, all that stuff.
Exactly. And you can't forget testing and maintenance either.
So it's not as simple as saying anyone can be an engineer now just because AI can write code.
Nope. AI can't replace all the other skills and expertise that go into building software.
And that leads us to that concept of living software.
Oh, yeah. That's where things get really futuristic.
Software that's constantly learning, adapting, and anticipating our needs. It's a wild idea.
It's definitely exciting, but it also raises some big questions.
Like what?
Well, how do we make sure this living software is safe and ethical?
Right, because it has the potential to be incredibly powerful.
Exactly. We're talking about systems that can make decisions on their own, so we need to be really careful about how we design and control them.
It's almost like we're creating new forms of intelligence.
And those are the kinds of challenges we need to be thinking about right now.
Absolutely. So for all the engineers out there who are excited, but maybe a little intimidated by this future, what advice does this expert have for them?
Just start experimenting. There are so many AI tools available now.
Yeah, a lot of them are free. They're pretty cheap.
Exactly. So play around with them, see what they can do.
It's like learning a new language. The more you practice, the better you get.
And even if you're not a coder, start learning about basic AI concepts.
There are tons of resources out there, online courses, podcasts, you name it.
The important thing is to stay engaged and keep learning because this field is changing so fast.
And if you want another AI deep dive, check this next video and ask, am I really living in these AI dope times?
Imagine surgeons performing life-saving operations with AI precision or cities designed to adapt to their residents in real time. This is human-AI collaboration reshaping our world. Stick around because by the end, you'll see how this future comes alive and why it's truly AI dope.
Okay, so picture this. You're a CEO and you need to analyze like a year's worth of sales data to predict next quarter's trends. Sounds like a pretty long project for your team, right?
Oh yeah, definitely at least a week.
At least a week. But what if you could have that analysis done in like an hour by a whole team of AI graduates, each as smart as a recent college grad,
Wow.
working for pennies? That's the reality AI Atlantis is bringing us.
Yeah, it's not even just a boost in efficiency. I think it's like a total reshuffling of the deck. PwC, a company that definitely knows a thing or two about the future of work, just invested $1 billion to train its employees in AI.
Wow.
They see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, that's a powerful signal, isn't it? $1 billion.
Yeah, that's serious.
Yeah, it's a serious commitment. So these AI graduates, are we talking about like sentient robots here?
Not quite robots, more like incredibly sophisticated software programs. But the key is they can perform tasks that used to require a college degree. And the sources we're looking at suggest that they'll be available at a fraction of the cost of human labor.
Yeah, the source actually says their salaries will be lower than what we spend on coffee. It's mind-blowing. But let's get real. If 100 billion of these AI agents enter the workforce, what happens to the 300 million jobs the report predicts will be at risk?
Yeah, it's a valid concern. And it's why this isn't just a tech discussion, It's a societal one. The landscape of work is going to change dramatically. But the report also predicts the emergence of 97 million new jobs related to AI by 2025.
Okay.
So, it's not about jobs disappearing entirely, but rather a massive shift in what skills are valued.
Okay, so there's hope. But what does this shift look like? What specific skills will be in high demand in this new AI-powered world?
The ability to understand and apply AI will be like paramount. Think critically, adapt to new tools, and creatively solve problems alongside AI. Those are the skills that will set people apart in AI Atlantis. Like imagine a surgeon using AI to analyze scans in real time during surgery, or an architect using AI to design buildings that perfectly respond to their environment.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's not about competing with AI. It's about collaborating with it. But I still feel like we're just scratching the surface here of what makes AI so different. What's the fundamental shift here?
It's the shift from files to flows. Traditional software is like a filing cabinet. Data is stored in static files. AI, on the other hand, is about dynamic flows of information, constantly learning and adapting. Think of it like this. Instead of memorizing a textbook, you have an AI that can understand and apply the concepts in that textbook to any situation.
Oh, so it's like having the Library of Congress in your pocket. But instead of just accessing the information, you have an AI librarian who can synthesize it for you, make connections you might never have seen, and even generate new knowledge based on what it learns.
Exactly. Remember how Tesla replaced 300,000 lines of code with a single AI model?
Yeah.
That's the power of files to flows in action. It's not just about storing data, it's about processing it in a way that's incredibly efficient and adaptable.
It's like going from a horse and buggy to a spaceship.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
We're talking about the ability to learn, solve problems, and even create at a pace that was unimaginable before. Tools like CompUI are already demonstrating this, allowing users to create complex images and animations with just a few prompts. It's like having the power of a Hollywood studio at your fingertips.
That's amazing. But if we can create at the speed of thought, are we at risk of being overwhelmed by this torrent of information and creation? How do we even keep up?
That's where understanding how AI thinks becomes crucial. Remember Kahneman's System 1 and System 2 thinking?
Yeah.
System 1 is fast, intuitive, and emotional, while System 2 is slow, deliberate, and logical. AI is starting to exhibit both.
So we need to learn to work with both of those systems within AI. That sounds like a whole new way of thinking and learning.
It is, and it's going to require us to be more adaptable, more curious, and more willing to embrace the unknown than ever before. It's like we're standing at the edge of this vast, uncharted ocean of, knowledge and possibility. But how do we navigate this new world? How do we make sure that AI at Atlantis is a place of prosperity and progress for everyone, not just a select few?
That's the big question, isn't it? The source material talks about this crucial choice we face: open collaborative development of AI, or controlled by a handful of digital barons. That sounds like a plot straight out of a cyberpunk novel.
Oh yeah, and the stakes are just as high.
Right.
If a small group controls this incredibly powerful technology, it could exacerbate inequalities, limit access, and even stifle innovation. Imagine a world where only the wealthy can afford AI-powered healthcare or education.
Right.
Or a world where governments use AI for mass surveillance and control.
That's a chilling thought. So what's the alternative? What does democratizing AI actually look like in practice?
It means ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to benefit from and contribute to AI's development. Think open source platforms where anyone can access and modify AI models, fostering transparency and collaboration. Imagine a global community of developers, researchers, and entrepreneurs, all working together to solve some of humanity's biggest challenges.
That sounds amazing. But how do we get there from here? There are so many different stakeholders with competing interests. How do we ensure that ethical considerations are at the forefront of AI development?
It's a multifaceted challenge for sure, requiring a combination of education regulation and even a fundamental shift in how we think about AI's role in society. For starters, AI education needs to be accessible to everyone, not just tech elites. We need to empower people to understand how these systems work, their limitations, and their potential impact.
So it's about making AI literacy as essential as reading and writing in the 21st century.
Exactly. And along with education, we need strong ethical guidelines and regulations, not to stifle innovation, of course, but to ensure that AI is developed and deployed responsibly. Imagine international agreements on the use of AI in warfare, or regulations that prevent biased algorithms from perpetuating discrimination.
That makes sense. We wouldn't let pharmaceutical companies release new drugs without rigorous testing and oversight.
Yeah.
AI is arguably even more powerful, so it needs similar safeguards.
Absolutely. But regulation alone isn't enough. We need to rethink our economic models. If AI is going to automate potentially millions of jobs, how do we ensure that people aren't left behind? How do we create a society where everyone can thrive in this new landscape?
It's a daunting task, but, we faced similar challenges before. During previous technological revolutions, the Industrial Revolution, for example, led to massive social and economic upheaval, but it also paved the way for incredible progress.
Exactly. We need to learn from the past while embracing the possibilities of the future. Perhaps we explore universal basic income to provide a safety net for displaced workers. Or maybe we focus on fostering entrepreneurship and creating new industries that really leverage AI's power.
It's about adapting and evolving as a society, not just as individuals. And it requires a willingness to challenge our assumptions and embrace new ways of thinking. But even with all these safeguards and adaptations, there's still a part of me that worries about the potential downsides. What about the centaurs that the source mentioned? These human-AI hybrids. Could that blur the lines between human and machine in unsettling ways?
Yeah, it's a fascinating concept, but it also raises some pretty profound questions. If we're merging our minds with machines, what does that mean for our identity, our autonomy, our humanity?
It's a question philosophers have been grappling with for centuries, and AI is really forcing us to confront it in a very real way. But you know the centaur concept. It isn't about replacing humans with machines. It's about augmenting our capabilities, extending our reach, and achieving things we could never do alone. So instead of fearing this merger, we should see it as an opportunity to, evolve, to become something more than we are today.
Exactly. Think of the possibilities in fields like medicine, where surgeons could perform these incredibly complex procedures with AI assistance.
Wow.
Or in space exploration, where human AI teams could venture further into the cosmos than ever before.
That's an exciting vision of the future, but it also requires a lot of trust. Trust in the AI itself, trust in the people developing it, and trust in our own ability to adapt and evolve alongside this technology.
Trust is absolutely essential, and that's why democratizing AI is so crucial. The more people that are involved in shaping this technology, the more likely it is to reflect our shared values and aspirations. It's about collective intelligence, not just artificial intelligence.
But how do we build that trust?
Yeah.
How do we ensure that AI is used for good, not for harm? That it benefits all of humanity, not just a select few?
Well, it starts with education, as we've discussed. We need to empower people with the knowledge and skills to understand and engage with AI. We need to foster critical thinking and ethical decision-making around this technology. And we need to create a culture of transparency and accountability, where the development and deployment of AI are subject to public scrutiny and debate.
It sounds like a tall order,
Yeah.
but also an incredibly important one. If AI is going to shape the future of humanity, then all of humanity should have a say in shaping AI.
I couldn't agree more. This isn't just about technological progress, it's about human progress. It's about using our ingenuity and our collective wisdom to create a world where everyone can thrive in this new era of AI.
So as we stand on the brink of AI Atlantis, what's the one message you want our listeners to take away from this deep dive?
The message is simple. AI is a powerful tool, but it's a tool that needs to be wielded with care, with foresight, and with a deep understanding of its potential impact on humanity. The future is not preordained. It's a future we're creating together. One line of code, one ethical decision, one collaborative effort at a time.
And if you want another AI dope deep dive, check this next video and ask yourself, how lucky are we to live in these AI dope times?
Imagine a team that never sleeps, scales infinitely, and executes entire business processes. Microsoft's new AI agents aren't science fiction. They're here, and they're built to work alongside you, not replace you. Stick around, because by the end, you'll see how they're reshaping industries and what makes them pure AI dope.
Imagine having this team, and they can scale infinitely.
Oh, wow.
They work 24/7,
Yeah.
no coffee breaks.
Yep.
That's what Microsoft is kind of painting this picture of the future
Yeah.
with their latest announcement on AI agents.
It's not science fiction anymore.
It's not, is it?
This is really happening.
This is real.
Microsoft is making huge waves with these two major updates.
Okay.
So first, they're opening up Copilot Studio to the public,
Okay.
which means now anyone can build their own AI agents.
Hold on, back up for a second.
Yep.
Copilot Studio, for those of us who aren't,
Right.
knee-deep in code every day, what are we talking about?
Yeah, so think of it like a really user-friendly workshop where you get to build AI.
Okay.
So before, if you wanted to create an agent, you would probably need like a whole team of engineers and coders.
Yeah, for sure.
But now with Copilot Studio, Microsoft is making it much more accessible. Like almost anyone can use it.
So you're saying, like, I could go create an AI assistant to, like, organize my inbox.
Right.
Just, like, sign me up.
It's not quite that simple.
Okay.
But you're getting the idea.
Okay.
So these AI agents aren't just responding to your requests, they're actually executing like whole business processes.
Whoa.
And for example,
Yeah.
Microsoft also announced 10 pre-built agents just for their Dynamics 365 platform.
Okay, now we're getting to the good stuff.
Yeah.
What can these agents actually do?
Right.
Give me the rundown.
Okay, so let's take Dynamics 365, which is basically a collection of business applications.
Right.
And imagine a sales team using it.
Okay.
So one of these new pre-built agents can actually qualify leads for you.
Really?
Yes, it goes through all the data,
Okay.
identifies those promising prospects, and then it frees up the human sales team so they can focus on closing deals.
It's like having, like, a super efficient assistant who never sleeps.
Exactly.
And they've got to be cheaper than, you know, a whole other person.
Saves you money.
And Microsoft is actually using these tools internally.
They're putting their money where their mouth is.
Okay.
So one of their sales teams reported a 9.4% increase in revenue per seller.
Wow.
And they closed 20% more deals after they started using Copilot.
Those are some impressive numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got AI agents qualifying leads. What other tasks can they take care of?
Right. So there are companies like Pets at Home.
Okay,
They're a large pet care company in the UK.
got it.
And they're already seeing huge benefits from using AI agents.
Interesting.
So they created an agent specifically to help their profit protection team.
Okay.
And they're projecting millions in savings.
Wait, millions
Billions.
from one AI agent.
Yeah, it's incredible.
What is it doing? Like sniffing out shoplifters?
Well, not exactly. It's about efficiency.
Okay,
So this AI agent is analyzing tons of data
right.
to find potential profit loss cases, things that humans might miss or that would take them forever to find.
So instead of having like a team of 10 people, they can have like a team of 2 and this AI agent.
Precisely.
Internal.
It's like this. Instead of manually reviewing thousands of transactions,
Yeah.
their AI agent flags the ones that need a closer look.
Got it.
So it's really helping them prioritize.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's not really like replacing human jobs. It's more like, you know,
Yeah,
giving them like a superpower boost with this AI.
exactly. It's all about using AI for those like tedious tasks, you know, the ones nobody really wants to do.
Right.
And then it frees up the human employees for like the more creative stuff, you know?
Yeah.
The stuff that requires like actual thinking, strategy,
Yeah.
building relationship, you know, like the really human stuff.
Yeah, that's a cool way to think about it.
Right.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
And it sounds like Microsoft is really like pushing it to the limit with this Dynamics 365 launch.
Yeah, absolutely.
You mentioned they have like 10 pre-built agents ready to go.
They do.
What other departments can these things like change the game for?
Well, it's not just about sales and profit protection.
Okay.
Like, think about customer service for a second.
Okay.
Imagine an AI agent, and it's like the first line of defense for customer questions.
Right.
It handles those basic questions, you know?
Yeah.
It solves those easy problems.
The FAQs.
Exactly. And then if it's something super complicated,
Yeah.
then it goes to a human.
No more waiting on hold for like an hour.
Right.
Like just to reset a password or something.
Exactly.
That's great for everyone.
It is a win-win.
For sure.
And you know, it's not just about those customer-facing things.
Okay.
Like, what about supply chain management?
Okay.
Think about an agent that's always watching the inventory levels.
Uh-huh.
It can like predict problems before they even happen.
Ooh.
It can even be like, hey, maybe we should look at this other supplier
Right.
before things go totally crazy.
That's next level.
Right.
Like you're always ahead of the game.
Exactly.
But, you know, with all this AI stuff, it makes you wonder
yeah.
about like the downsides.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
The ethical side of things.
Well, Microsoft has been very clear that they're committed to responsible AI.
Okay.
They keep saying that they build these agents with security, privacy, all that in mind.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Because anytime you get new technology,
Right.
you always worry about what could go wrong.
Exactly. And that's why we got to talk about it. We
Yeah.
have to make sure that AI is a good thing
Right.
for everyone.
So it sounds like things are about to change a lot
Yeah,
in the way we work.
for sure.
But like for people who aren't, tech giants,
Right.
what does all this AI stuff mean for them?
That's a good question.
Should they be like, quick, build an AI army?
Well, not exactly. It's more about understanding what's happening,
Okay.
getting up to speed with this new reality.
Yeah.
The first step is just learning,
All right.
figuring out what AI agents can do, what they can't do.
Knowledge is power, right?
Exactly. Especially with things changing so fast.
Yeah, that's true. And then once you've got the knowledge,
Yeah.
you can start looking for opportunities
Opportunities for what?
to use AI to make things better.
Okay, so like, how do I use an AI agent
Right, exactly.
to like improve my business?
Yes. Are there any tasks that you could automate?
Okay,
Free up your team to focus on the important stuff.
got it.
The
Well,
stuff that really matters.
So it's less about replacing and more about reimagining,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, how can we work with AI
Mm-hmm.
to make things better?
It's a collaboration.
Okay,
You and your AI agents working together
got it.
to achieve more.
But for like the average person,
Right.
this is kind of a lot to take in, right?
It is. It's a lot to process.
Where do we even start?
Well, I think instead of getting lost in the weeds,
Yeah.
like all the technical stuff,
Right.
just think big picture for a second.
Huh?
What are the biggest challenges you face?
In my business.
Yeah, in your business, in your life.
Okay.
What takes up most of your time? Because chances are,
Yeah.
there's probably an AI solution out there that can help.
So instead of like, trying to go learn how to code an AI,
Exactly.
I should be thinking,
Yeah,
how could this technology solve my problems?
precisely. AI isn't some far-off thing anymore.
Right.
It's here.
It's happening.
And it's evolving so fast.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And the people who embrace it,
Mhm.
they're going to be the ones who really thrive.
It's like we're standing at the edge of like a whole new world.
It is. It's exciting.
A little scary, maybe.
Maybe a little, but mostly exciting.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating time to be into AI.
Yeah, it really is.
Because, like, the choices we make today
Right.
about how we use this technology.
Mm-hmm. It's going to shape everything.
Exactly.
It really is a lot to think about.
It is.
But, it's going to be interesting.
Absolutely.
That's the one thing we know for sure.
So, as we kind of wrap up this deep dive,
Yeah.
what's, like, the one thing you want people to remember?
Don't be afraid of AI.
Okay.
Dive in.
Yeah.
Learn about it. Play around with it.
Got it.
Start thinking about the possibilities.
Imagine.
Yeah, because the future is here.
It's happening.
And it's powered by AI.
It is. It really is some exciting stuff.
It is.
Well, thanks for,
Yeah,
walking us through all this.
happy to be here.
And to everyone listening,
Yes.
we'll leave you with this.
Okay.
If AI agents can already do all this stuff,
Right.
what are they going to be able to do?
Yeah, what's next?
5, 10 years from now?
It's crazy to think about.
It really is. That's something to think about.
And if you want another AI deep dive, check this next video and ask, am I really living in these AI dope times?
So today we're diving into this article. It's by Anshul Kumar, and he talks about these 10 apps, swears by them.
10 apps. Wow.
Yeah, 10 apps that he says make his life way easier. So we thought it would be cool to kind of pick a few of those
Okay.
and, see what they're all about.
See if they live up to the hype.
Exactly. Maybe uncover some hidden gems along the way.
I like it.
Okay, so Kumar, he starts off with this app. It's called LocalSend. And it's tackling this problem I think we've all had. You know when you're trying to share files between like different devices?
Oh, all the time?
And it's just like they speak different languages or something?
Oh, the worst.
Like, why is this so hard?
Right. Like Android to iPhone or even just like my laptop to my phone.
Ugh, yes.
It shouldn't be this difficult.
The worst. But Kumar, he's like, LocalSend, super easy, ridiculously easy. Like almost beaming the files over or something.
Yes, just.
And I was thinking about it, and it's probably using like tech that already kind of exists.
Right.
Like local networks and stuff.
Yeah, peer-to-peer.
But it's clunky usually.
It is, yeah, usually very clunky.
And it sounds like LocalSend just makes it like seamless.
Streamlining the process.
Exactly.
That's it.
And he seems really enthusiastic about it.
Okay,
So
good sign.
sounds promising.
So no more like sending things one at a time.
Oh my gosh, please. Like, we're back in the dial-up age.
Exactly.
Okay, so get this. The next app,
Okay.
it's called Spatial Touch.
Spatial touch.
And it's like, I don't know, almost sci-fi.
Okay.
Imagine controlling your phone, but with hand gestures.
Really?
Like you're conducting an orchestra, but of apps.
I've got to admit, that one, it sounds interesting.
Right.
It's like touchless technology,
Totally.
which it could be a novelty, but also like accessibility-wise.
Huge
Potential.
Yeah.
Huge potential, yeah.
And, you know, Kumar, he talks about like scrolling through articles while he's eating,
Okay.
which, let's be real, we've all been there.
We've all, yeah, with the greasy fingers trying
Actually,
to scroll.
But, you know, thinking beyond that, like people who maybe have trouble with touch screens,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
this could be like a game changer.
Makes you wonder what else we could do.
Right. And it's not just scrolling. He's talking about like adjusting volume, pausing, even taking pictures.
Wow.
All with just like a wave of the hand.
That's pretty wild when you think about it.
Like, what else is coming?
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
Okay, now this next one, maybe a little less, you know, Jedi mind trick,
Okay.
but it's one of those problems I think we all have. It's called clap to find my phone.
Literally, the name says it all.
I know, right?
Sometimes the simplest solutions
Are the best ones.
are the best ones. Yeah.
It's like so straightforward,
genius.
but it is.
Yeah.
Like, no more frantically, where's my phone? It's under the laundry again.
Every single time.
It really gets to that thing that Kumar talks about in the article, like these little annoyances.
They add up.
They really do. And they steal your time and your energy.
Explain your sanity.
And your sanity. Oh, speaking of which, music, anyone? I mean, don't you feel like the right playlist can just like totally shift your mood?
Oh, for sure. Music is so powerful like that.
Totally. Okay, so Kumar, he introduces us to this app, Groovify.
Groovify.
And it connects to your Spotify, right?
Okay.
But here's the thing. It's not just suggesting stuff you've already listened to.
Right.
It makes these playlists, but like tailored to your mood.
Oh, like a personalized DJ?
Yes. And he was saying you can even like use these sliders to fine tune it.
Really?
Yeah, like how much energy you want, or if you want something more chill.
That's interesting. It makes you wonder, like, what's going on behind the scenes there
Right.
to actually analyze the music like that?
It must be pretty advanced, right?
Yeah, it has to be more than just like genre or whatever.
So it's picking up on the, what would you call it, the feeling of the music.
Exactly. The emotional tone. So it knows if something's like uplifting or more melancholy, even if it's, I don't know, still technically rock or whatever.
That's so too. I mean, it makes sense though, right? Like how certain songs can, I don't know, pump you up for a workout.
Absolutely. Or help you unwind at night. It's like Groovify's tapping into that, but in a way, more personalized way.
Okay, but not all of his picks are like super high tech.
Oh, okay.
He also talks about this app. It's called Life Hack Tips.
Straightforward.
I know, right? Basically, it's just a ton of like practical advice, little tips and tricks.
I do love a good life hack.
Right, and he gives us one example, and it's so simple, but I was like, why haven't I thought of this?
Okay, what is it?
Using different colored earbud tips.
Okay.
So you know which one is left and right.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. Why have I never...
I know, I've spent so much time untangling those things, and it's like this whole time.
Such a simple fix.
Right. And apparently this app has all sorts of stuff like that, not just earbuds.
Sure, anything.
Yeah, like his morning routine, finding deals online, all kinds of things.
That's like that need we all have, you know, to just make life a little smoother.
A little more streamlined, yeah.
Especially these days when it feels like everything's moving so fast.
100%. Okay. But get ready, because this next one, we're talking next level AI.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
Kumar calls Copilot ChatGPT on crack, and that might not even be like doing it justice.
I was just thinking, we've all played around with ChatGPT a bit, right?
Right.
But this sounds way more intense.
Okay, so ChatGPT, it's great with words, right? But Copilot, it goes beyond that, like way beyond.
What do you mean?
It doesn't just write stuff, it creates original music too, and visual art.
No way.
All based on what you tell it, like prompts and descriptions.
So you could like describe a scene and it'll make a picture.
Yes. Or a whole song, like with instruments and everything.
This is blowing my mind a little bit.
I know, right? And it's not just like generic stuff either, Kumar. He told it to make a picture of, are you ready for this? A furious potato destroying everything?
He's kidding.
I'm serious.
And it did it.
It did.
I don't even know what to say to that. That's incredible, but also kind of makes you think, where's the line?
Right. Like, if AI can create art now, what does that even mean for, human creativity?
Big questions.
Big questions. And on that note, there's one more app on Kumar's list I want to get to because it really gets into, like, our whole relationship with technology. So, you know how we were talking about just feeling overwhelmed with all the apps out there?
Yeah, like, is there an app for that feeling?
Right. Well, get this. Kumar actually talks about this app. It's called Tuli.
Tuli, okay.
And it's basically like 100 apps in one.
Wait, seriously. So they made an app to fix the problem of...
Too many apps.
Too many apps, exactly.
I know, right? And it's like, on the one hand, that sounds amazing.
Sure, like, super convenient.
Right. He's talking about it has text generators, unit converters, even a white noise machine.
It's like that, what is it, a Swiss Army knife?
Yes.
But digital.
But then it also makes you wonder,
Right.
like, are we taking this too far?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, he gave this example. He used the Tuli app. It has this lucky spin wheel thing.
Right.
And he used it to decide where to order takeout.
I mean, I get it. Sometimes you just can't, even with the decisions.
I know. But it's like, are we really at the point where we need an app to pick our dinner?
It's almost like, I don't know, are we forgetting how to just, like, choose things for ourselves?
And if you want another AI dope deep dive, check this next video and ask yourself, how lucky are we to live in these AI dope times?
Generative AI isn't just a tool, it's your co-creator. Turning ideas into breakthroughs, it's redefining creativity as we know it.
Ever feel like you're stuck in a brainstorming rut? Ideas everywhere, but nothing quite clicking.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, imagine having an AI assistant that could swoop in and help you connect the dots, leading to those aha moments that spark real innovation.
Like having an extra teammate whose brain operates at warp speed.
That's exactly what we're diving into today, how generative AI is changing the game for innovation, especially in the fast-paced world of design sprints.
It's fascinating, isn't it? The study we're looking at really highlights how generative AI isn't just about automation, but about augmenting human creativity, pushing us further than we could go alone.
And design sprints are like the perfect testing ground for this, right? For those unfamiliar, it's all about tackling a specific problem with a small, diverse team, all within a very compressed time frame.
It's like a pressure cooker for innovation. You've got intense brainstorming, rapid prototyping, constant feedback loops, all carefully facilitated to maintain momentum.
A pressure cooker that, according to the study, 83% of companies are prioritizing.
Yet only a tiny fraction actually feel equipped to handle.
Ouch. A familiar feeling, I'm sure. But that's where these generative AI tools like ChatGPT or DALL-E come in. They're like adding a secret weapon to your team's arsenal.
They really do become almost like an extra team member, especially during those critical early stages of a design sprint.
You're talking about the divergent thinking phase, right? That initial explosion of ideas where you're trying to cover as much ground as possible.
Exactly. And one participant in the study described it perfectly. They said their team was drowning in a sea of fragmented concepts, struggling to find that common thread.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
So how'd AI come to the rescue? Did it just swoop in with the perfect solution?
Not quite. The study found that the real magic happens not when AI tries to be the idea guy, but when it acts as a facilitator for human collaboration.
Okay, so walk me through that. What does that look like in practice?
So in this particular case, the team fed all their jumbled ideas into the AI. And instead of picking a winner, it analyzed everything and synthesized it into a coherent starting point. It's like the AI helped them draw a map out of what was initially just a bunch of random dots.
It's like AI excels at connecting those dots, which then frees us humans up to think bigger picture.
And it doesn't stop there. As the design sprint moves from that expansive divergent phase to the more focused convergent stage, AI takes on a whole new role. Equally important, but definitely different.
Right, now this is where it gets really interesting. We've tackled the brainstorming part, but how does AI function when it's decision time? Give us the inside scoop.
You've got it moving from that sea of possibilities to actually making decisions. Imagine this. You're in the thick of it, dozens of ideas on the table, and it's time to zero in on the best path forward.
And the pressure's on. So how does AI step up in that kind of high-stakes environment?
Well, this study revealed something pretty surprising, even for seasoned design sprint facilitators.
Okay, now you've got to spill the beans.
Yeah.
What surprised them? It's not like the AI is single-handedly making the decisions, is it?
No, it's not about replacing human judgment at all. Instead, think of the AI as this incredibly efficient assistant, capable of analyzing mountains of data, customer feedback, market trends, all of it. And then it distills all that information into these digestible insights for the team to consider.
So it's like having an extra set of eyes on the problem, but these eyes can process information on a whole other level, right?
Yeah.
Picking up on those nuances that we humans might miss.
Spot on. And you know how we talked about AI's ability to synthesize information before? Well, in this decision-making phase, that ability becomes absolutely crucial.
Okay, I need an example here. Paint me a picture.
All right, let's say your team is wrestling with 3 completely different prototypes. Each one has its own pros and cons, and you're just feeling stuck. The AI can be tasked with diving deep into user feedback, market data, even competitor analysis. Then it can actually rank those prototypes based on whatever criteria matter most to the team.
That's incredible. So it's not that the team blindly follows the AI's ranking, but it gives them a data-driven starting point for those tough conversations.
Exactly. It eliminates that analysis paralysis that can really bog a team down. And it's not just about ranking options either.
Oh, there's more.
This study found that AI can even generate rough drafts of different scenarios or even basic prototypes, all based on the team's initial ideas. It's like having a tireless assistant who's constantly generating options.
That's amazing. It frees up so much time and mental energy, allowing the team to really focus on the why behind their decisions. But I have to ask, with all this AI assistance, is there a risk that the team becomes too passive? Like, are they just watching the AI do the work instead of actively participating?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it's something this study emphasizes over and over again, the importance of human oversight throughout the entire process. As one participant put it, you could automate almost the whole design sprint, but where's the fun in that?
It's about striking a balance, right? Keeping those human elements of collaboration and creativity alive while still leveraging the power of AI.
100%. And to do that, you need clear roles and responsibilities from the get-go. The facilitator plays a key role here, making sure the AI is used as a tool to enhance, not overpower the team.
So it's kind of like the AI is this incredibly talented musician capable of playing these amazing solos, but it's the conductor, the facilitator, who's ultimately shaping the entire performance.
I like that analogy. And, just like a conductor needs to understand each instrument, the facilitator and the team need to be fluent in AI to really make it sing.
It's a partnership, not just a case of plugging it in and hoping for the best.
Exactly. And one of the keys to making that partnership really hum is transparency.
Transparency, huh? Now tell me more about that. How does that factor into all of this?
Well, it all comes down to trust. The study found that when teams actually understand how the AI is working, what data it's using, why it's recommending certain things, they're far more likely to embrace those insights.
So it's about demystifying the process, right? Letting the team peek behind the curtain.
Exactly. When you remove that element of the unknown, the AI becomes less of a mysterious black box and more of a trusted teammate.
It's still about humans solving human problems. The AI is just there to lend a hand.
And sometimes that helping hand is all we need to break through those barriers and reach truly innovative solutions.
This has been incredible. Eye-opening, really. But I have a feeling we're just scratching the surface here. What other insights did this study uncover about this whole human-AI partnership?
Well, one of the most compelling findings was around the actual tangible outcomes. We've talked a lot about the how, but the so what is where things get really exciting.
Ooh, I love a good so what. Don't leave me hanging.
Let's dive into those real-world results in part 3. You won't want to miss this.
All right, you've teased these tangible outcomes. Spill, how is this human-AI collaboration actually changing the game in the real world?
This is where it gets really real, right? The study found that companies integrating generative AI into their innovation processes are seeing some seriously impressive results. We're talking about a real impact on both speed and efficiency.
So less talk, More action, more results, love it. But give me specifics. What are we talking about here?
Absolutely. Let's talk about market research.
Okay.
Always important, but it can be such a time-consuming process, right?
Sure.
While some companies are now using generative AI to analyze massive data sets of consumer trends, competitor data, social media sentiment AI can handle it all.
Wow.
And this allows them to gather insights and identify opportunities much faster than traditional methods.
It's like having a crystal ball, but instead of vague predictions, you're getting concrete data.
Yes. And it's not just about speed either. The quality of these AI-driven insights is often significantly higher.
How so?
Because AI can process such a vast amount of data, it can uncover those subtle patterns and correlations that we humans might miss. Things that are hidden in plain sight.
It's like having an army of analysts working around the clock.
Right. But it doesn't stop at market research. The study also highlighted how companies are using generative AI for everything, from rapid prototyping new product ideas to even generating marketing copy and visuals.
So it's not just about coming up with a big idea, but also about bringing it to life more efficiently.
Exactly. And it's not just about pure efficiency either.
Okay, tell me more.
The study actually found that this iterative way of working with AI often leads to more creative solutions overall.
Interesting. I wouldn't have thought of that.
Teams are able to experiment more freely, test multiple variations, and refine their designs based on real-time feedback from the AI. It's like having a constant feedback loop, pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
That's amazing. But with all this talk about efficiency and speed and data, I can't help but wonder about the human element. What about those aha moments, those bursts of creativity that often come from unexpected places? Does AI help or hinder that process?
It's a great question, and it's something the study really dug into. Interestingly, many participants actually reported that AI, far from stifling creativity, actually fostered it.
Really? How so?
Well, because the AI takes on a lot of the repetitive, tedious tasks, it frees up the human team to focus on what they do best. Thinking strategically, making those creative connections, and coming up with truly innovative solutions.
So it's not humans versus AI, it's humans and AI working together towards a shared goal.
Precisely. And that's the big takeaway from this whole study. The power of generative AI isn't about replacing human ingenuity, but about amplifying it.
It's been amazing to take a deep dive into this with you, to explore how this technology is shaping the future of innovation. As we wrap up here, what's the key message you hope listeners take away from this conversation?
We're on the edge of a whole new era of innovation, one where human-AI collaboration is essential for unlocking truly groundbreaking solutions.
If you liked this discussion, click this next video where we go through the many ways AI is transforming how creators work by handling tedious tasks, allowing them to focus on storytelling, emotional connection, and authenticity.
Let's meet Denver, a designer who hit rock bottom and then turned it all around. With just 96 subscribers, he made $100,000 in 30 days. His secret? A little grit, a little genius, and an inspiring story that's pure AI dope.
Imagine, like, you're days away from having to sell everything.
Oh, wow.
Just to keep the lights on.
Yeah.
And boom, you're making six figures every month.
That's incredible.
Unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
But that's exactly what happened to Denver,
Wow.
a marriage coach who turned his passion into this thriving business.
I love it.
And for Denver, that passion was sparked by a deeply personal experience. Denver was diagnosed with stage 4 throat cancer.
Wow, that must have been devastating.
Yeah,
A diagnosis like that.
Right.
You have to confront your own mortality and reevaluate everything.
it was a complete game changer.
Yeah.
He described it as going from 220 pounds of muscle down to 87 pounds.
Oh my goodness.
His resilience is truly inspiring.
It is.
He went through 2 years of grueling treatment.
Wow.
And throughout that entire ordeal, his commitment to helping other couples never wavered.
Wow.
It actually deepened. He realized his struggles gave him this unique perspective and a burning desire to guide men
Okay.
who were facing the pain of an unwanted divorce or a separation.
Yeah.
It was like he transformed his pain into this powerful force for good.
That's a crucial turning point in his story.
Yeah.
He didn't just survive his cancer.
Right.
He
Yeah.
transcended it.
Right.
He found a deeper meaning and purpose
Yes.
in using his experience to help others navigate similar challenges.
And that leads us to the next chapter. The shift from nonprofit to for-profit.
Okay.
And this was not an easy decision.
I bet.
Denver had been running his coaching nonprofit for years.
Right.
But he felt this pull, this calling to turn it into a business. He wanted to reach more people, have a bigger impact.
Sure.
Honestly, create a more sustainable future for himself and his family.
It's a common misconception that purpose and profit can't coexist.
Yeah.
I think in reality, when you're truly passionate about something and you're providing genuine value, financial success can be a natural byproduct.
Right.
It allows you to scale your impact and reach even more people.
Exactly. But Denver's initial attempts to build a business,
Okay.
especially using YouTube,
Yeah.
didn't quite go as planned.
Oh.
In fact, things got so tough that he was literally days away from having to sell everything
Oh, wow.
just to make ends meet.
That's a stark reminder
Yeah.
that building an online business
Yeah.
isn't always a smooth ride. It takes grit, resilience, and a willingness to adapt.
For sure.
So what was the turning point for Denver?
Yeah.
How did he go from the brink of collapse to 6 figures a month?
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works. Always growing. Live Google Sheet. Always free. AI dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
So what was the turning point? How did he go from the brink of collapse to 6 figures a month?
Well, that's where things get really interesting.
Okay.
He stumbled upon a program
Okay.
called the Authority Accelerator,
Okay.
created by Sonny Leonard Uzzi.
Okay, I've heard of him.
Now, this program wasn't just another course.
Right.
It provided a specific framework
Okay.
for building a profitable online business.
So it gave him the structure and strategies
Yeah.
that he needed to actually monetize his passion and his expertise.
It was like the missing piece of the puzzle.
Gotcha.
It was about creating a system that worked,
Okay.
attracting the right clients,
Right.
packaging his knowledge in a way that resonated with people
Yeah.
who are ready to invest in themselves and their relationships.
I love it.
And you know what? That's when things really start to take off.
Now, I'm dying to know what happened when he started implementing
Right.
what he learned.
Right.
Did he see immediate results?
Hold on to your hats, because this is where Denver's story gets really mind-blowing.
Okay.
And this is just part one. We'll delve into the incredible outcomes
Yeah.
he achieved, the specific tactics he used,
Yeah.
and the powerful lessons we can all take away from his journey.
Right.
The next part of our deep dive.
Can't wait. All right, spill the beans. What happened when Denver put the Authority Accelerator framework into action?
Get this. He discovered that clients who paid for his coaching were achieving the same results
Really?
in just 7 weeks.
7 weeks. That's incredible.
Yeah.
But wait, didn't you say he was previously running a nonprofit coaching program?
I did.
How long did it take those clients to see results?
That's the mind-blowing part.
Okay.
It took his nonprofit clients an average of 7 months
Wow.
to see similar outcomes.
That's a huge difference.
It is.
What do you think caused such a dramatic shift?
Well, Denver believes it all comes down to having skin in the game. When people invest financially in their transformation,
Right.
their commitment level skyrockets.
Yeah.
They show up differently, they do the work,
Yeah.
and ultimately they get better, faster results.
It makes total sense.
It does.
When you're invested, you're not just passively consuming information.
Right.
You're actively engaged in the process.
Yeah.
You're more likely to prioritize it,
For sure.
make time for it, and really absorb the teachings.
Exactly. It's like that old saying,
Yeah.
you get out what you put in.
Right, exactly.
But this isn't just about money.
Okay.
It's about mindset, commitment,
Right.
and taking ownership of your journey.
This insight is gold for anyone listening.
Yeah,
It applies to so much more than coaching.
I think so.
Whether you're trying to learn a new skill, start a business,
Right.
or even just improve your fitness.
Yeah.
That level of investment
Right.
make all the difference.
Absolutely. And you know what else Denver discovered?
That's that.
Remember how his initial attempts to use YouTube were a total flop?
Yeah, you mentioned he was almost forced to sell everything because those efforts didn't pan out.
Yeah.
What changed?
He decided to give YouTube another shot.
Okay.
But this time,
Yeah.
he approached it strategically,
Okay.
using the principles he learned in the Authority Accelerator.
Right.
He started by identifying his ideal client avatar.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
For those of us who aren't familiar with marketing jargon,
Right.
what exactly is an ideal client avatar?
It's basically a detailed profile of your perfect client.
Okay.
Their demographics, their pain points, their aspirations, their values.
Gotcha.
It helps you create content that speaks directly to their needs and desires.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
So instead of trying to reach everyone,
Right.
he laser focused his efforts
Yes.
on attracting the people who are most likely to resonate with his message
Exact.
and invest in his coaching.
Precisely.
Gotcha.
He repurposed his older videos,
Oh, okay.
tailoring them to his ideal client avatar, and made sure that his content was addressing their specific pain points
Right.
and offering solutions.
Smart.
And you know what happened.
Tell me, did he finally crack the YouTube code?
Okay, prepare to be amazed.
Okay.
With just 96 subscribers.
Wow.
You heard that right? 96.
That's so few.
He generated $10,000 in the last 4 days of the month.
No way. Just 96 subscribers. That's unbelievable.
I know.
Most people wouldn't even consider monetizing
Right.
with such a small audience.
I know.
What was his secret?
It all boils down to focusing on the right audience
Okay.
rather than chasing vanity metrics.
Right.
He wasn't concerned about having millions of views or thousands of subscribers.
Yeah.
He was focused on attracting those 96 people
Right.
who were genuinely interested in what he had to offer,
Right.
who resonated with his story,
Yeah.
and who were ready to invest in their transformation.
It's a testament to the power of targeted marketing.
It is.
And building genuine connections.
Yes.
He wasn't just broadcasting to the masses. He was creating content that spoke directly to the hearts and minds of his ideal clients.
Exactly. And it didn't stop there.
Oh, wow.
The following month, with a modest increase to 132 subscribers,
Okay.
he hit $102,900 in cash.
That's insane.
It is.
To go from nearly selling everything to 6 figures a month
Yeah.
in such a short span of time
I know.
is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
But what's even more impressive is that he achieved this with a tiny YouTube following.
I know.
It really challenges the notion
It does.
that you need a massive audience to be successful online.
It's a game changer for anyone who's been told they need millions of followers to make money online.
Right.
Denver's story proves that it's not about the quantity of your audience.
Yeah.
It's about the quality of your connection with them.
So he found his ideal clients, created content that resonated with them,
Right.
and built a system for monetizing his expertise.
Yes.
What happened next?
Right.
How did he handle that rapid growth? Did he have to hire a huge team to keep up?
That's the beauty of it. He kept things incredibly simple.
Really?
He's always emphasizing how easy and manageable his business is to run.
Okay.
Even now, as a multi-million-dollar business,
Yeah.
he works less than 10 hours a week.
10 hours a week
Yeah.
for a 7-figure business. That's almost unheard of.
I know, right?
How does he manage that?
He attributes it to the systems he put in place,
Okay.
thanks to the Authority Accelerator framework.
Right.
He streamlined his processes, automated tasks,
Right.
and built a team that supported his vision.
So he's not just working in his business.
Right,
He's
sir.
working on his business.
Exactly.
Constantly optimizing and improving it.
Exactly. And you know what?
What?
He only has 2 employees.
2. That's incredible.
It is
Who are they?
his son, who's his video editor,
Okay.
and a social media coach.
Gotcha.
He actually joked about how his team had trouble scheduling this interview
Oh, wow.
because he rarely checks his email.
That's amazing.
He's built a business that allows him to live life on his own terms.
That's the dream, isn't it?
It is.
To create a business that provides not just financial freedom, but also time freedom and the flexibility to pursue your passions
Yes.
and spend time with loved ones.
And Denver's story is proof that it's possible.
It is.
But it goes beyond personal freedom.
Okay.
He's incredibly passionate about creating a legacy of impact.
What do you mean by
He's not just building a business.
Okay.
He's building a movement.
Wow.
He's helping men save their marriages,
Right.
rebuild their families, and create a ripple effect of positive change in their communities.
I love that.
He often talks about how the work he does impacts
Yeah.
not just the many coaches, but also their wives, their children, and future generations.
That's so powerful.
It is.
It's a reminder that business success can be a vehicle for something much larger than ourselves.
Yes.
When we align our work with a deep sense of purpose, we can create a legacy that extends far beyond financial gain.
And, throughout his journey, Denver's perspective on money has evolved as well.
Okay.
He's adamant that his success wasn't driven by chasing wealth.
Interesting.
In fact, remember how he ran his coaching nonprofit for 8 years
Yes, you mentioned that earlier.
before transitioning to a paid model?
Right. It sounds like money was never his primary motivator.
Exactly.
Okay.
He even shared a story about how during his cancer treatment,
Yeah.
when he was at his weakest point,
Okay.
he heard a voice saying, "You're done working for money."
Wow, that's profound.
It is.
What did he make of that at the time?
He said it didn't make sense back then.
Yeah.
He was facing financial hardship,
Of course.
struggling to keep his head above water.
Right.
But as his business took off,
Yeah.
he realized the profound truth in those words.
Yeah.
He was no longer trading his time for money.
Okay.
His business was working for him,
Yeah.
generating income,
Yeah.
even when he wasn't actively working,
Right.
allowing him to focus on his health, his family, and the things that truly mattered to him.
That's such a powerful shift in mindset
It is.
when we align our work with our purpose
Right.
and create genuine value for others.
Yes,
The financial rewards often follow naturally.
they do.
It's not about chasing money.
Right.
It's about pursuing your passion
Right.
and making a difference in the world.
Exactly.
I love that.
And speaking of financial rewards,
Okay.
his success hasn't changed his lifestyle drastically.
Really?
He shared a funny anecdote about how he and his wife were recently shocked
Oh.
by the balance in their checking account.
Okay.
They still live a relatively simple life,
Yeah.
but now they just turn the AC on more often.
Okay.
Maybe splurge on groceries once in a while.
That's a refreshing perspective.
It is.
It's a reminder that financial abundance doesn't have to equate to extravagant spending
Right.
or a complete overhaul of your lifestyle.
Right.
True wealth is about having the freedom to make choices that align with your values
Yes.
and create a life you love.
Denver's journey is a whirlwind of inspiration and practical lessons.
It is.
But there's one final piece I want to touch on
Okay.
before we move to the final part of our deep dive.
All right.
His advice on finding your calling.
Intrigued. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. What does Denver say about finding your calling? It feels like he kind of stumbled onto this path
Yeah.
after facing some pretty major challenges.
He actually emphasizes that those challenges were so instrumental in shaping his purpose.
Okay.
He says, look back at the things you've overcome in your life. Those experiences, even the painful ones, hold the seeds of your potential impact.
That's a powerful reframing.
Yeah.
We often view setbacks as obstacles,
Right.
but they can also be opportunities for growth and learning,
Yeah.
and ultimately helping others who are facing similar struggles.
Exactly. He encourages people to ask themselves,
Okay.
what pain points have I overcome? What knowledge or skills have I acquired that others would pay to learn?
It's about identifying your unique value proposition.
Yeah.
What sets you apart?
Right.
What experiences or insights do you have that can genuinely benefit others?
He also stresses the importance of mentorship and investing in yourself.
Yeah.
He says finding the right guidance can be a complete game changer,
Right.
especially when you're venturing into a new field.
His experience with the Authority Accelerator program
Yes.
is a perfect example of that, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
It gave him the tools and the strategies he needed to monetize his passion and create a sustainable business.
It wasn't just about the information.
Right.
It was about the support, the accountability, the community that came with it.
Yeah.
He emphasizes that investing in yourself
Yeah.
is not just about money, it's about prioritizing your growth and committing to your vision.
And don't forget his point about not needing a massive audience to succeed. He built a six-figure business with just a handful of YouTube subscribers.
Wow, now.
It's about quality over quantity,
It is.
finding your niche and connecting with the right people.
That's such an important takeaway.
It is.
For anyone feeling overwhelmed by the idea of building an online presence,
Right.
you don't need millions of followers
Right.
to make an impact or generate income.
Exactly.
Focus on attracting your ideal clients, those who genuinely resonate with your message and are ready to invest in the transformation you offer.
So to wrap things up,
Okay.
what's the one piece of advice Denver would give to our listeners who are looking to create something extraordinary, whether it's a business, a movement, or simply a more fulfilling life?
He would say, don't underestimate yourself. You have more to offer than you realize.
Okay.
Look back at your experiences.
Yeah.
Identify your unique value, invest in your growth, and never be afraid to share your gifts with the world.
It's inspiring, isn't it?
It is.
His story is a testament to the power of resilience, purpose, and belief in our own potential.
It's a reminder that even in the face of adversity, we have the power to create something truly remarkable.
Right.
Something that not only transforms our own lives, but also makes a positive impact on the world around us.
Well said.
And if you want another AI dope deep dive, check this next video and ask yourself, how lucky are we to live in these AI dope times?
China's electric vehicle industry, a modern-day behemoth of designer manufacturing. It produces more EVs than every other nation on Earth combined. It corners the market in areas where the global West isn't even ready to compete. It's so good at what it does that with the exception of only Tesla, it wipes the floor with automakers like Ford, Toyota, Volkswagen, Nissan, Porsche, and more.
Today, we're going to be talking about China's electric vehicle industry, EVs.
It's going to be a wild ride. Buckle up.
You said it. We got this this crazy YouTube video you sent over called China's Electric Car Industry is Insane from the channel Mega Projects. And let me tell you, the title's not wrong. But before we even get into it, let me ask you, when you think electric car, what pops into your head?
Tesla, probably, right?
Right. Like a sleek, futuristic, or maybe one of those Nissan Leafs. You know, something from Europe or America.
It's the image we're used to.
Totally. But get this. While we're busy picturing those, China's out here running laps around everyone else in the EV game. And I'm not just talking about building a few electric cars here and there. I'm saying they're producing more EVs than every other country combined.
It's pretty mind-blowing. And what's even more interesting is that this isn't some like recent thing. This dominance, it was planned. Like decades ago, planned.
Wait, really? You're telling me the strategy goes way back?
Oh yeah, way back. The video, it points out how China was already a major player in, get this, electric bicycles, e-bikes, back in the early 2000s. Like they were mass producing them, selling them like hotcakes. Meanwhile, most of the world was still looking at them like they were some kind of toy.
It's true. I remember when e-bikes were a rare sight, at least where I'm from. So while everyone else was still trying to figure out this whole e-bike thing, China was already thinking, what, like 10 steps ahead?
Exactly. They used e-bikes as like a testing ground. They were scaling up production, refining the technology, all while the rest of us were snoozing. That strategy, it gave them a massive head start. I mean, they basically had a crash course in battery tech, electric motors, mass production, all the stuff you need for EVs.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works. Always growing. Live Google Sheet. Always free. AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
So basically, by the time the US and Europe started taking electric vehicles seriously, China was already in the driver's seat. Foot on the gas.
And they haven't hit the brakes since.
Yeah.
And you can't talk about this without talking about the Chinese government.
Yeah.
They have been all in on EVs from the start.
Yeah. The video mentioned government subsidies. They're giving incentives to buyers, even mandating that public transportation be electric. I mean, come on, that's a whole nother level.
It really is. It's like they said, we're going to build it and they will come. And you know what? It worked. They created this massive competitive EV market and everyone wants in. Domestic companies, foreign companies, even Tesla set up shop over there.
Yeah.
And all that competition, it's fueled insane innovation. I mean, there is so many different EV models in China, it's kind of crazy.
So it's not just about like pushing a couple of car models. They've created a whole EV ecosystem over there.
100%. We're talking electric buses, trucks, vans, even street sweepers. They're electrifying everything that moves.
That's insane. I mean, it's like comparing a bicycle to a spaceship. You know, when you look at what other countries are doing, it's just...
And while other countries are still debating whether EVs are even a good idea, China's out here setting speed records.
Oh, yeah. What was that stat? The video mentioned something crazy about the performance of some of these Chinese EVs.
Oh, yeah. The Yangwang U9, for example, it goes from 0 to 60 miles per hour in under 2.5 seconds. That's faster than a lot of supercars.
Okay, no, that's just showing off. But with all this momentum, I gotta ask, are there any bumps in the road for China's EV industry? Because the video did mention a couple of challenges.
Of course, every industry has its challenges, like range anxiety. That's a big one, especially for larger vehicles like pickup trucks. Imagine trying to tow something and you run out of battery in the middle of nowhere.
Yikes. Not a good look.
Not at all. And then there's the global aspect. You know, the US and Europe, They're watching all this happen, and they're kind of freaking out.
Right, like a little bit of awe mixed with a whole lot of, uh-oh, we need to catch up.
Exactly. And now you've got tariffs, trade barriers. Things are getting messy.
Yeah, the video mentioned that stuff. Seems like things are getting a little complicated.
It's a tricky situation, no doubt. On one hand, you've got China pushing the boundaries of innovation in the EV space. They're making EVs more affordable, and they're making the world a greener place. But on the other hand, there are legitimate concerns about fair competition and what happens if one country controls too much of a vital industry like this.
Yeah.
It's a tough balancing act, for sure.
No kidding. And it feels like we're just scratching the surface here.
Oh, yeah. We've only just begun to dive in.
Okay, so we've established that China's EV scene is less like a gentle wave and more like a tsunami wiping out the competition. But who are these big players in this electric ocean? The video mentioned a couple of names like BYD. They're going toe-to-toe with Tesla.
Yeah, BYD is an interesting one. Their name, it actually stands for Build Your Dreams, which is, I gotta admit, pretty catchy. But they're not just about a catchy name, they're producing some serious numbers. By the end of 2023, get this, they had produced 6 million EVs.
6 million.
6 million. That made them the first company globally to ever hit that number.
Yeah.
And it shows how strategic they've been.
So how did they pull it off?
Well, they started with batteries, right? But here's the thing. Instead of just supplying batteries to other car companies, they did something interesting. They, what do they call it? Vertically integrated.
Okay, hold up. Now you're just using fancy business jargon. Vertically integrated. What does that even mean?
Basically, it means they decided to control pretty much every single part of the EV making process themselves. We're talking batteries, motors, all the components, even the lithium for the batteries.
Yeah.
That gives them like ultimate control over their supply chain, which in a market that's blown up like this is a massive advantage.
So while other car companies are out there scrambling, begging for parts, BYD is just like, nope, we got this. Hit the gas, churn them out, right?
Exactly. And it's not just like they're pumping out one type of car either. We're talking a huge range. They got everything from affordable little compacts like the Dolphin, all the way up to luxury SUVs, and of course that crazy fast Yangwang U9 we talked.
Oh yeah, and the electric buses. I mean, those things are everywhere.
Tell me about it. BYD's already sold like over 100,000 electric buses worldwide. They're not just after the car market. They're coming for public transportation too.
It's kind of scary how good they are at predicting where things are headed, you know?
Right. And speaking of ambitious, BYD isn't the only one making waves. Another company the video highlighted was SAIC Motor. They're kind of a big deal. State-owned, huge company.
SAIC Motor, that's the one that's partnered with a bunch of the Western car companies, right?
Yep, they've got joint ventures with companies like Volkswagen, General Motors, you name it. But here's the thing. They're not content with just being the quiet partner in the background. They're pushing their own brands too. And they are known for pumping out new models faster than you can say electric vehicle.
It's crazy. The video made it seem like they release a new model like every week.
Maybe not every week, but it's close. They're constantly innovating, experimenting, always looking for that next big thing in the EV world. And they're not shy about saying they want to be number one in the world.
So this isn't just about dominating the Chinese market for them. They're thinking globally.
Oh, absolutely. They're already making moves in Europe, Australia, other markets with their brands like MG and Rising Auto. And let me tell you, these are some good-looking, competitive EVs they're putting out. They're selling them at prices that'll make you do a double take.
Yeah.
So it's not just BYD we got to keep an eye on. The entire Chinese EV industry is gunning for the crown.
It's like a tidal wave of innovation coming from over there. And it's not just about the number of cars either, these Chinese EVs. They're seriously impressive. Like that insane acceleration we were talking about earlier, the Yangwang U9 doing 0 to 60 in under 2.5 seconds. Still can't get over that.
Yeah, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the video, it showed a bunch of other Chinese EVs with crazy performance numbers.
Right.
Top speeds that rival supercars, ranges that seem like they're straight out of the future. They're changing what people thought was possible with EVs.
And then there was that, what was it called? The Xiaomi EV? They
Yep.
make phones, right? Xiaomi. Now they're making cars too.
Yeah. It just goes to show how diverse and kind of crazy the Chinese EV scene is. They're a tech giant, right? And now they're jumping headfirst into the EV market with their electric SUV. And get this, rumor has it that this thing has a range of almost 500 miles on a single charge.
Wait, hold on. 500 miles on one charge. That's farther than I can drive without needing a bathroom break.
It's nuts, right? The point is, China, they're catching up. and in a lot of ways surpassing what other countries are doing with EVs. And they're doing it all at a fraction of the cost because, let's face it, EVs are still crazy expensive over here.
Oh, don't remind me. It's like you need to win the lottery just to afford a base model these days.
Exactly. And that's another huge advantage China has going for them. Their EVs, they're just way more affordable, even with import tariffs, which makes them super attractive to buyers all over the world.
So we're talking cutting-edge tech and affordability. No wonder the US and Europe are getting a little sweaty. The video mentioned that they're trying to fight back, with tariffs and trade barriers, but it didn't sound like it was working too well.
It's like trying to stop a tsunami with a screen door. China, they're finding ways around those barriers. Like, they're setting up shop in places like Mexico just to get around those US tariffs. They're playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers.
Talk about a power move. They are not messing around. It sounds like they've decided that they're going to be the EV kings and queens of the world no matter what.
And honestly, they're on track to do it. Their exports are through the roof. They're only gaining more influence. So it really makes you wonder, what does the future hold? Are we all going to be cruising around in Chinese EVs someday?
So we're potentially looking at a future where, Chinese EVs are as common as, smartphones. But beyond just, who's selling the most cars, this whole EV revolution, it's got to be having a huge impact on the planet, right?
100%. This is way bigger than just economics. It's about creating a more sustainable future for everyone. And EVs, no matter who's building them, they're a critical part of tackling climate change.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's easy to get caught up in, the competition of it all. But at the end of the day, it's the environmental impact that really matters.
Right. And China, with this massive investment they've made in EV tech, they're really accelerating that global shift toward greener transportation.
Yeah.
They're setting a pace that everyone else is basically being forced to follow.
So it's like a kind of double-edged sword. We've got this potential economic shakeup, but we've also got this huge opportunity to finally tackle climate change.
Exactly. Challenges and opportunities. And that's what makes this whole situation so fascinating. Because the US and Europe, they can't just sit back and watch this happen.
Okay, so what's the play then? How do the US and Europe actually catch up? Because we can't just be spectators in this EV revolution.
Right away. They got to get serious about investing in their own EV industries.
Yeah.
Fostering innovation. And I'm not just talking about throwing money at the problem. They got to create an environment where companies are encouraged to push the boundaries, come up with new ideas,
So what kind of things are we talking about? How do they actually do that?
We're talking policies that encourage research and development, streamlining regulations, making it easier for these companies to actually build and sell EVs. And got to make them more appealing to consumers, right?
Yeah, because right now, EVs still feel kind of like a luxury item for a lot of people.
Exactly. So make them more affordable, make them more practical, make people want to buy them.
It's like we're in a marathon, not a sprint, and we've maybe stopped for a snack break a few too many times.
Something like that.
Well,
But it's not too late to catch up.
so what would it take to not just catch up, but actually get ahead? Any ideas?
Well, one thing that comes to mind is collaboration.
Collaboration.
Like with China.
Exactly. It sounds crazy, right? But look at what Tesla's done with their Gigafactory in Shanghai. That's one of their most productive factories in the world. It proves that even with all this competition, there's still room to work together.
It's true. Sometimes a little bit of co-opetition can really light a fire under everyone. Right. Imagine if the US and China, or Europe and China, if they could find more ways to collaborate on research, on development, on making EVs more accessible to everyone.
We'd be unstoppable. We could create a global EV dream team, pool our resources, share our expertise, and make electric transportation the norm, not just for the wealthy, but for everyone. Now that's a future I can get behind.
Now you're talking. It might sound a little too optimistic, but hey, we've seen countries cooperate on other big challenges before, like space exploration. Why not a global initiative for clean energy? We got to start thinking bigger.
Love it. Big ideas for a big challenge. So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's the key takeaway for our listeners, for the everyday drivers out there who are just looking for a reliable ride that doesn't cost a fortune to fuel up or pollute the planet?
I think the biggest takeaway here is that the future of transportation is electric, and it's coming fast, really fast. And this shift to EVs, it's going to mean more choices for consumers, faster innovation, and hopefully a much quicker transition to a cleaner, greener world.
If you think the switch to EVs is big, watch this next video to find out how the coming AI humanoid robot labor explosion will truly transform life as we know it.
Tesla's full self-driving takes millions of miles of experience and turns it into one superhuman driver. Forget cruise control. This is autonomous, next-level AI dope.
Okay, so self-driving cars, right? Everybody's talking about them. But today, we're going really deep on Tesla's full self-driving FSD. The tech that everyone's either like completely stoked about or kind of terrified of.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? But the reality is actually way more interesting than most people realize.
I think so too. And to help us unpack it all, we've got Phil Beisel's latest article. And what's cool is he's not just writing about this stuff. He actually drives a Tesla with FSD.
And he used to work at Rivian, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
he's coming at it from like all these different angles.
So inside knowledge for sure. What really jumped out at you from the article?
You know, honestly, the thing that blew my mind was like how he explains this crazy complex tech in a way that even I can get. Because, I mean, we're talking about a car that basically thinks for itself.
Yeah, and it's not just like beeping when you get too close to the bumper.
Right.
There's some serious intelligence going on under the hood there.
Oh, absolutely. Think about everything your brain does without you even realizing it when you're driving. Reading signs, dodging that guy who's texting, figuring out if you can make that turn before the light changes. Like, how do you even begin to explain all that to a computer?
And what happens if you miss one little detail? Like, computer, don't hit that squirrel. Disaster.
Total disaster. And that's kind of where the old school way of programming, software 1.0, as Phil calls it, just hit a wall. You'd have to write code for every single possibility. And in the real world, that's like impossible.
So that's where this whole software 2.0 thing comes in. Like, instead of a rule book, you've got a brain that learns.
You got it. It's about AI that learns from doing. And not just from, one or two tries. We're talking millions of miles driven by real people in real Teslas.
So it's like giving this AI driving lessons on a scale we've never even imagined before.
Totally. Think about it. A human driver, they learn from their own experience,
Right.
which is limited. But this FSD system, it's learning from the collective experience of like a zillion Teslas all at once. It's constantly absorbing data from all those cameras and sensors, everything.
So it's like having a super experienced driver right from the start.
Exactly.
No more stalling out at green lights for this AI.
No way.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
Phil breaks down FSD version 12 into like three main parts: perception, planning, and controls. It's like the car's own little brain trust, each part with its own job.
Let's break that down a bit. What about perception? That's where those famous Tesla cameras come in, right?
Yeah, those 8 cameras are like the car's eyes, constantly scanning everything. But here's the cool part. They don't just see, they actually interpret what they're seeing. Identifying other cars, pedestrians, squirrels, you name it.
Okay, hold on. Identifying's one thing, but what about when something totally unexpected happens? Like, I don't know, a tumbleweed rolls across the road.
All right, so let's say the AI sees what it thinks is a stop sign, right? But it's only like 60% sure.
Okay.
It doesn't just slam on the brakes, which would be total chaos.
Yeah, I can imagine a few confused passengers there.
Right. So what it does is it flags that data as low confidence and sends it back to Tesla, like HQ.
Wait,
Yeah. Actual humans look at the image and go, yep, stop sign, or nope, that's a caution, falling pigeon sign.
human backup for AI drivers? That is wild.
It's all part of the software 2.0 thing. That human verified data gets fed back into the system and makes the AI even smarter for next time. It's like this constant learning loop.
Okay, now that is revolutionary. It's like having a million driving instructors all giving feedback at once.
Right. And we haven't even gotten to the part about how the AI actually plans its moves based on all this information.
Ugh, you're killing me. All right, but we're going to have to park that planning discussion for part 2 of our deep dive. Okay, so last time we were in the thick of it with Tesla's perception, and man, those cameras see everything. But seeing is only half the battle, right?
It's true. It's like knowing all the ingredients doesn't make you a chef. The real magic happens when FSD starts to plan, right? Like that's where it decides what to do with all that information.
So how does it go from like seeing a stop sign to actually stopping?
Imagine trying to program every single decision a human driver makes. Like, should I change lanes now? Is that car going to cut me off? Can I reach that French fry I dropped?
No, tell me I'm not the only one who's tried the French fry reach at a red light.
Let's just say it's a common human driving behavior that, thankfully, SSD doesn't need to replicate. But that's the thing, right? The old way of programming, it just couldn't handle that level of, like, real-world complexity. But FSD's planning module, it's not about rules. It's about learning from experience, and not just any experience, good driving experience.
Learning from all the Teslas that didn't swerve for that road French fry?
Exactly. It uses all that data from those millions of miles driven by, real people to teach the AI how to plan. It's like having, I don't know, 1 million driving instructors all sharing their best tips.
That's wild. Can you give me an example, though, like a situation where FSD might actually surprise us with its decision-making?
Okay, picture this. We're coming up to a busy intersection, right? Car in front of you is signaling a right turn, but they're also kind of creeping forward, like they're not sure if they've got the space.
Oh, I've been that driver. Classic intersection standoff.
Totally. And a human driver, they might hesitate, right? Like, is that car going or not? But FSD, it can analyze that whole situation in milliseconds, like the car's speed, the angle, even those tiny steering wheel movements to figure out what's about to happen.
So it's like FSD has this whole other level of awareness that we just don't.
Exactly. It can react faster and with way more information than any human ever could. But the key is, it's not about being aggressive. It's not going to cut people off for anything. FSD is designed to be a good driver. Predict those situations, adjust its speed smoothly, avoid the problem altogether.
Like having a co-pilot who's always 2 steps ahead, but also, super chill about it.
That's a great way to put it. And that brings us to the last piece of the puzzle, controls.
Right, because what good's a plan if you can't actually, do it? This is where the AI takes the wheel.
Yeah, and even the control process in FSD is, crazy sophisticated. It takes those high-level decisions from the planning stage, like slow down, change lanes, avoid the tumbleweed, and turns them into those really precise movements of the steering wheel, the gas, the brakes.
So it's like the controls part is the car's nervous system.
I like that.
Taking those signals from the AI brain and making them actually happen.
Right, and just like with planning, the goal here is to make it all feel really smooth, really natural.
So no, jerky robot movements, no sudden jolts or anything.
Nope. The whole system is designed to be so smooth that ideally you wouldn't even know an AI was driving.
Okay, this is all sounding incredibly advanced, but obviously building this kind of technology takes some serious resources, right? So what is it about Tesla? How are they pulling this off when other companies are still, figuring out parallel parking?
That is the question. It's what Phil calls Tesla's FSD moat, and it comes down to 2 things: data and processing power.
Okay, I am intrigued. Let's dive into that right after this break. All right, we are back and ready to dive into Tesla's FSD moat. This is what sets them apart in the self-driving race, right?
It's huge, and Phil breaks it down really well. Imagine, you're trying to bake this incredibly elaborate cake. You've got all the best ingredients, right? But you're trying to mix it all with one of those, tiny hand mixers.
Okay, I'm already feeling a kitchen disaster coming on.
Right. That's what it's like trying to handle all the data needed for FSD without some serious computer power. You need, the industrial strength stuff. And that's where Tesla's custom AI chips come in.
Custom chips, they're not messing around with off-the-shelf stuff.
Nope. They designed these chips themselves, called D1 chips, specifically for the crazy number crunching needed to actually understand all that driving data. It's like having a brain that's literally built to get driving.
So it's not just that they have more data than anyone else, they've got the processing power to actually make sense of it all.
Exactly. They've built these massive data centers, basically supercomputers, packed with thousands of these D1 chips. One of them is even called Dojo, which I kind of love.
Dojo. Okay, yeah, that's a name that screams processing power. What's going on in this AI dojo?
It's where all that data we talked about, all those lane changes, near misses, perfectly timed merges, it gets fed into this 24/7 training montage for self-driving cars.
So the more data they get, the smarter this dojo supercomputer gets.
Exactly. And get this, the more powerful their computers get, the faster they can improve the whole system. It's like a snowball effect, but with way more AI.
It's like they're winning a race that no one else even knows they're running yet.
Right. And it all leads to this question that Phil asks in the article. Ultimately, why does anyone think a human can operate a vehicle better than a machine?
Okay, he's really challenging us here. Is he saying AI drivers are better than humans already?
I think he's saying, let's be honest for a sec. Humans, we're great at a lot of things, but driving, We get distracted, we get impatient, we make bad decisions based on, like, emotions.
We've all been cut off by that person who looks way too relaxed about their lane change.
Exactly. AI doesn't have those weaknesses, right?
Okay.
No road rage, no texting while driving, no fatigue. It's all about data, not how much coffee you had this morning.
So potentially much, much safer roads for everyone. But where's all this going? What's Phil's big prediction?
He thinks FSD is on track to completely change how we even think about transportation. Imagine a world where owning a car is totally optional because robotaxis are everywhere. Affordable, reliable.
No more parking nightmares. Sign me up.
Right. And Phil thinks it's closer than we think. He's even saying fully autonomous driving, no human supervision needed, could be a thing in the next couple of years.
Wow, that's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is our whole relationship with driving is about to change, maybe even faster than we realize.
I think so. Phil says it best. My God, this car is driving itself and no one knows.
Did you know Tesla's just the tip of the coming EV wave? Click this next video here to find out how China's electric car industry is about to blow up.
AI isn't overhyped, it's underhyped. Investor Elad Gil takes us inside a world of massive disruption, life-changing innovation, and opportunities that are pure AI dope.
Imagine getting a cancer screening for $100.
Whoa.
That could add years to a loved one's life.
Yeah.
Because it actually happened.
Really?
That's just one of the wild stories from today's deep dive into the mind of Elad Gil,
Oh, wow.
a Silicon Valley investor who seems to have a knack for predicting the future.
He's not a fortune teller,
Right.
but his track record is pretty uncanny.
Yeah.
We're talking deeply involved with Google, Twitter, color companies that have reshaped how we live and work.
And what's fascinating
Yeah.
is how his journey started.
Okay.
Not in some elite tech incubator,
Right.
but facing down the dot-com bubble with a fridge full of cheese sandwiches.
Okay, that's a story we got here.
So picture this.
Right.
It's the peak of the dot-com craze.
Oh, yeah.
And fresh out of college, Elad lands a job at this hot telecom startup.
Okay.
Everyone thinks they're going to be millionaires.
Yeah.
Well, Elad, he sees the warning signs.
What, like prophetic dreams about crashing servers?
Not quite, but close.
Oh,
He notices the industry is getting shaky,
okay.
sees layoffs looming,
Oh.
decides to live as frugally as possible. Wow. We're talking cheese sandwich diet,
Seriously.
saving every penny.
And this is before the layoffs even hit.
Exactly.
That's some serious foresight.
And sure enough, the company implodes,
Oh, wow.
going from 120 employees
Oh.
down to just 13.
Ew.
Everyone else is scrambling.
Yeah.
But Elad, he's got his emergency fund
Smart.
ready for the next opportunity.
Talk about turning lemons into
Oh,
cheese sandwiches.
yeah.
It's like a real life parable about the importance of thinking ahead.
And that forward thinking
Yeah.
is what landed him at Google
Oh, wow.
during its explosive growth phase.
Okay.
But even within a massive company like Google,
Yeah.
Elad wasn't just a cog in the machine.
This is where his entrepreneurial spirit shines through, right?
Absolutely. Is that right? Imagine a company with no middle managers, where anyone could pitch an idea
Really?
and run with it.
Yeah.
Wow, is Google back now?
Wait, no middle managers?
Yeah,
Sounds like a recipe for chaos.
it was a bit wild. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
but also incredibly dynamic.
Okay.
Elad saw the potential of mobile tech
Uh-huh.
before it was even a thing.
Right.
So he basically started his own pirate crew within Google,
Oh, wow.
focused on mobile development.
Under the radar.
Yeah,
Like a startup within a mega corporation.
exactly.
That's cool.
And this was at a time when Google was famously saying
yeah.
they'd never do things like
Oh, really?
web browsers,
Wow.
even satellites.
No way.
They actually had a web page
Oh, my God.
listing all the things they'd never do.
And I'm guessing they ended up doing all of them.
Pretty much.
Wow.
It shows how quickly things change in tech
Yeah.
and how important it is to be adaptable
Right.
and ready to seize opportunities.
Speaking of opportunities, wasn't this around the time he got involved with Twitter?
Yeah. His own startup got acquired by them.
Okay.
This was back when Twitter was still a fledgling company,
Uh-huh.
around 90 employees.
Yeah.
But from Elad's perspective,
Okay.
it was a complete mess.
We've all heard the stories about Twitter's early chaos.
Right.
The constant fail whale crashes.
Yes.
It's amazing the platform even survived.
They couldn't even update their website for weeks.
Seriously?
Elad basically became their fixer,
Wow.
tackling the technical issues and stabilizing the platform
Okay.
during a crucial period.
It's a great example of how even a dysfunctional company can succeed
Yeah.
if they have the right product market fit.
Right.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Have you ever used a product
Oh, yeah.
that was buggy or frustrating,
Sure.
but you stuck with it because it offered something unique?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Sometimes the value proposition outweighs the flaws.
I see.
It's a reminder that market forces can be powerful, and user love can overcome a lot of hurdles.
And in Twitter's case, that user love turned them into one of the most influential social media platforms on the planet.
Absolutely.
But Elad's story takes another turn
Right.
into a deeply personal venture,
Okay.
color genomics.
This one wasn't just about market disruption.
Right.
It was about saving lives.
Wow.
Color used genomics to assess people's cancer risks.
Okay.
A mission deeply personal to Elad and his co-founder.
His co-founder, Othman Laraki,
Yeah.
had a really powerful reason for starting Color.
Yeah.
His mom had battled breast cancer twice,
Oh, wow.
and he'd lost several family members to the disease.
And this wasn't just theoretical for Elad either.
Right.
There's this incredible story about his own wife taking
Okay.
a color test early on.
This is after she'd taken a 23andMe test
Right.
and been told she had no risk.
Exactly.
Wow.
But color's test revealed she actually had a very high risk of developing certain cancers. Talk about a wake-up call.
Wow, that must have been a shock.
Yeah.
What happened next?
She opted for further testing
Okay.
and eventually had surgery to remove her ovaries.
Wow.
And guess what?
What?
They found stage 3 cancer.
Oh my God.
She was 61 at the time.
Yeah.
And doctors estimated she had an 80% chance of developing cancer by age 60.
So
That test essentially saved her life.
that's heavy stuff. $100 test making that kind of difference.
Yeah.
It makes you think about the power of preventative care
Yes.
and early detection.
Absolutely.
And the fact that color made it so accessible price-wise
Right.
is remarkable.
Yeah.
They really wanted to make this information available to everyone.
But as you can imagine,
Yeah.
healthcare is a tough industry to navigate.
I can imagine.
It's not always easy to convince people
Right.
about the value of preventative care when they're not feeling sick.
It's a shift from a reactive mindset to a proactive one,
Exactly.
and that takes time.
But the impact of color is undeniable.
Yeah.
They help countless people make informed decisions about their health.
And in some cases, like with your wife,
Yeah.
those decisions were literally life-saving.
Absolutely. It's a testament to how deeply personal experiences can fuel innovation and impact.
That's powerful.
But Elad's journey doesn't stop there.
Oh,
All of these experiences,
yeah.
surviving the .com bust,
Right.
thriving in Google's chaos, building color,
Okay.
they shaped him into the investor he is today.
And that track record.
Right.
It's incredible.
He's backed companies like
Airbnb.
Stripe Coinbase,
Wow.
Figma Instacart.
It's like he has a sixth sense for picking winners.
So what's his secret?
Yeah.
How does he consistently identify companies that are about to change the world?
Well, I think it boils down to a few key factors.
Okay.
First, he has this deep understanding of technology
Right.
and how it can be applied to solve real-world problems.
Yeah.
He's not chasing trends.
Yeah.
He's looking for companies that are building something truly valuable. Yeah. Something with substance.
He's betting on companies that are tackling fundamental needs or challenges.
Right.
Second, he has this incredible ability
Okay.
to connect with founders on a personal level.
I see.
He's not just writing checks. He's building relationships.
Okay.
He acts as a mentor and guide to the entrepreneur he backs.
It's that human element that's so often missing in the world of high finance.
Yes.
He's not just betting on companies, he's
Right.
betting on people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And finally, and perhaps most importantly, he has this incredible ability
Okay.
to see the bigger picture.
All right.
He's not just focused on the next quarter
Yeah.
or the next year.
Uh-huh.
He's thinking about the long-term impact these companies can have on the world.
That long-term vision allows him to make bets that others might shy away from.
Exactly.
It's not just about making money.
Right.
It's about shaping the future.
And that's what sets him apart.
Yeah.
He's not afraid to take risks,
Right.
but those risks are always calculated and based on a deep understanding of both the technology and the people involved.
It's a powerful combination.
Yeah.
And it's led him to become one of the most respected investors in Silicon Valley.
But Elad's insights go beyond just spotting promising startups.
Okay.
He's also spent a lot of time thinking about the types of founders who achieve that hyper success.
Right.
He's actually categorized them
Really?
into 3 distinct archetypes.
Oh, I'm really curious to hear about these.
Oh, okay.
It's like a cheat sheet for aspiring entrepreneurs.
The first archetype is what he calls the polymath.
Okay.
These are founders who are incredibly intelligent, deeply curious,
Yeah,
and have a wide range of interests.
got it.
They're constantly learning and adapting, able to see connections that others might miss.
That sounds a lot like the Collison brothers,
Yeah.
the founders of Stripe.
Exactly.
They're known for being brilliant
Right.
and constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
It's that insatiable curiosity that drives them.
I see.
The second archetype is the intensely focused founder.
Okay.
These are laser focused on their mission
Uh-huh.
and willing to do whatever it takes to achieve it.
Wow.
Driven, relentless, unstoppable.
Like Travis Kalanick,
Yeah,
the founder of Uber.
exactly.
He had that unwavering belief in his vision
Right.
that propelled him forward even amidst controversy.
It's that deep conviction that's so crucial.
Yeah.
Building a company is hard,
Uh-huh.
filled with setbacks and challenges.
Right.
Without that belief, it's easy to give up.
And finally, we have the network effect builder.
Okay.
These founders create products or services
Right.
that become more valuable as more people use them.
Yes.
Think Facebook or Amazon.
Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos, masters of building platforms that benefit from the collective participation of their users.
Look at the snowball effect.
Exactly. The more people use the platform,
Yeah.
the more valuable it becomes,
Right.
which attracts even more users and so on.
It creates this powerful flywheel for growth.
These archetypes are fascinating.
Yeah,
It makes you think about your own strengths and weaknesses.
right.
What kind of founder would you be?
It's a great exercise for anyone who's ever dreamed of starting a company.
Yeah.
Figure out what you're good at,
Right.
what drives you,
Uh-huh.
and what kind of team you need to build around you.
Absolutely.
There's no one-size-fits-all approach to entrepreneurship.
It's about embracing your own unique style
Right.
and building a company that reflects your values and vision.
Hey, want our free AI dope top AI tools that we use? Chat below. It's our live Google Sheets packed with over 100 killer tools, video, music, photos, AI voices, productivity, script writing, YouTube hacks, captions, the works, always growing, live Google Sheet, always free, AI, dope top AI tools that we use. Download and chat below. Back to the show.
But Elad's interests go beyond just startups.
Yeah.
He's deeply passionate about artificial intelligence
Okay.
and its potential to transform our world.
And he's been involved in AI since its early days,
Right.
working on machine learning at Google
Uh-huh.
and investing in companies, pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
What I find interesting is he believes AI is actually underhyped,
Yeah.
despite all the attention it's getting.
Right.
He argues we're just scratching the surface of what it can do.
He's pointed to the massive revenue and impact AI is already having,
Yeah.
even with limited adoption.
What does he see as the true potential of AI?
He believes the core product of AI
Okay.
is what he calls units of cognition.
Units of cognition.
Imagine renting out intelligence for tasks,
Oh, wow.
like customer service or software engineering.
Wait, so instead of hiring people for those jobs,
Yeah.
we could hire AI.
Exactly. Think about a world where you can hire AI to do your taxes,
Wow.
write code,
Really?
or even give legal advice.
That's wild.
It sounds like science fiction,
Yeah.
but it's closer than you think.
And this shift will have a huge impact on the job market and the economy.
Absolutely.
It's exciting, but also a little bit daunting to think about.
Yeah,
So
no.
what does the future hold for AI?
Right.
Will it be a force for good or a threat to humanity?
That's the million-dollar question.
Yeah.
And one Elad has grappled with extensively.
Okay.
He's outlined 3 distinct eras of intelligence:
Okay.
human,
Uh-huh.
hybrid, and machine dominant.
So we're currently in the human era.
We are.
Okay.
But Elad believes we're quickly approaching the hybrid era,
Got it.
where AI will play an increasingly important role in our lives and work.
And eventually the machine dominant era.
Right.
Where AI surpasses human intelligence.
Yes.
It's a thought-provoking, if not slightly terrifying concept.
Elad doesn't shy away from the potential risks,
Right.
but he's also optimistic about AI's ability
Okay.
to solve some of the world's most pressing problems.
It's a balancing act.
Yeah.
Embracing the potential while mitigating the risks.
And his insights give us a framework for navigating this new landscape.
Elad is more than just an investor.
Yeah.
He's a deep thinker,
Right.
grappling with these big questions about the future of humanity.
But there's another side to him,
Oh,
a surprising passion
okay.
that might seem completely unrelated to tech and investing.
You're talking about his interest in building inspiring monuments, right?
Exactly.
It might seem like a strange topic for a tech investor, but it actually reveals a lot about his values and long-term vision.
It's wild to think about, right?
Yeah.
This guy who's knee-deep in the world of algorithms and venture capital, also geeking out over things like the Statue of Liberty or the Eiffel Tower.
He sees these monuments as symbols of human achievement,
Yeah.
reminders of what's possible when we set our sights on something grand and inspiring.
He's drawn to these projects that capture the imagination,
Yeah.
that push the boundaries of human creativity and ambition.
He's even said he thinks we've lost touch with that sense of audacity in modern society. It's
Yeah.
like we've become too cynical or too focused on the short term
Yeah.
to even dream of building something as bold as the pyramids.
Yeah.
But Elad wants to challenge that narrative.
He wants to rekindle that spirit of possibility.
Right.
To remind us we're still capable of creating incredible things that inspire awe and wonder.
He's talked about how monuments can serve as a kind of antidote to pessimism.
And it actually connects beautifully with his work in AI and biotech,
Right.
where he's investing in companies pushing the boundaries of human knowledge and capability.
Exactly.
He sees these fields as having the potential to improve the lives of billions of people,
Yeah.
to solve some of the world's toughest problems.
Right.
It's that same optimism and belief in human ingenuity that drives his passion for monuments.
It's all about believing in a better future
Yes.
and actively working to create it.
But let's bring it back to AI for a minute
Okay.
and dive deeper into how it's already transforming industries.
All right.
You mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
Elad believes AI is dramatically underhyped.
He is.
And one of the most striking examples he points to
Okay.
is a fintech company called Clara.
Clara.
They used AI to supercharge their productivity to an almost unbelievable degree.
Hold on. They replaced 70% of their customer success team with AI.
They did.
That's a huge chunk of their workforce.
And the results were pretty astonishing. They were able to provide 247 customer support
Okay.
in 30 different languages,
Wow.
all while achieving higher customer satisfaction scores
Really?
and faster response times.
That's mind-blowing.
It's a real-world example of how AI can not only automate tasks,
Right.
but also improve the customer experience.
And Elad believes this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Right.
He thinks we're about to see a massive wave of AI-driven disruption
Yeah.
that will impact pretty much every industry.
It's both exciting and a little scary.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder what jobs will even exist in 10 and 20 years.
It's a valid question.
Right.
Elad argues that the key to thriving in this new world is to focus on developing skills that AI can't replicate.
Okay.
Things like creativity, critical thinking,
Right.
and emotional intelligence.
Those uniquely human skills that are hard to program into an algorithm.
Exactly.
It's about moving up the value chain.
Right.
Focusing on the things that make us human.
But this shift also raises questions about education and how we prepare future generations for this AI-powered reality.
Elad is particularly interested in how AI can be used to personalize education,
Okay.
creating custom learning experiences for every student.
Wow.
Imagine AI-powered tutors that adapt to your individual learning style and pace.
It's like having a personal tutor available to everyone 24/7.
Right.
He's even working on a side project to create an AI-powered library
Really?
accessible to people all over the world in multiple languages.
That's a seriously ambitious project.
Yeah.
It's like a modern-day Library of Alexandria powered by AI.
He sees it as a way to democratize access to knowledge
Right.
and empower people to learn and grow throughout their lives.
It's a beautiful vision, really.
It speaks to his belief in the power of education
Yes.
and his optimism about technology's potential to create positive change.
But it's important to acknowledge that Elad isn't blind to the potential downsides of AI.
Of course.
He recognizes there are risks, especially when it comes to things like job displacement and the potential for misuse.
That's why he's so involved in conversations about AI ethics and governance.
Yeah.
He wants to ensure AI is developed and used responsibly for the benefit of humanity.
It's encouraging to see someone in his position thinking about these things.
Yeah.
Not just chasing profits,
Right.
but trying to shape the future in a positive way.
But let's shift gears for a second.
Okay.
And talk about his approach to investing.
Right?
We know he has a remarkable track record.
Yeah.
But what's his actual strategy?
Right.
What does he look for in a company
Okay.
before he invests?
Well, he's particularly drawn to companies operating in the top 3 layers
Okay.
of what he calls the AI value stack.
Okay, break that down for me.
Sure.
What is the AI value stack?
Think of it like a layered cake,
Okay.
with the bottom layer being the hardware, the chips that power AI systems.
Got it.
Companies like NVIDIA are in this space.
Okay.
Above that, you have the data centers for all
Yeah.
that computing power is housed.
Oh.
Places like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure.
Got it. So those are the foundations, the infrastructure.
Yeah.
What's next?
The next layer up is the models themselves,
Okay.
the algorithms that drive AI applications.
Right.
This is where companies like OpenAI and Anthropic
Uh-huh.
are developing those large language models, powering things like ChatGPT.
So that's where the intelligence part really comes in.
Right. Then you have the tools for deploying AI,
Okay.
the infrastructure and software
Yeah.
that make it easier to build and use AI applications.
Got it.
And finally, at the very top, you have the workflow and services companies
Okay.
that are actually using AI to solve real-world problems
Right.
in various industries.
And it's those top 3 layers.
Yes.
Models, tools, and workflow services companies.
Exactly.
That Elad is most bullish on.
He sees them as having the most potential for disruption and innovation.
He's not as interested in the hardware or data center layers.
He sees those as more mature markets
Oh.
with less room for explosive growth.
I see.
He's looking for the companies that are creating the new applications and use cases for AI,
Right.
ones that are building the future.
So he's not just betting on the technology itself,
Right.
but on the companies that are figuring out how to apply it in creative and impactful ways.
Exactly. And there's one more aspect of his investment strategy that's worth mentioning.
What's that?
AI-driven buyouts.
Now that sounds interesting.
Imagine taking a traditional old-school company
Okay.
and injecting it with AI to supercharge its operations,
Yeah.
making it more efficient, more profitable,
Right.
and more competitive.
It's like giving these businesses a technological makeover.
Exactly. And Elad believes this is going to be a huge trend
Okay.
as AI becomes more powerful and more affordable.
I see.
He's already backed several companies doing this,
Really?
including one focused on healthcare billing
Wow.
and another focused on logistics.
It's a fascinating approach. It shows he believes AI can not only disrupt industries,
Right.
but also improve existing ones.
He sees AI as a tool for creating value,
Uh-huh.
both for investors and for society as a whole.
It's a perspective that aligns with his overall optimism about the future.
But let's be real. Elad isn't just some techno-utopian
Right.
who thinks technology will solve all our problems.
Yeah.
He's also spoken out about the challenges we face as a society,
Okay.
like the decline of optimism and the rise of pessimism.
He's argued that we need to build more inspiring monuments
Yes,
to remind us of what's possible,
right.
to spark that sense of awe and wonder
Yeah.
that can fuel progress.
He sees monuments as symbols of human achievement and ambition,
Yeah.
a reminder that we're capable of great things
Right.
when we work together towards a common goal.
It's a powerful message.
Yeah.
And it ties in beautifully with his belief in the power of technology to improve our lives.
He's not just an investor or a technologist. He's a visionary who's deeply committed to building a better future for everyone.
And his story and insights offer valuable guidance
Yeah.
for anyone trying to navigate this rapidly changing world.
It's been an incredible journey exploring Elad Gil's mind.
He's brilliant, clearly,
Yes.
with a unique perspective on technology investing and the future of humanity.
His journey is a testament to hard work, resilience,
Yeah.
and the power of embracing new ideas.
But before we wrap things up,
Okay.
I want to touch on one final point
Right.
that struck me during our conversation today.
What's that?
Elad's belief in the importance of early success
Okay.
as a catalyst for long-term impact.
Okay.
He's talked about how those early wins, like his experience at PayPal,
Yeah.
gave him the resources and confidence to pursue even more ambitious goals.
Like those early wins create a positive feedback loop,
Exactly.
fueling future growth and impact.
And it made me think about the importance of setting ourselves up for those early wins.
Yeah.
No matter how small they might seem.
It's about taking action,
Right.
putting ourselves out there,
Uh-huh.
and creating opportunities for growth and learning.
Planting those seeds that might blossom into something remarkable years down the road.
That brings us to a thought-provoking question for you, our listener.
Okay.
What one thing could you do today, no matter how small, to set yourself on a trajectory toward achieving your goals?
What seed could you plant that might blossom into something remarkable years from now?
It's something to ponder as we wrap up our deep dive into the world of Elad Gil.
Yeah.
His journey is a reminder that anything is possible if you're willing to dream big, work hard, and embrace the unknown.
I love it. Elad's fascination with monuments isn't just about pretty structures. It's tied to his belief in optimism, purpose, and leaving a positive legacy for the future.
It's wild to think about, right? This guy who's knee-deep in the world of algorithms and venture capital, also geeking out over things like the Statue of Liberty or the Eiffel Tower.
He sees these monuments as symbols of human achievement.
Yeah.
Reminders of what's possible when we set our sights on something grand and inspiring.
He's drawn to these projects that capture the imagination,
Right.
that push the boundaries of human creativity and ambition.
He's even said he thinks we've lost touch with that sense of audacity in modern society.
Right, like we've become too cynical.
Yeah.
Or too focused on the short term to even dream of building something as bold as the pyramids.
But Elad wants to challenge that narrative.
He wants to rekindle that spirit of possibility.
Right.
To remind us we're still capable of creating incredible things that inspire awe and wonder.
He's talked about how monuments can serve as a kind of antidote to pessimism.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
And it actually connects beautifully with his work in AI and biotech,
Right.
where he's investing in companies pushing the boundaries of human knowledge and capability.
Exactly. He sees these fields as having the potential to improve the lives of billions of people, to solve some of the world's toughest problems.
And it's that same optimism and belief in human ingenuity that drives his passion for monuments.
It's all about believing in a better future and actively working to create it.
But let's bring it back to AI for a minute.
Okay.
And dive deeper into how it's already transforming industries.
All right.
You mentioned earlier, Elad believes AI is dramatically underhyped.
He is, and one of the most striking examples he points to is a fintech company called Clara. They used AI to supercharge their productivity to an almost unbelievable degree.
Hold on, they replaced 70% of their customer success team with AI.
They did, and the results were pretty astonishing.
Wow.
They were able to provide 247 customer support in 30 different languages.
Really?
All while achieving higher customer satisfaction scores and faster response times.
That's mind-blowing. It's a real-world example of how AI can not only automate tasks, but also improve the customer experience.
And Elad believes this is just the tip of the iceberg. He thinks we're about to see a massive wave of AI-driven disruption that will impact pretty much every industry.
It's both exciting and a little scary. Makes you wonder what jobs will even exist in 10 or 20 years.
It's a valid question. Elad argues that the key to thriving in this new world is to focus on developing skills that AI can't replicate. Things like creativity, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence.
Those uniquely human skills that are hard to program into an algorithm.
Exactly. It's about moving up the value chain, focusing on the things that make us human.
But this shift also raises questions about education.
Right.
And how we prepare future generations for this AI-powered reality.
Elad is particularly interested in how AI can be used to personalize education, creating custom learning experiences for every student.
Imagine AI-powered tutors that adapt to your individual learning style and pace.
It's like having a personal tutor available to everyone 24/7. He's even working on a side project to create an AI-powered library accessible to people all over the world in multiple languages.
That's a seriously ambitious project. It's like a modern-day Library of Alexandria powered by AI.
He sees it as a way to democratize access to knowledge and empower people to learn and grow throughout their lives. It's a beautiful vision, really.
It speaks to his belief in the power of education and his optimism about technology's potential to create positive change. But it's important to acknowledge that Elad isn't blind to the potential downsides of AI.
Of course. He recognizes there are risks, especially when it comes to things like job displacement and the potential for misuse.
That's why he's so involved in conversations about AI ethics and governance. He wants to ensure AI is developed and used responsibly for the benefit of humanity.
It's encouraging to see someone in his position thinking about these things, not just chasing profits, but trying to shape the future in a positive way. But let's shift gears for a second and talk about his approach to investing. We know he has a remarkable track record, but what's his actual strategy? What does he look for in a company before he invests?
Well, he's particularly drawn to companies operating in the top 3 layers of what he calls the AI value stack.
Okay, break that down for me. What is the AI value stack?
Think of it like a layered cake, with the bottom layer being the hardware, the chips that power AI systems. Companies like NVIDIA are in this space. Above that, you have the data centers, where all that computing power is housed places like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure.
Got it. So those are the foundations, the infrastructure. What's next?
The next layer up is the models themselves, the algorithms that drive AI applications. This is where companies like OpenAI and Anthropic are developing those large language models powering things like ChatGPT.
So that's where the intelligence part really comes in.
Right. Then you have the tools for deploying AI, the infrastructure and software that make it easier to build and use AI applications.
And finally, at the very top, you have the workflow and services companies that are actually using AI to solve real-world problems in various industries.
And it's those top three layers, models, tools, and workflow services companies that Elad is most bullish on. He sees them as having the most potential for disruption and innovation.
He's not as interested in the hardware or data center layers.
He sees those as more mature markets, with less room for explosive growth. He's looking for the companies that are creating the new applications and use cases for AI, the ones that are building the future.
So he's not just betting on the technology itself, but on the companies that are figuring out how to apply it in creative and impactful ways.
Exactly. And there's one more aspect of his investment strategy that's worth mentioning: AI-driven buyouts.
Now that sounds interesting. What does that involve?
Imagine taking a traditional old-school company and injecting it with AI to supercharge its operations, making it more efficient, more profitable, and more competitive.
It's like giving these businesses a technological makeover.
Exactly. And Elad believes this is going to be a huge trend as AI becomes more powerful and more affordable. He's already backed several companies doing this, including one focused on healthcare billing and another focused on logistics.
It's a fascinating approach. It shows he believes AI can not only disrupt industries, but also improve existing ones.
He sees AI as a tool for creating value both for investors and for society as a whole. It's a perspective that aligns with his overall optimism about the future.
But let's be real. Elad isn't just some techno-utopian who thinks technology will solve all our problems. He's also spoken out about the challenges we face as a society, like the decline of optimism and the rise of pessimism.
He's argued that we need to build more inspiring monuments to remind us of what's possible, to spark that sense of awe and wonder that can fuel progress.
He sees monuments as symbols of human achievement and ambition, a reminder that we're capable of great things when we work together towards a common goal.
It's a powerful message, and it ties in beautifully with his belief in the power of technology to improve our lives.
He's not just an investor or a technologist, he's a visionary who's deeply committed to building a better future for everyone.
And his story and insights offer valuable guidance for anyone trying to navigate this rapidly changing world.
It's been an incredible journey exploring Elad Gil's mind.
He's brilliant, clearly, with a unique perspective on technology investing and the future of humanity.
His journey is a testament to hard work, resilience, and the power of embracing new ideas.
But before we wrap things up, I want to touch on one final point that struck me during our conversation today.
What's that?
Elad's belief in the importance of early success as a catalyst for long-term impact.
Right.
He's talked about how those early wins,
Yeah.
like his experience at PayPal, gave him the resources and the confidence
Yeah.
to pursue even more ambitious goals.
It's like those early wins create a positive feedback loop,
Exactly.
fueling future growth and impact.
And it made me think about the importance of setting ourselves up for those early wins,
Yeah.
no matter how small they might seem.
It's about taking action, putting ourselves out there, and creating opportunities for growth and learning. Planting those seeds that might blossom into something remarkable years down the road.
That brings us to a thought-provoking question for you, our listener.
Okay.
What one thing could you do today,
Yeah.
no matter how small,
Right.
to set yourself on a trajectory towards achieving your goals?
What seed could you plant
Right.
that might blossom into something remarkable years from now?
It's something to ponder as we wrap up our deep dive into the world of Elad Gil.
Absolutely.
His journey is a reminder that anything is possible if you're willing to dream big, work hard, and embrace the unknown.
It's so true.
This has been such a fascinating deep dive into the mind of Elad Gil.
He's a fascinating guy.
From cheese sandwich survivalist to visionary investor.
I know, right?
His story is full of surprises.
We've covered so much ground.
Right?
From his early days navigating the dot-com bubble
Yeah.
to his incredible success backing companies like Airbnb and Stripe,
So many huge names.
and even his passion for building those inspiring monuments.
And we've only scratched the surface.
Right.
For our listeners who want to go deeper.
Yeah.
His book, High Growth Handbook,
Great book.
is a must-read for anyone looking to scale a business or organization.
And his blog is a goldmine of insights
Oh, yeah.
on technology, entrepreneurship, and the future.
He's always ahead of the curve.
He's constantly sharing his thoughts on what's coming next.
Right.
And how we can prepare for it.
Elad's journey is a reminder that anyone can make a difference no matter where they start.
Absolutely.
It's about hard work, determination,
Yeah.
and that willingness to embrace new ideas.
To step outside your comfort zone,
Right.
take a chance.
His story is a true inspiration,
It is.
and his insights offer valuable guidance for anyone who's looking to make a positive impact on the world.
And if you want another AI dope deep dive, check this next video and ask yourself, how lucky are we to live in these AI dope times?